Happy Jamhuri Day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mtembei TV. It's another time where we are looking at the political developments as we celebrate our Jamhuri, a special occasion indeed that makes us Kenyans appreciate where we have come from and prepare for where we are going. I trust you had your great Sunday like mine. And we are here again to talk. So wherever you're joining us from, you are most welcome. Please let us get into the studio and let us get talking. I'm happy to see all of you. Thank you so much. Ventone Kamau, thank you so much. Gengo Omwangu, thank you so much for staying on board, always there. We really appreciate you. We look forward to continuing with the conversation. Vinton Kamau is watching from Kisumu. Let us know where you're watching from and how was your Jamhuri Day celebrations. Did you, were you taken out? Did you go out by yourself? Did you treat yourself from home? Did you go to church like me? So let us get talking. Thank you very much for those of you that are here. We salute all of you. Moha Gush, thank you so much. We appreciate every one of you for joining into the discussion tonight. I am so excited that every Kenyan is alert and is watching out for the betterment of this great country by ensuring that we make wise decisions. 2022 is going to be a historical elections. I keep urging us to continue being sober and ensure that we don't play around with our destiny. Let us weigh everyone into the scale so that we come up with credible leaders that are going to lead us into the future that we all aspire to have as a people and make Kenya great by ensuring that Kenya is able to take care of every Kenyan without a need of seeking support from anywhere. And so all that is possible. Let us keep pursuing the same. Thank you, all of you that are joining. Thank you, Doreen. Thank you, Isabella Orao. Thank you, Eliakim Amanga. We appreciate you so much. Stephen D, we appreciate you. Bandu Warriors, we salute you. Saitoti George, thank you so much. Let's get talking. God bless you, all of you that are joining. Please let us get talking. Thank you so much. Sin, thank you so much. Sam Ochieng, you are the first one here. How are you today? Sam Ochieng seems not to have stable network. I am Hussein. The other name, I don't know how to pronounce it. Help.
Yeah. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you, Bernard.
Karibu kwa show. Jamhuri yako imeendaje?
Jamhuri yangu ilikuwa nzuri. As you know, mimi ni team Tanga, si unajua?
Wewe ndio umeniambia.
Mtu yangu leo alikuwa State House
Yeah.
After Jamhuri Day.
Yes.
Asubuhi pia umeona picha serikali itakuwa yetu tu ya Hustler Nation 2022.
Kwa kupitia picha. Kwa kupitia picha.
Hapana, sisi tuna picha si kitu, lakini hiyo picha tunaona kitu ndani yake. Hiyo picha inaonyesha kitu
Lakini nyinyi watu watangazaji mnapenda kuchanganya. Mara mnasema baba ni State House project. Tena mnaenda State House you are sponsored na you are endorsed. So nani atakuwa project, nani hatakuwa project?
Iko mtu hapo inachezwa. Unajua kuna mtu hapo inachezwa hata kama kuna mtu hapa inachezwa chini ya maji, lakini all in all tutaona tu
Sawa, mimi nitakuwa hapa, nitakuwa na hapa baada ya uchaguzi, kabla ya uchaguzi, katikati ya uchaguzi nitakuwa hapa ili tujue mbivu na mbichi. Saa hii tuone wale wanachezwa, wale wanawekwa kwa waiting bench, wale ambao watawekwa kando.
Ujaona picha Uhuru alikuwa anaonyesha, wewe nikitoka next government waanze kutoka huko, tengeneza hii kitu hapa, alikuwa anaonyesha Ruto. Ujaona?
Wewe musini wewe. Yaani ni watu mko juu kwa kuinterpret picha. Mpaka mnasoma science.
Nikimaliza mimi nimetoka kwa nimestaafu, Ruto ukiingia anza kutoka huko.
Haya basi.
Haya.
Sisemi kitu mimi.
Sawa.
Haya, mama mvumilivu, karibu.
Asante. Habari ya leo?
Fiti, namna gani?
Mimi niko.
Wewe unakaa hujaenda church leo?
Licha ya magonjwa ya hapa na pale, lakini nashukuru Mungu juu amenipa uzima siku ya leo.
Good. Pole kwa ugonjwa.
Naona life, nikaona nimelala kwa kitanda sana, hata at least acha niingie huku nicheke kidogo, labda inaweza songa.
Karibu, endelea na maoni yako.
Mimi maoni yangu ni whether tunasema Ruto, whether tunasema Raila, but in Kenya tunahitaji rais mwenye utu ulio wa ndani, rais mwenye huruma, rais mwenye hekima, atakayeongoza nje, rais aliye mwaminifu, na rais aliye na upendo kwa watu wake. Bila haya yote tutakuwa tunafanya tu kazi bure kila mwaka. Lakini nituombe Mungu sana atupe mwelekeo na atuonyeshe aliye rais wa kuokoa Kenya. Hayo tu.
Okay, thank you very much. Nashukuru kwa maoni yako na tunaamini Mungu anasikia maombi na anajibu. Kwa hivyo tuko in safe hands wakati Mungu ndiye anatuongoza na sisi tunafuata. Haya basi, inawezekana. Namna gani?
Salama sana Mr. Bernard. Unaendelea aje leo?
Niko salama.
Yes, leo imekuwa siku mzuri sana. Imekuwa siku mzuri sana Jamhuri, watu wamesherehekea. Yes, najua leo tumekuwa kwa Champions League kama umeona vizuri. Najua jamaa mwingine hapo alikuwa anacheza Farmers League lakini amecheza Champions League. Alipoenda kwa podium leo akajaribu kutackle Raila, akisema kwamba sisi tutaendeleza kazi ni kazi na mambo mengi, lakini alipopatia chance, unajua kazi yake ni ku hand over to the next speaker ambaye ni president. So alipo hand over to the president na yeye akacheza Champions League, akampatia pasi murwa sana Mr. Odinga, naitwa assist, akampatia Raila akatutolea secret moja. Unajua kwa nini Ruto hapendi history? Ruto hapendi history kabisa, lakini leo tumeambiwa history ambayo inahusu Weston Hotel, ya kwamba Jamhuri Park, Weston Hotel is part of Jamhuri and kuna land grabbers ambao wako you know. Yeah, na tumeambiwa history yote, so yeah, leo tumefundishwa kitu mpya na ndio sasa tutataka kusikia history zaidi from today and moving forward. Okay, thank you Mr. Bernard. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Inawezekana. Asante sana, tuendelee kujumuika pamoja. Jakindu Bey. Jakindu Bey, unmute ndio tuendelee.
Ndio.
Happy Jamhuri.
Jamhuri leo mimi nimefurahi sana. Sijafurahi tena kama naona nchi yetu inaelekea kule nakotaka. Unaona hata kofia yangu inawezekana, kwa sababu nimeelewa kwa vyovyote vile haturudi nyuma, kwa sababu President Uhuru ameapa kabisa kwamba haturudi nyuma, na anafanya vitu kwenye ile roho yangu inapenda kabisa, kuweka Kenya tuwe wamoja, tuwe na umoja, undugu na mambo ya kuendelea, kwa sababu na vile vile kuambia watu wale ambao hawataki tujue history, hawataki kujua history yetu kule tumetoka, ni watu ambao unaweza kuwaita ni watumwa. Mtu ambaye hajitambui ni mtumwa. Lazima tujue tumetoka wapi na tusiwahi tena kufanya yale makosa, kwa sababu tusipojikumbusha, kwa sababu hiyo mambo ya history inatakiwa kila siku wazazi, kila mtu amwambie mtoto wake, au tufundishe watoto wetu kwamba kuna vitu fulani tulifanya ambayo hatutaki tena kwa nchi yetu hata kamwe. Manake hata saa hizi Waisraeli huwa wanakumbusha dunia mzima kwamba waliteswa. Mtu mwingine asifanye hayo makosa tena. Kwa hiyo hata sisi tumeteswa, tumepigana sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe, tumejiua. Hatutaki tena kurudi huko, tunataka umoja, kwa sababu umoja tunajua ilitufanya, umoja tunapokuwa wamoja inatufanya tunafanya mambo magumu kwa rahisi. Ilitufanya tukafukuza tukapata uhuru kwa kufukuza wazungu kwa kuwa pamoja. Kila kitu tunapofanya pamoja tunafaulu. Kwa hiyo nimefurahi sana na president, na nimefurahi sana, sikujua kwamba president alikuwa anafanya kazi nzuri namna hiyo, kwa kuzindua, kwa kufanya tuwe na museum, tuwe na kielelezo, kitu cha kueleleza tumetoka wapi na tunaelekea wapi. Kwa hiyo ninashukuru sana president pamoja na ndugu yake bwana Raila Odinga. Ndio kusema hawa watu wote ambao wanajaribu kucompete na Raila hawafai kucompete na Raila. Raila yuko kwa ligi ya kipekee, yani Champions League, kwa sababu hawa wengine wote hakuna mmoja amefikiria kufanya mambo ambayo wamefanya yeye na president, kwa kuleta historia yetu kwa vizazi vijavyo na wale walio hapa saa hizi. Kwa hiyo nashukuru sana. Nitaishia hapo kwa wakati huu.
Okay, asante sana Jakube, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Tuendelee kujadiliana kwa pamoja. Tiberius, happy Jamhuri Day.
Happy Jamhuri Day, please.
Yes. Karibu kwa show.
There is power outage where I am at the moment.
Yes. Oh, Tiberius, inaonekana uko na shida ya sound. Twende kwa our Iron Lady. Penny, we have missed you. Happy Jamhuri Day. Unmute. Unmute fast. Penny, you have not unmute.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I've been following up the shows on the background. Yeah.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We have
Thank
missed
you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, hii Jamhuri Day inakaje?
Jamhuri Day is very promising, and the speech by His Excellency the President was a very good speech, and by him inviting Raila to also give his speech, I think Raila's speech ilidhihirisha wazi ya kwamba wale watu ambao hawataki kusikia historia, we were able to get some more facts about why these people do not want history to be mentioned, because wengine wetu hatukuwa tumejua ya kwamba where Weston Hotel sits, it's part of Uhuru Gardens, you know. So it revealed a bombshell for us. It was an exposure sort of that the same people who wanted to grab Uhuru Gardens, who attempted to grab Uhuru Gardens, are the same ones who are behind Western Hotel. And then it also exposed the president as someone who has been working a lot in the background. You know, much as there are some people who are trying to implicate him to have done nothing, but actually he has been doing a lot in the background. And people were very impressed with the work that he has done in converting Uhuru Gardens to be a historic garden. And then many people probably did not know that there were attempts to grab Uhuru Gardens, but I think today when Raila was given the opportunity, you know, history reveals a lot of things. So that came out very clearly. And I know now Kenyans have been exposed to the fact why these people are they are always fighting history, because they know that they have nothing to offer to this country as far as their history is concerned. When you look at history, you only have bad memories of the evils that they have done against this country, trying to grab, you know, public resources and trying to plunge the nation into further poverty, you know. So I think the speech today really revealed a lot, and that can explain why Baba's critics are very quiet. There has been nothing concrete for them to say, because ni kama wamenyamazishwa, you know. So I think we are on the correct track, and Kenyans are beginning to see way forward, and in whose hands Kenya is safe, you know. I believe Kenya is safe in Baba's hands, and everyone can clearly see that actually Kenya is safe with Baba. So thank you for now.
Okay, thank you, Penny. Let's keep talking. We appreciate your contribution. Omoke Dennis. Omoke Dennis. Karibu sasa.
Asante sana Bernard. I don't know which topic we have today, but I'll pick it up from where I found it. First of all, I want to say there are a lot of things we have been talking about the president, especially the president of the Republic of Kenya. What the president has achieved, I think, is going down to the history as one of the best presidents in this republic. Were it not because of some problems he had within the administration, if this work had begun from 2013, because clearly the only person who talks about the achievement of the government from 2013 to 2017 is the deputy. But if you keenly listen to the president, he's saying, I have achieved so much. since I shook hands with Raila Odinga, and now there are things we can see. You know, what we are told about the first regime is stories. We are being told about the roads, some of them which are ghosts. We are told about the TVETs. But clearly, I listened to the president today. This president means a lot to the country. But by and large, the president touched about one of the most important things that everyone could like to listen. He talked about BBI. And I think he said that BBI will come. Whether that BBI will be achieved now or next year, that will be one of the greatest achievements this country will make in terms of democracy and constitutionalism. Because really, and I don't know how the deputy president finds it okay, seated where his boss talking about BBI, which he fought, and then later on after the meeting, he pretends to be laughing with the president around. I think one of the most hypocritical creatures we have, the greatest pandemic we have in this country as at now, is the deputy president. Because whenever you post, Mimi, last time, Bernard, you cut me short when I was talking about the reform process of this country. That is history. The same topic as came today. One deputy president, he has never participated in any reform process that is that means good for this country. He was not there in 1992 when people were fighting Moi. He was not there in 1997 when people were still fighting with that regime. He was not there in 2002 when the whole country were together to bring democracy and a new beginning for this country. The same person was not there in 2010 when we are looking for a document that gave him an office that is making noise with the entire country. Because he opposed BBI, he will have been the vice president until today. The president will have sacked him just by the road. But based on the office that he is holding as the deputy president, he never fought for it. He is not courteous enough to say, I am lucky, I am the first deputy president of this Republic of Kenya out of the sweat of men and women who went down to vote for yes in the referendum. We are talking about another document called BBI that clearly was meant to bring equalization and fair distribution of resources in this country, because there are people who believe that Central Kenya has been benefiting a lot from the Central Kenya has suffered the same way other regions have suffered, you know. And I've been giving clear examples about allocation of funds in terms of CDF. That is what that document is all about, you know. But we find a man from Sugoi, even if something is good, but because that something is supported by the opponents, he could like to be no, because he could not stomach to be in the same side with Raila Odinga, you know. Because Raila Odinga has endorsed BBI, he could like to be no so that he can be on the other side. He thinks that is the, and I want to thank Murade. Some of us have been close to him. He's a guy who has went to school, and he has given us a very new topic for this country. You don't become the president and you've not served as the official opposition. You must serve. And the only person who is left, that is what people didn't understand about the statement of Murade. The only person who has served as the official opposition in this country and who has not become the president among those who are vying to be president is only Raila Odinga. So if you are looking for a person who was the opposition leader before to replace Uhuru Kenyatta, then Raila Odinga is next. So William Ruto, I am seeing a situation where Musalia will become a president before William Ruto. I'm seeing a situation where Gideon Moi will become a president before William Ruto, because William Ruto does not regard or does not respect history. He doesn't refer to any history of this country. He believes in what he says from the mouth. He wakes up in the morning from the house of Mama Rachel and thinks that what he tells the public is what will materialize. This country invested a lot in history. You know, we know where the colonialists left us, the journey we've come, where he has not been part of it. Let him start his journey after 2022, so that we can think about him in 2032. Otherwise, like for my opening remarks, Mr. Bernard, I can end it there. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Moke Dennis. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. We must make Kenya great by ensuring that credible leaders take the helm of leadership, not everybody that offers themselves. And when you offer yourself for leadership, you have offered yourself to be vetted, to be scrutinized, to be checked. Anybody who is not comfortable being checked is not fit for public office. Thank you very much. Let's hear from Jackman. Unmute Bwana Jackman.
Okay, sasa Mr. Bernard.
Yes, sir. Karibu.
Okay, nikiongea kwa mada ya leo nilikuwa kwa Uhuru Garden. Nilifurahishwa sana na president wetu kulingana vile aliongea na ODM. Hello?
Jackman, endelea kuongea. Broadcast is allergic to silence.
Okay, nimefurahia sana vile Raila aliongea kuhusu, alieleza Wakenya kuhusu uwanja ya Uhuru Garden. Alikuwa wazi, ni kitu hakuficha Wakenya. Akaeleza Wakenya hiyo uwanja ilikuwa tayari, upande mwingine ilikuwa inachukuliwa, na kwa bahati mzuri ilirudishwa kwa serikali. Hiyo ni thibitisho ya kwamba Raila ni mtu mwenye apendi vitu ya kando kando, na kwa ukweli ni wazi kweli ni second term ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru amefanya kazi vile amekuwa akisema tangu ashikane na Raila, na hiyo uwanja ni kitu ya kwanza alithibitisha na Raila alisaidia yeye kwa maoni ikuwe mahali imefika kufikia leo. Kwa hivyo ni wazi ya kwamba Raila amechangia kwa hii second term ya Uhuru kwa upande wa maendeleo, na kwa hapo mimi naona Raila kweli anaweza, kama anasaidia kwa hiyo kiwango, kwa hiyo muda mfupi ameingia kwa serikali, inathibitisha kweli yeye ni mtu wa kufanya kazi. Kwa hivyo mimi kulingana Raila aliongea kifupi, lakini aliongea kwa kina. Kweli alikuwa anaonyesha Wakenya kweli hatuwezi sahau historia ya Kenya. Na kwa wale wanasema akianza na mambo ya historia ni mbaya, alikuwa anajaribu kuonyesha kama gavana wa Laikipia ndiye alikuwa anasema wakati ile ati asiongee historia, ambie Wakenya kitu atafanya mbeleni.
Wanyeri, alikuwa Wanyeri.
Alikuwa Wanyeri. Alikuwa anajaribu kujibu yeye kwamba historia hatuwezi sahau. Ni kweli kama unasahau historia, ni kweli unasahau hata baba yako na hata mama yako. Kwa hivyo historia ni kitu huwezi sahau. Huwezi jua mahali unaenda kweli kama hujaangalia mahali umetoka, na huwezi jua umbali mahali umetoka kama hujaangalia nyuma. So Raila ameongea kwa fupi na aliongea mzuri. Napenda vile aliongea, na
kweli Wakenya wameona Raila ni kiongozi. Na tena niliona rais alifanya mzuri, sababu haingeonekana mzuri kama kiongozi kama Raila anasatoka pale bila kuongea. Kwa hivyo mbinu alitumia kuingiza Raila kwa kuongea, alitumia njia mzuri sana yenye mtu hawezi ona ubaya yote. So mimi hiyo ndio maoni yangu.
Okay, asante sana Jackman, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Tuendelee kuzungumza. Let us make Kenya a better place by ensuring that we shape the conversation by emphasizing what is right, what is needed, and make sure that nobody is misled. Barack Odongo, how are you? You unmute and speak. You unmute just once, not twice. Once. Okay, now speak.
Thank you so much, my brother Bernard. To just add something little of the day of whatever I had from Jamhuri Day. It was just fine, and I've walked through my Twitter account. I've contributed. I've read some. Just to say that even today was I think Babu was given an opportunity time to express himself, and the ball was passed very well. And I think Enigma, Right Honorable, I used the time very well to criticize in a good way, to advise, and I think the ball which was passed through political passes was so good to him, and I think he used the chances so well. Yeah, so those are the things which were clear to me this Jamhuri Day, and that's my contribution.
Thank you. All right. You keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak, please. Ensure that that's done. Let's go to Jeb Carol Lagat. Jeb, Bwana Langat ameondoka. Okay, twende kwa Mario Odero. Mbio tafadhali tuokoe muda. The broadcast is allergic to silence. I keep repeating that.
Habari zenyu?
Nzuri kabisa. Karibu. Happy Jamhuri Day.
Happy Jamhuri Day. Asacha. Hata nataka niongee kama niko jikoni hapa ba. Karibuni kwanza, na tunapika. Karibu, nisiambiwe ni mchoyo.
Sasa wewe umeandaa sherehe, chakula iko tayari, sisi tunaipata kwa view sasa ama digital?
Kuna pilau, tunatengeza pilau, kila kitu. Unajua leo ni sherehe.
Ungetuambia mapema hii show tufanyie kwako ndio tufanye justice kwa hiyo pilau.
Haina shida.
Unaona vile ni mama. Ninyi mwakula chakula.
Next time. Okay, leo
karibu toa maoni yako.
Tumeshinda vizuri leo. Happy holiday. Na yale imedhihirisha katika President Uhuru Kenyatta kuacha legacy yake. Hiyo legacy yake imeonyesha waziwazi inamfavor huyo mzee. kwa sababu leo imetushangaza sana kuvunja ile protocol ya kuzungumza ya serikali, baadaye akamwalika mzee. Wakenya wamejua sasa legacy ya huyu mzee ni next ni nani atamwachia. Alafu kitu ya pili, vile alizungumza Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila Odinga, vile wamezungumza kuhusu hizo viwanja vile walianza kuzijenga, hawajazungumza mbaya, isipokuwa leo ilikuwa malumbano. Ruto alikuwa anasema kazi ni kazi, ililetwa siasa hapo. Unajua hapo suku kila mtu alitarajia lazima itakuwa siasa, na Raila akasema kuhusu land grabbing. Kila mtu alikuwa anajua na target nani, na mimi kuangalia tangu huu mzee atangaze anataka kuwania kiti cha urais, kusema ukweli, katika zile poll naziona katika ground, huu mzee ana gain, kwa sababu leo nimeangalia kugain mzee kukuwa na 43% na Ruto alikuwa na 61, sasa hii naona yako na 54, ni kama yake inarudi chini. Na I think sasa watu wameanza unajua mara ya kwanza watu wa ile tunasema watu walianza kukimbia mapema, lakini sasa hii watu ni kama wamebadilisha mind zao, wameona ule mtu anaweza kuokoa hii nchi na history yake iko ni huyu mzee tu peke yake. Na wacha tuone next year vile itakuwako. Sasa hii ni wengi wanapanga kwenda holiday, na sina mengi, na watakia holiday njema. Nitakuwa kwa mtandao, nitatoka kidogo alafu nitarudi tena. Shukran.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Omari, tuendelee kujadiliana. Hii injini yetu na tunawajibika kuhakikisha kwamba haiendi kokote mpaka tupate uongozi unaofaa na viongozi wanaofaa. So kujirusha katika kiwanja cha kutafuta urais, kutafuta ugavana, kutafuta MCA, kutafuta women rep, kutafuta useneta, hiyo yote unaruhusiwa kikatiba, lakini ni haki ya kila Mkenya kuscrutinize mtu yeyote ambaye anajioffer for public service mpaka tumkague, tuende kula ametoka, tuende kula amefanya kazi, amebehave namna gani, kwa sababu ofisi asibadilishi watu, ni watu wanabadilisha ofisi. So tukiweka mtu ambaye hafai kwa ofisi kubwa, atakuwa na mwanguko mkubwa kwa sababu ofisi imemzidi. So that's the reason why we stay awake to ensure that the conversation continues. Chepkarol Lagat, umejea, karibu. Ebu unmute alafu uongee tuone. Chepkarol, unmute alafu uongee. Yes. Hapo mara moja tu.
Yes, Bernard.
Haya, namna gani? Karibu.
Nashukuru sana Bernard kwa hii nafasi umenipea.
Endelea.
Jina ni Chepkaroi. Nataka niseme hivi Bernard. Kwanza kabisa inafaa tujiulize, in whose hand are we safe? Hapo ndio kwanza ndio utapata inabidi tujiulize, in whose hand are we safe kama Wakenya. Kitu ya kwanza, unaona historia ya baba. Baba amepigania nchi, na tunaona kwamba amekuwa akifichua mambo ambayo kwa kweli iko na mwanga, inakuja kutuonyesha kwamba kuna kitu kibaya kinachotendeka hapa. Na baba amesema na akisema, na leo kwanza tuliona tayari kwamba kumbe kuna unyakuzi wa ardhi ambayo inaendelea. Tuseme hiyo kama ingechukuliwa kwa mfano, itengezwe kiwanda ama kitu ambayo itakuja kupea vijana kazi, si hiyo itakuwa ya manufaa? Hiyo ni kama land grabbing ambayo itakuja kupea vijana, wangekuwa wameandikwa kazi Kama ni kujengwa kiwanda, ingeandika vijana kazi. Kwa hiyo land grabbing hapo kwanza itakuwa imesaidia uchumi. Sasa kwa hapo utaona baba ni mtu mwenye anaona mbele, na ni baba ambaye anachunga mali ya Kenya, mali ya Wakenya. Sasa mimi nasema economy ninaona itarudi vizuri, vijana watapata kazi na tutaendelea vizuri. Kitu ya pili, ukiona speech ya baba,
pole Kipkeroi ali network inaonekana iko na shida. Ukirejea utaendelea. Nico.
Yes.
Oriana man.
Malamu.
Karibu Jamhuri, wewe umekula kakuku kweli?
Bwana nakwambia.
Yes.
Leo ilikuwa sherehe tu. Leo kwani rais ana invite inikami the 5th. So nataka kuongelea about Jamhuri ya leo. Sherehe nimeona imekuwa safi. But nashukuru Mugai Kenyatta kwa kuvunja protocol, kuangalia baba kweli na advisor wake mkubwa. Mwenyewe amesha admit baba na advisor mkubwa sana. Ametembea na yeye kwa miezi 14, amempatia kwa historia kidogo. Wale ambao wanakataa historia, wanapinga historia, ati wanataka tuendelee na mambo ya kisasa, tuachane na historia. Leo Uhuru pia amekataa. Na rege soon inarudi. Uhuru amesema rege inarudi by force. Ikue jua, ikue vumbi, rege itarudi. Alafu nataka kuongelea about baba venye speech ya baba venye ametoa kwa Jamhuri. Nimeangalia hao watu wa Tangatanga ni kama wataki historia. Lakini kusema ukweli, historia leo imetuonyesha Winston Hotel waligrab. Na hiyo shamba yenye wamejenga hiyo Uhuru Garden yenye wamefanyia leo sherehe. Inasemekana 2018 Uhuru kumbe alitravel kwa hiyo uwanja usiku saa 7, masaa ambayo watu tunalala. Wakina Korir walikuwa shaiba shamba, wameshaiba kwa mfuko. Kina Ruto hawataki tujenge hapo bwana ground watu wacheze mpira, but Uhuru amesema mwezi wa 2 wa 4 official tutakuwa na museum, tutaenda hapo kusoma historia, kuona wakina Ruto Ngala alitoka wapi, walikuwa nafanya nini, vitu kama hizo. Kitu ya maana bwana. Ni kwa haya tu, bado nafuatilia vingine kidogo kidogo.
Asante Nico, asante kabisa. Tuendelee kuongea, hii injini yetu, na yeyote anayetaka kuiongoza mpaka tuombe sisi tumpatie ruhusa. So kila mpiga kura, wewe ndio boss. Usitishwe na hao watu wanatafuta ofisi. Wakikuja kwako waulize maswali yanayofaa. Mtu asikuja asema atameleta mkutano yake. Hakuna mkutano wao, mkutano ni wetu, na sisi ndio tunaamua inji inaenda wapi. So wewe kama Mkenya, don't allow anybody to intimidate you. Ask right questions, get right answers. We must chart the way forward forcefully and rightfully for that matter. Let's move on. Engineer Planet. Amaning Planet. Which one is that?
Yes, habari yako.
Fiti, namna gani?
Salama bwana.
Songa karibu na mic, sauti yako iko mbali.
Oh, yeah. Niko karibu na mic sasa, unanisikia?
Yes, hapo ni
Hello?
bora. Endelea.
Mzuri sana. Mimi najiitanga Engineer Planet ama John Mwethi Mutie. Mimi ni incoming MCA huko Kitui, mahali kunaitwa kwa Vonza. Sasa kulingana na hii maneno ilifanyika jana, hii ya Raila na Ruto na Raila president. Hii maneno imeanza kuleta mwangaza ingine ambayo watu walikuwa expect. One, ukiangalia vile president ana behave ni kama ambaye anataka mzee aingie. Na kuna baadhi ya Wakenya wengi, percentage kubwa ya vijana na watu wengi wanataka Ruto. Sitaki kuongelea mambo ya wizi sababu hakuna mtu mzuri. Hata we Bernard si mzuri. Kwanza tunakushukuru umeanza kuvaa suti. Unafanya vizuri. Sasa hii umetengeneza hii maneno imekuwa
Sasa
mzuri.
ushaanza kuniingilia. Hiyo ukianza hapo basi. Hakuna mtu mzuri namna gani? Hii njia haiwezi kupeanwa kwa mtu yeyote kwa sababu hakuna mtu mzuri. Yesu ndiye alisema hakuna mtu mzuri isipokuwa Mungu. Kweli. Lakini
ni kweli.
Haimaanishi kwamba watu wakitafuta ofisi wasikuwe checked. Free to check me out.
Okay. Checking ni mzuri, but wacha nikwambie kitu. Mimi ni mwalimu, nataka kukuambia kitu ndio uweze kuelewa vizuri vile nakwambia. So, mimi napenda Raila, napenda Ruto. Hao watu wote ni wa Kenya. Pia napenda Miguna. Lakini ukiangalia ile njia Raila anajaribu kuongea, kuelimisha watu, kukumbuka mambo ya zamani, kusema kuna vidonda za zamani lakini hata achia mtu. Sasa Raila anajaribu kufundisha watu, hata sisi kesho yake tukitaka kuwa wa viongozi tusije tukakumbuka mambo ambayo ilipita, ile msamaha. So mimi niko na Raila vizuri, nataka apite achukue hii kitu, lakini sasa huyu Ruto na akina Ben na akina mimi na wengine tuweze kusoma kitu hapo, ndio kesho yake tuweze kuendeleza Kenya yetu ikuwe Kenya mzuri, si Kenya ya kugongana na kupigana. Asante sana bwana Bernard, sijui kama uko na swali kwangu.
Nimekusikia lakini umenichanganya kidogo. So unasema Ruto achukue ama baba achukue? You are talking from both sides of your mouth.
Sawa. Nimesema Raila achukue kiti na Ruto aendelee kuelimishwa, aweze kuwa mtu wa maana siku za usoni, siku zijazo. Unaelewa? Makosa yake tu ni spidi na hii maneno, sitaki kumuita mwizi, na hii maneno inasemekana mara ilifanyika ilienda hivyo. So nataka aweze kusoma, sababu ni mimi pia nimesoma mambo mengi kutokana na hao wa viongozi watatu. Mimi ni mtu ya Kalonzo, lakini nimeangalia watu watatu wameinuka vizuri sana. But Raila vile anajaribu kuongea kama mwalimu, kama kiongozi, kama mzazi wa Kenya. Hiyo ndio nimeona uzuri wa Raila. Sijui kama unanielewa sasa Bernard.
Elewa, asante sana. Tuendelee mbele.
Asante sana.
Bwana Bus. Is it Bus or Bas?
Baz.
Okay,
Baz.
Bwana Bas.
Yes, Bernard.
Bwana Bas. Karibu.
Asante sana. Well, nimeingia tu, sijafuatilia sana mjadala. Naona hapa ni Jamhuri Day celebration. President Uhuru DP and Raila Odinga. I think the celebration was good. And today, I think Raila spoke of history that actually I have never had. I didn't know about those places, how they had been named before. And I think we are coming to love history. But the only place he missed it was trying to attack his opponent with a property that is next to the arena of today's venue. I think now that was political, but the rest of the things was very good. Actually, I think we are heading to a very good election. It will be based on issues. And I think whoever wins, Kenya will go on very well. Thank you, Bennett.
Thank you, Bwana Baz. We appreciate your input. Let's keep talking. We go back to Penny and then Jakindube, Jackman, like that. Tuende naye na hiyo Mkururo. Penny?
Okay, I think so far I might not have much to talk about. Maybe the other thing that I would like to highlight, um, okay, criticism is also part of the contribution that we are supposed to do here. So on the side of the DP, in such occasions as in the public holidays when he goes in to usher the president, you know, he tends to really give very long speeches, which still cuts back to the fact that you're not supposed to outshine your boss. You know, when you try to really talk a lot, saa zingine unaharibia. So I don't know why still the DP finds it very necessary to give very long speeches, you know. So for me, that still it still comes out like he's always trying to prove a point that is he can actually outshine his master. So I wish he could tone down, you know. I wish he could tone down. He's a student of Raila, and whatever he's doing now is what Raila had done before, several years again. So I don't know why it's taking him so much time to just tone down a bit. I think if he can tone down and show that humility, rather than waiting for an event and then trying to bow before, you know, trying to get the attention of a His Excellency the President, and trying to catch the attention of the former First Lady, you know. I think it would be proper for him to just, you know, have a very open, respectful relationship with his bosses, than to wait for an event and, you know, try to portray a gesture where he's trying to show that he respects his bosses, or his boss, or rather. Yeah, so I think that for me is what the DP really needs to work on, his relationship and respect. I think there is still room for him to make it right. It's never too late to do anything right. I still think that there is something he can do to amend his relationship with the president, and he can actually begin to now do things the right way. Now that we're even approaching 2022, each one of us, we can actually reevaluate our lives and see where have we failed. And as for the DP, I think in his relationship with the president might not be perfect, but I think he can actually make up. Yeah. So that is my contribution for now.
Okay, thank you, Penny. We appreciate your input. It's enriching. And I listened to a teaching on leadership by John Maxwell many years ago. And the title of the teaching was Second and Satisfied. If you are second and you're not satisfied, you will make those blunders that Penny is talking about. And the success of second and satisfied is to see to it that number one succeeds. It's a lesson that everybody who deputizes anybody needs to draw lessons from. If you want to be number one and you are supposed to be number two, it will bring you a lot of problems. But biting what you can chew and just facilitating the number one to function, that's what number two is all about. Number two is not about selling himself. Number two is about selling number one. And it's a huge lesson that we need to drum in each one of us to appreciate. The moment you are deputy, your job becomes facilitate the success of your boss. Any other job you undertake on your behalf is not valid. If your boss fails, you fail. If your boss succeeds, you succeed. But if you make your boss fail and you want to claim to be more successful than your boss, that is out of order. So, and it seems that this is one lesson that many politicians don't want to appreciate, because the politics that we are practicing in Kenya is that one of cutting people's legs, but mouthing others, soiling others' names so that your name remains clean. that is what we have defined politics to be. But according to what is done around the world, and I believe God's will on how people should do politics, you don't have to mess up anybody's life so that yours can be made better. You can even help somebody succeed, and in the success of that person, you will succeed. Just like the freedom we are enjoying now, there are people who paid the price for it. We were not there to pay, but we are enjoying it. So their success is in our enjoyment. We can't afford to brush that off. And anybody advising us to brush that off, huyo ndio adui wa Kenya. Twende kwa Jackman. Ngoja subiri kwanza, kabla ya Jackman tunaenda kwa community kwanza. Community ndio hajaongea, alafu ndio turudi kwa sababu hii ilikuwa second round. Community ancestor.
Yes. I hope my brother yangu tulikuwa tunamuita aje jana, alikuwa ni Maxwell ama nani? Penny yangu Penny, in fact ule ndugu yangu alinipamba sana wazi. Unajua hii uso yangu ilimchanganya jana, but it is not bad. So in fact leo nimefurahi sana na Jamhuri Day. Hata by the way nafanya kazi night shift, but hii Jamhuri Day leo ilinibidi usingizi nikaweka parking. Nilifuatilia mpaka hatima yake ikaisha, na learn a lot of things, man, a lot of things. So let me share with you. Kitu ya kwanza ambao learn kuwa Uhuru Gardens, in fact ilikuwa ni a concentration camp whereby those freedom fighters, in fact pale ndio walikuwa wanapelekwa, yani hiyo ndio ilikuwa Nyayo Chambers ya enzi za Moi, you remember exactly. So kwa enzi ya mkoloni, Uhuru Gardens ndio the Maumau walikuwa wanapelekwa, wanaenda kuwa electrocuted, ndiposa wapeane siri za maybe ni akina nani wanashughulika na wao katika hiyo njia ya kutaka kumuondoa mkoloni kutoka kwa uongozi. Alafu jambo lingine, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta manzi, leo hizi about protocol, but nitaiguzia baadaye. Lakini tena nilifurahi wakati alisema kuwa about reimagining our future. Hiyo jambo iliniguza sana, kuwa imagination is more powerful than knowledge. Yani just to imagine imeshinda hii mambo ya kusoma. If you can imagine about your future and reimagine it, you are much far ahead than the very person who has knowledge about his or her future. Jambo muhimu sana. Alafu na tena kitu kingine ambacho nilisoma, lessons about the past, ambayo Deputy President na watu wake tukiungana na governor wa Nyeri hawataki tusikie about the past history, the present and the future in as far as politics is concerned. Hiyo ndio point nitamalizia, nitakuja baadaye. Sasa ni lesson gani nilipokea kutoka kwa hii about the past, present and the future in as far as our politics is concerned? My lesson today is that as we go for elections come August 9, 2022, the president categorically told us which leaders not to elect. I mean, if in 2017 we elected bad leaders, you know, that is the past. Now the present, as we yearn to enter into elections come 2022. Presently, what have those leaders we elected in 2017? What have they done? What changes have they brought to us as Kenyans? If presently those leaders have done nothing in as far as eradicating poverty from amidst us Kenyans, now the future, if again we are going to elect these same elements, these tumbocrats, our future is doomed. So the past 2017, in terms of leadership, those leaders were elected. If presently they have done nothing, and if in 2022 we expect of going ahead to re-elect them, we are going to die, all of us, or those who will die before our kids get the fruits of our forefathers or enjoy the fruits of our forefathers. You and me, we are going to leave our kids languishing in the same abject poverty. So it is the high time, hii miezi kidogo yenye imebaki, tuangalie these leaders kutoka kwa presidential candidate mpaka MCA, wale scorecard yao iko wamefanya 3 quarters, tunaweza kuwapatia a clean bill of health kwa re-elect, but wale ambao wamefanya nothing, wamekula pesa zetu, because sisi ndio tunawalipa through our taxes, we are supposed to take them home. I thank you, Mr. Panad, as I wait for another turn.
Okay, thank you, community ancestor. We appreciate your continued support and contribution. Let's keep talking. Jackman, endelea.
Okay, asante sana bwana Bernard, nimerudi tena. Okay, nikiongea tena kwa mambo ya Jamhuri Day siku ya leo, President wetu Uhuru Kenyatta speech yake ilikuwa fupi sana kulingana na juzi aliongea kwa parliament. So mimi nilifurahia sana sababu haikuwa na story mingi sana. Alafu ya pili, ulisikia akisema uongozi sio relay, na hiyo sio mara ya kwanza akisema mambo kama hiyo. Anajaribu kuonyesha Wakenya ati sio lazima apatiane mwenye anamfuata, sababu relay inamaanisha ukifika pale unapatiana, ukifika pale unapatiana kulingana na vile unajua kitu kama inajua unaelewa. So hiyo ni thibitisho ya kwamba anajaribu kuonyesha sio lazima apatiane kwa deputy wake uongozi, na ni wazi mwenye aoni Uhuru Kenyatta amethibitisha Raila Odinga ndio atapatia uongozi. So ya tatu, kitu ilinipendeza ni aliongea mambo ya stima. Unaona sasa hiyo Uhuru ameamuka tena, ameamua sasa hii ni kazi, sababu anataka kuacha ligazi yake na anataka waache kama watu wanafurahia. Ndio sababu unaona kitu ya kwanza alisema mambo ya stima atapunguzia sisi kuanzia mwisho wa Desemba. So mimi kitu mimi naona Uhuru alituambia zaidi tena ni alithibitisha kwamba Raila anasafanya kazi nzuri. Ya kwanza uliona huko Kisumu walifungua ile port na yeye, na pale tena ulisikia akisema tena Raila alimpea mawaidha mpaka sasa uliona uwanja tena inaonekana tena mzuri. So ni wazi kwamba ameona Raila anaweza fanya kazi na akili yake yote iko kwa Raila. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu ya mwisho baba.
Okay, thank you, Jackman. Let's keep talking. Thank you so much. We appreciate your input. Let's go to Charles. Charles, unmute and speak.
Hello, everyone.
Hello to
yes,
you. How are you?
I'm good. Today, I'm very, very happy because what I've seen Uhuru have done. Mi naweza sema Uhuru now ameanza kudevelop to be a good leader with a good respect. Uhuru amejua akikaa chini without respecting this mzee, mambo sio mzuri. As much hata kama wewe ni kijana na uko na nguvu kushinda mzee, you need to respect the mzee. I remember when the mzee was telling us siku ya Azimio ya Umoja, akisema he is here just to serve, not to fight anybody. If somebody could have listened that speech that Raila was talking with passion, hata alikuwa na free mzee anataka kulia kwa podium. So when I sit down and I see one region peke yake in the entire country fighting the mzee, I feel so bad. We see like now this about Uhuru Park, another Jacaranda. Sisi wenye tunapenda kuona Raila akiongea, we have now known the history about those grounds. Bure miaka za mbele tungenyang'anywa, lakini now about 8 million or 10 million of us who are watching that news, we are now sure that this Uhuru Park ilikuwa kitu ya serikali. Bure tungekaa angepewa nafasi ya dakika mbili yenye ametuambia, tungepata kumbe hoteli zimejengwa Uhuru Park. So I think bila Uhuru asha discover kwamba Raila is the best man to maintain tu hiyo kitu. Nyinyi watu wote, hata kama kutakuwa na watu ya Rift Valley hapa, Rift Valley people, just respect mzee. That's the only thing tunawaomba. Sisi kabla zingine kama sisi Waluya, hatuwezi tusi mzee. We need to respect the mzee. Tunaona mzee ana struggle. He's trying to struggle to get this thing. Why can't they leave him just for 5 years? Hata pengine mzee hata maliza 5 years. So they should respect him. That's only what I want to say. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you Bwana Giles. Tuendelee kuongea, asante sana. It's important that we lay abreast of every development. Barack Odong, you had your hand lifted. Endelea tafadhali. Una swali ama unajibu?
I didn't raise my hand to contribute. I just wanted to kusalimia my friend, but for now I can just go on and contribute my second part. So today, my second part, our president Uhuru Kenyatta gave Enigma Raila Odinga a chance to counteract what the DP had earlier said, because when he was given his in his speech, it was for himself. If you listen to his speech, he was about talking for the man has been always drunk of 2022, even fixing our beloved anthem with kazi na kazi and selling uongo. So I think that was a good chance for President Uhuru Kenyatta to give Raila Odinga to counteract his message. And another thing is, I think today when you look even at Twitter, I think people of Oda are really crying. Can't say that because President Uhuru Kenyatta added salt on their wounds by introducing Raila Odinga. It did go well with them, and even Millicent Omanga, I saw her tweet. She was complaining that in 2022 we will have a president who follows protocol or what. But I think that's a cry for dead horse. So I think today was just amazing, and I have my friend who wants to contribute with me. Is also a political analysis, so he can come for 2 minutes and just give his views.
Good evening, friends. Mr. Bernard, I can see what you have brought forward. You've given us a very good platform where we can also get the opportunity to interact with our friends from the other parts of the country and inform them and point to them that this is the direction where people should go. So personally, what I can say about the day is that the day was a very good one. The day was wonderful. And what I can tell people is that this is something that I can liken to the river's tributaries. You realize that the velocity of the water in the tributaries is still little and slow. So there, if you join at the tributaries section, you can easily swim. But if you allow the river to gain momentum, then you want to swim against the current, then it will be very hard for you. So it is in order that if you plan to join the team, then it's high time you joined. You just jump to Azimio la Umoja team. The other team is heading nowhere. You can't compete that in this country, you want votes and you are confident you are going to win, yet you only have one province, the provinces that we had a long time ago. You have only one province intact and you claim that you're fit for leadership. How will you then be able to get the other provinces on board that you are their leader? So I think these people should just join the big team. And I know it's still early, but then next year they will realize that it's high time they skipped the floor and joined this big team. Then I also heard of a friend of ours saying that I don't know that Ruto is now at 54, he's gone down from 64, and Baba is at 42. Young man, I wish to tell you that that poll is not accurate. It's inaccurate in all means possible. It's so misleading and you shouldn't have brought it forth. You know, previously, Ruto was competing against himself. So if I go for a contest and I'm the only person there, I'm at 100%. But then if we are very many people, then this 100% is supposed to be shared amongst us. That's where you get a candidate getting 50, other 50. Now when you are alone, you have the whole cake on your own. But now Baba is coming in and you can't claim that Ruto still has this cake intact, or you can't claim that he still has a higher chunk of it as opposed to Raila. So I think that poll should be revised, and going forward, you should be giving us accurate polls. And unless you are satisfied that these are the accurate polls, you should not bring them forward because you are misleading others. Then people should also not analyze politics emotionally or tribalistically. Just look at someone with his friends. If you look at Raila Odinga, even the people following him, I know you listen to him at Kasarani, you saw public intellectuals there. So if personally you're not an intellectual, you're not gifted, and you've seen intellectuals there, then you should join the team because there are people who are able to point you into the right direction. So, Mr. Bernard, I think I will stop there. Maybe I'll get another opportunity later on. Otherwise, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. You're most welcome. Let's keep the conversation going. This is our country, and we must take full responsibility for the same. I appreciate all of you that are joining. Please keep the mic mute until it's your turn to speak, so that there is no unnecessary feedback that disturbs those who are, especially those using headphones. It is very irritating when the other mic is on. So let's not spoil people's ears by being irresponsible. That mic is the only link you have between you and the rest of the world. Please make good use of it. It is that important. Wow. Wekesa.
Yeah, hi, good people. Happy Jamhuri Day.
Happy Jamhuri Day to you.
Yes.
Sasa wewe ndo utanieleza hiyo ni orange ama ni yellow?
I am in Cumberland, so this is our culture. It's not
Oh,
UDA. This is
okay.
our culture.
It's our tradition. We have had it
It's
before
all
UDA.
our culture, and we are still appealing.
Karibu mchango wako Jamhuri Day. Hali vipi?
I want to say that I watched keenly the event. I've also listened to people contribute, and I want to tell them that politics happens on a script. It was not by accident that Raila Odinga. I don't think that Raila Odinga was invited at the last minute. Even the choice of the ground was premeditated. There was a reason they chose Uhuru Gardens, and so we normally say that politics happen on a script. There was a script that it was playing, and when you look at the speech of Uhuru Kenyatta, the first 5 paragraphs was actually rebattling the issues to do with history. Those who have tried to trivialize history, Uhuru gave a whole of his time just to highlight the importance of history. Now, he did not just highlight the importance of history, he chose the best venue to highlight that, and that is Uhuru Gardens, because it is historically rich. Now, not only it is historically rich, Uhuru Gardens comes closer to the Raila Odinga supporters. And so the supporters, even the venue and the noise and nobody else could rebuttal what they were going to say. So they chose that place. Historically, it's rich. In terms of population and politically, it was correct. In terms of cutting your enemy to size or a political opponent to size, it was okay, because you can relate now Uhuru Gardens to Weston Hotel, and nobody can question that because there is a correlation. And so I have seen people like Bas say that it's okay to tell us history, but they should not attack opponents. My friend, when NAC was coming to power, the first thing they wanted to do was to repossess KICC, and it was the office of KANU. So, and it worked very hard to repossess that to be a public entity, because KANU had taken it and made it an office of KANU. So what we are saying is that people are not just running for presidents for the sake of presidents. We are not talking about history for the sake of history. Within history, there is something called historical injustices. So there are people who have suffered all along, and including the children of Langata Primary School. They have suffered because of some people of what Raila called that they have insatiable appetite when they see an empty space. So here, you don't just tell us, we are not settling political scores for the sake of scores. We are actually raising a red flag. When you hear nations raise a red flag against an individual and they say he should not travel, it's not because they hate that individual, but they are telling you that that individual is dangerous to other humanity. So what they are telling you, which you as a voter, you need to take seriously, is they are telling you that there's someone who is actually a front runner in this political, in this race to 2022. But this is what he has done as far as our history is concerned. So are you comfortable having this person as the CIC, the commander-in-chief? If he can grab those lands when he's still not the CIC, what if he's given all the power? He can decide even to grab the State House, and there's nothing you can do. After all, even current grounds have been turned into hotel, and nobody can question that. After all, current crowds have been turned into parking lots for MPs. Every day they have parked there, their vehicles going for, and the neighbors complain, but nobody can do anything. So this is a red flag that is being raised, and Kenyans must interrogate. Kenyans must learn through history. Don't follow somebody blindly. Oh, mimi ni Ruto na sitaki kusikiza kitu ingine. Anything else means grab. When you look at Raila, when he was speaking in Kasarani, he said, I'm not competing against anybody. I'm competing against the ideas and ideals of this nation. And I want to preserve this nation. I want to preserve the integrity of this nation. And anything contrary to that, I'm opposed to that. So I'm not directly opposed to Ruto. But if I'm opposed to land grabbing, and his name is mentioned, so be it. If I'm opposed to corruption and his name is mentioned, so be it. But I'm not directly concerned about Ruto's candidature. Whether he wins or loses, that is not Raila's business. But his business is when he becomes president. What is the philosophy? Because if we cannot question people who are grabbing lands, public lands, and converting public properties into individual enterprises, then we have a problem as a nation. And we are the same people crying every day. We have shed crocodile tears about KEMSA. But there are many things that have happened in this nation that we want to keep a blind eye. So history that was displayed today was very short, but very rich. That actually we are suffering because there are individuals who have decided that they will turn everything to their own. When they go to power, is to see how they can benefit from that. No wonder they have turned, they want to shut down the history that Raila is talking about. They don't want it to be mentioned anywhere. And we have found that that is their weakness. And we are going to highlight every history, each day we talk about history, because this is very important. I'll be talking about history on my pages every day. I have realized that that is what our opponents don't want to talk about, because they have nothing else to talk when it comes to history. By the way, who else loves history when he knows his past is bad? You don't love it. But that is where we're going to measure. That's where we are going to measure, and that is where maybe the contest is going to be won between the Kazi ni Kazi and then Azimio la Umoja. We must bring this nation together, and to do that, we must erase our historical bad things that we have done against each other, and forgiveness. A nation cannot reach forgiveness if it has not reconciled with its past. I want to finish by saying that our friends like reading the Bible, and one of the things they need to do to read the epistles of Paul to the Thessalonians and the Corinthians and the Colossians. And one of the things is we are called to be ambassadors and to preach reconciliation of all people to God. How do we reconcile people if you don't understand the atrocities and the struggles and the challenges they have gone through? Unless we are doing this as a cosmetic venture. So I like the discussion. Let's keep discussing, but let's not ignore. I have seen many people who have decided. I'm very happy personally on the page, on the social media, the people I interact with. I've seen people who look through sense. They have said, if this is what Raila stands for, I'm definitely going to vote for him. Don't just decide that you decided 2017, you have nothing to do with Raila, you have nothing to do with Ruto. Interrogate. If Ruto is making sense, you have the liberty to cross the floor. If Raila is making sense, you have the liberty to cross the floor. Don't just say, amaliza ende tumengojea kuvote. Hapana. Otherwise, let's continue. Enjoy your Christmas. Thereby, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Habari
Okay,
Themba na Wekesa.
Tuko poa. Sijaona Jakendube.
Jakindube, habari. Na naona Penny. Penny, where have you been? Ulienda kusikiza ground?
Nilienda hapana. Nilienda inawezekana.
Nilikuwa Kasarani bana.
Unaona? Inawezekana.
Ground is shall speak. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Let's make progress. Before we hear Themba, let's hear from Cosmas. Is it Cosmas or Geoffrey? Tuanze na Geoffrey kwanza.
Okay, thank you brother Bernard kwa nafasi. Pia nashukuru wale watu wenye nawekesa Themba, Penny, Jakindube, Cosmas community and Barack Odongo. According to the topic of today, I really watched the Jamhuri celebration and I learned a lot. So many things Baba said about the history which I never knew, which many people want to us to be denied to know where we have come from and where we are going. You know, so many things have been discussed out there. According to the protocol which the president did today by inviting Baba to speak, when he has finished speaking, there's so many things we learn from there. And I know today many people learn that all the success which president had for the last 2 years is because the advice which is getting from Baba. And really that one shows that Baba is doing a good job where he is out there, and it's a high time supposed to give him a chance and come on board and transform our country. You know, there's one thing we really forget. Many people doesn't like to know the past, as many have said, because they know they have nothing to say about the past, or they have done something bad at the past. They don't want to be reminded. It's good to know where we have come from as a country. It's good to know so many things which have been swept under the carpet, like in Dung report, which are about the land. So we are hoping that come 2022, when Baba get to power, there are so many things they're going to look on it so that they can bring justice to so many people who have been denied for a long time and move our country forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Geoffrey. We appreciate your contribution. Themba, I want you to read what John Dirango has advised on the comments. You will speak on that when it comes your time to speak.
John Dirango is telling us, Baba supporters, that
yes.
Let me read it as he's saying it, so that we tell him that we read and we appreciate what they say. What I would like to advise Baba supporters is to avoid blemishing Ruto's name using corruption as your main agenda. Then you are getting it wrong. Ruto is becoming more famous every day. Then he goes ahead and laughs. John Dirango, that's your view and we respect it. We appreciate your very good opinion. In your comment though, you haven't said whether he's not corrupt. You just said that if we talk about his corruption, we are making him popular. So you haven't said whether he is or is not. So that leaves us wondering what you want us to do, and you'd do much favor to advise Ruto. You know, let me say this. Let me start now from Dirango's point. I still don't understand how you can spend a whole week saying negative things about your boss. Then you still find the confidence to come and stand on a podium and pretend to be so much loyal to your boss. You know, that sense of strength. I think you need an extra motivation to do that, because I don't know how I would even go ahead to stand on that podium and introduce the boss and even talk about the government's achievement. Well, the whole week you've been saying that it is us versus them. It is the system that is doing this, and that system is led by your boss. So who are you when you come in and stand there and kind of pretend to be on the same side with your boss? Then your people are busy coming out celebrating a few photo ops where you are trying to have a chat. I think that's the highest level of dishonesty, and I think if there's anything that some of the Luos would say, that that's a hard eye, a tough eye. When you do that, Jakindube understands what I'm saying. You do something with impunity. That I spend the whole week but not talking badly about you at every opportunity that I get with a microphone. And then come the end of the week, I'm confidently standing there to try and pretend that I'm with you. I think I am yet to understand how those people are handling that. But having said that, we all have said here, and I think I just want to echo the same. Today, we have known why some people don't like history. Now, for those who don't like history, I think when you stand anywhere, Ruto is a history as far as his children are concerned. So his father is a history as far as he's concerned. You look at where you have been to know where you are, and where you are now tells you how you can plan your future. So when someone stands up and tells us that we shouldn't talk about history, I think there's something they want you to avoid. They do not want you to see certain things. They do not want you to appreciate. We have always stood in the shoulders of those who have come before us. You are a net effect of the people who have come before you. If you don't appreciate the journey that your parents have had to walk up to where they are, then you're likely to repeat the same mistakes. If you don't understand where those great shoulders, the people, the heroes who came there before us, whatever they had to endure for us to have what we have today, then you are likely to take it lightly. And I think I like what the president said, that the Uhuru Garden will not only be a journey through the tough period, but it will also be a journey through the hope that we have and we want to face in future. So it will be like a place where you can bring in the two together, bring in the previous achievements, dreams, hopes, tough times, but also build that to know where we want to be in the next 100 years. Probably when Kenya will be celebrating, it's 100 years of existence. So I think that was very significant. And anybody with the right mind should sit down and think. Children don't learn history for its own sake. They learn history right now across board. Even Ruto himself has quoted some of American presidents in history. They have tried even to base some of what they're talking about in history. They are saying some of what they are bringing out as bottom up is something that has worked elsewhere in history. So
unless you have documentation, unless you have a history of what has happened, you cannot build a better future. I think they are deluded, those who think that you can build from nothing. We didn't come from nothing. We came from a history. All of us have a clan. You have a great-grandfather. You have someone who did something for you to be where you are. I think you can say that. One thing I've noticed is that the deputy president side have decided to be selective with the kind of history they want to favor them. When they are cornered about what has happened to them, the deputy president has woken up and said, didn't I help Raila Odinga? That is history. Didn't I help Uhuru Kenyatta to win the presidency the first time? That is history. The things the railways is talking about, those are history. So they want historical moments that can be edited. And that's why Raila says that I'm proud that you're saying we need not edited history. We need it as it happened. And of course, the deputy president is always keen to edit whatever history. He edits the moments. Tomorrow is a Monday. He will be on a political podium somewhere, and his agenda will be that these people have decided that the 8 million of us who chose the president cannot choose one amongst us, so they have to hire someone. What is that? That is history. Now the deputy president needs to tell us, is he seeking the presidency for the 8 million people who are going to vote for him, or is seeking the presidency of Kenya to benefit all Kenyans? That is a question that he has not stood to answer. Now, there are two ways that you can go and approach an election. You can go to vote for someone, or you can go to vote against someone. A vote against someone does not ensure you development. It ensures that you are only negative. You are punishing someone. But a vote for someone is a vote for things that you think that person can achieve. Now, what the deputy president is trying to put Kenyans is to tell them to vote against other people. Vote against the rich people. Vote against one Raila Odinga. Vote against certain people. That is not development. Development is what are you voting for? Raila has said in no uncertain terms, he's not coming in because he's running against anybody. He's coming in because he's proposing. So those who are going to vote for Raila is a positive vote, is not a negative vote. You are not voting because you don't want Ruto. Ruto is a Kenyan. The UDA supporters are Kenyans. Whatever propositions that are nice are going to benefit all Kenyans. And Raila is not going to be a president of the people who are going to vote for him. He's going to be a president of the country called Kenya. And they're not going to be all the time loading it on us, that we looked for it. Looking for presidency does not mean that you are the one who is going to eat as others watch. So you are angry when Kenyans benefit because of the presidency. These are Kenyans. Anybody in Nyanza is a Kenyan. Rift Valley are Kenyans. Western are Kenyans. Everybody is a Kenyan. So there's nobody who should be benefiting and others should not. That is something that William Samoei Ruto should be told in no uncertain terms. If he is a president, we are not concerned about the process. We are concerned about what you're going to bring to us. And until he learns that he's going to be the president of Kenya, not only those who vote for him, not only certain number of people, I think he's not fit to be the president at the moment. Thank you, Bernard, for now.
Okay, thank you, Thembas. We appreciate your contribution. I want us to redeem time. Where is Cosmas? Okay, Cosmas is gone. Okay, let's hear from Murunga, and then Themba. This story about Kemsa. From where I sit, the money lost in Kemsa. There is no figure, and there was no money loss. And there is this spirited effort of saying that they should name the KEMSA beneficiaries before they talk about corruption. of one William Ruto. I don't know how that balances, but we need to come back on the same and settle it once and for all. Mr. Murunga, unmute and speak.
Allow me to get home, and then I will be able to make my contribution.
Okay, thank you. Turudi kwa Jakindube.
Asanteni sana. Asante sana Demba, nimekusikia vizuri sana. Nimependa sana vile umesema, lakini mimi nataka kuongezea hapo juu ya kwamba hakuna kitu chochote ambacho tunasuluhisha bila kuwa na history. Hata ukienda kwa daktari anataka ugonjwa ilianza lini. Kila kitu, hata ukienda kwa mechanic atakuuliza gari ilikuwaje. Hata ukienda kuchukua saa yako, hata nini, ni history. Ndio hiyo suluhisho ipatikane. Kwa hiyo hatuwezi kitu chochote ambacho tunataka kufanya lazima tuwe na history, ndio tujue namna ya kusuluhisha hiyo kitu. Kama ni kutibiwa, kama ni kutengenezewa gari, kama ni chochote, ni lazima tuwe na history. Huwezi kwenda kusema unatengeneza gari na hujui ni kitu gani mbaya, ama unatibu mtu na hujui alianza kuwa mgonjwa lini. Kwa hiyo wale watu ambao wanakataa mambo ya history ni kwamba wenyewe wanajua kwamba wana history mbaya, hawana sifa nzuri, ndio maana hawapendi hiyo. Lakini sisi kama wana Kenya tutaongozwa na history, ndio tusifanye makosa, ndio tupate namna ya kugangua shida ile tunayo. Tunajua kwamba hii shida tunaweza kuitatua kwa njia gani. Hiyo ni jambo la muhimu. Mimi naweza kusema kwamba ninazidi sana kumpongeza Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Ni rais ambaye husikiliza, ni rais ambaye anaona mbele, na ni rais ambaye naweza kusema ana ushiriki mzuri sana na wenzake. Na hata ukimwangalia ni rais ambaye makamu wake anaweza kumuita tapeli na asionyeshe kukasirika, haonyeshi. Kwa sababu mimi kama nikimuita mkubwa wangu tapeli, sidhani kama naweza kwenda pale jukwani na kujifanya kama sijafanya. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka kuchukua msimamo tofauti kabisa. Mimi nasema na narudia, Ruto ni wrong candidate kwa wakati huu, na hatunataka katika siku zijazo, hatutaki makamu wa rais aanze kutaka kuwa president, kwa sababu hiyo inaleta mgawanyiko, inaleta kazi ngumu kwa president, inaleta msukosuko, kwa sababu huwezi kuwa unatukana president mkubwa wako ati yeye ni tapeli, alafu at the same time unakuja yale anafanya unasema ni mambo ambayo hayafai, na wewe uko pale pale kwa hiyo ofisi unatumia pesa za serikali. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo ni lazima sisi kama wana Kenya tuiangalie, kwa sababu president ni mfano wa nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo lazima tuiheshimu hiyo ofisi, hata kama yule mtu yuko pale atumpendi, lakini hiyo ofisi ni lazima tuheshimu, kwa sababu ni nimba ya nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo mimi naweza kusema kwa maoni yangu, mimi Ruto ni mtu ambaye hafai kuwa president, kwa sababu ni mtu ambaye anasema uongo kila siku, na hata wale watu ambao wako around yeye, manake watu wanasema angalia marafiki zako katika nchi ambazo tunajilinganisha nazo kama Amerika, Uingereza. Ikiwa wewe unashukiwa, if you are suspect, hata kazi unasimamishwa. Hakuna kitu unaweza kufanya ukiwa unaambiwa wewe ni suspect. Hauwezi, sio kama ya Kenya eti until proven guilty. Hapana. Kwanza wewe mwenyewe lazima ujitahidi ku clear jina lako, lakini si kazi ya serikali, ni wewe mwenyewe uclear jina lako. Katika hizi nchi ambazo tunajaribu kujipima nazo, ukiwa tu suspect kama yeye, ukisemekana ati umefanya, hakuna mtu atataka kusikia mambo yako na hakuna mahali utakubaliwa kufanya chochote mpaka uwe jina lako limekuwa cleared. So hii yetu ambayo mtu anasema ati sio mwizi. Sio mwizi namna gani? Ukiwa suspect, kuna kitu penye moshi, kuna moto. Moshi haiwezi tu kutokea nowhere kama hakuna moto. So ile kitu ambacho inafaa Wakenya wajue ni kwamba, nimesikia watu wengi sana wamefurahi kwa yale mambo, kwa jamhuri ile ya leo. Ni jambo la muhimu sana. Sisi sote tunatakikana vizazi vijazo na wale ambao wako wakati huu wajue, tuwasije wakafanya hayo makosa. Mimi wakati tukipata uhuru, nchi yetu ilikuwa nzuri, watu walikuwa wanapendana, mpaka tulipoanza kuuana ndio mambo yaliharibika. Kwa hiyo kama tunaweza kurudi kuangalia yale mambo ambayo yalileta hiyo machafuko na kutufanya tuzidi kuwa kwenye ukabila, tafadhalini, mimi nawaomba Wakenya wote ambao wananisikiza, tuacheni mambo ya ukabila, tuwekeni hii mambo kando, tusikilize vile President Uhuru na Raila wanatuambia, tushirikiane pamoja, tujenge nchi yetu. Tuacheni haya mambo ya ukabila. Tukishirikiana tutakuwa na raha, tutajenga nchi yetu, tutakuwa na kazi, hatutakuwa na wizi. Hii mambo ya corruption itaisha. Kama mtu alikuweko 2002 wakati tulichagua NARC, corruption ilirudi chini kwa sababu watu wote walikuwa wameshirikiana, ilikuwa hakuna. Lakini mkigawana, tukiwa katika mgawanyiko wa kikabila, ndio kunakuwa na corruption, kunakuwa yani kuna maovu mengi yanatokea kwa sababu hamshirikiani. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la muhimu sana. Watu wasidharau historia. Ujue hata ukienda kutibiwa hospitali lazima utafute history. Daktari atakuuliza ugonjwa ilianza lini, ilifanyika namna gani. Bila kumwelezea hivyo hawezi kutibu. Huwezi kwenda tu kumwambia naumwa na kichwa basi nitibu, hawezi. Kwa hiyo mtu ambaye anakataa history isisemwe ni mtu ana historia mbaya. Ni habari yako. Asanteni.
Thank you, Kindubei. Penny, you are being greeted.
Yeah, mzuri sana.
Okay, asante sana Jakindube. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Wekesa and Themba, mpo?
Wasemaje?
Nauliza kama mpo. I had a very long day. I want to go. So mtafungasha.
Kesho ni holiday, yes, Kuma. Kesho ni holiday.
I had a long day. My day started at 6 and I just came back and sat on this chair.
Yeah, what I'm saying,
yes.
Kesho ni holiday, so you can, ukichoka unaacha tuko tu. Hatutalala mapema.
Yeah, so you people will proceed. You will proceed without me. That's what I'm asking.
Ni holiday.
Yeah?
Nauliza Themba kwao ni holiday.
Themba can call his dual citizenship. He recognizes the holidays in his country.
Sawa, ukichoka uniambie, niko tu.
I'm calling you so that you take charge together with Themba and Penny. Muendelee mbele, lakini tusikilize dada kwanza. Blessed Mami, I want to hear her before I go. Karibu.
Habari zenu nyote?
Nzuri nzuri, vipi?
Mimi niko poa, nashukuru Mola. Kuna
Endelea,
makelele
toa maoni
pale.
yako.
Kuna makelele pale. Mnanipata?
Yeah, sawa sawa, endelea.
Mi nilikuwa nataka kuunga Jakindu Bey mkono. Hiyo mambo amesema ya kusema ati history usikatae, ni ukweli, lazima kukuwe na history kwa sababu ndio unaweza kujua chanzo ya maneno ilianzia wapi. Lakini mimi ile kitu ningependa kusema ya muhimu ni hii. Hawa watu wanatembea wakisema sijui mi napigia huyu kura, mi napigia huyu kura. Hiyo kitu tunafaa kuikomesha. Wacha debe iamue. Unaweza sema Ruto hawezi, useme Raila hawezi. Sasa debe ikisema anaweza, utafanya nini? Hauna any power? Hata mimi sasa nikiambiwa Ruto amepita nitafanya nini? Hakuna. Kwa hivyo tusipiganie hiyo. Wacheni debe itaamua. Wewe kaa unyamaze. Ule utapigia, amka asubuhi, enda umpigie. Watu wanauana bure kwa sababu utaenda kusema mi sipendi Ruto, udungwe kisu. Sipendi Raila, upigwe mawe. Kwa nini? Nyamaza na kura yako. Siku ikifika, ingia pale kwa debe, piga, enda kwako utulie, ngojea matokeo kwa debe. Debe ndiye itaamua. Kwa hivyo tusikosanie hiyo. Kitu ingine ya mwisho, ningependa kuomba Wakenya wetu tudumishe umoja, amani na upendo. Na Jakindu Bey bado namuunga mkono, kuna pale amesema tuache ukabila. Sisi wote ni watu wa kitu kimoja. Hii mambo ya vijana. Vijana msidanganywe. Unaenda kupigana unapewa 1,000. 1,000 utatumia for 5 years. Uwezi. Utaenda kupigana upewe 1,000, upasuliwe kichwa, ushonwe na 1,100, uuze shamba, ubaki bure. Ule kiongozi anaendelea na maisha yake. Kwa hivyo wale mko na watoto wakubwa wametosha kwenda kupigia hao wakubwa kura, waambie wajichunge sana. Ni hayo tu kwa leo, na mbarikiwe sana.
Okay, thank you very much. That is very candid. We really appreciate it. Penny, you want to respond to that?
I think I support her, whatever she has said. At the end of the day, we are still Kenyans. And in an event that whoever will be declared the president will be so helpless, so we'll have no option but to support whoever will be chosen. So let us not politic with our hearts, let it be a thing of the mind, but let's not be inciters. Let us still maintain our peace. I need you, you still need me. At the end of the day, we are still Kenyans. Yeah.
Just to clear it, is whoever wins the elections, not whoever is chosen.
No, whoever wins the elections, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the winning of Kenyan elections, it must be free, fair, verifiable, credible elections. If there is any monkey business, we are not helpless. We have rights. We have rights. We can picket. We can boycott until we get what is right. Hii maneno ya kusema wacha tu iende, hapana, imetuumiza sana. 60 years bado tuko mark timing. Haki yetu ni muhimu. Naomba nimalizie hapo.
Penny. Bernard.
Yes, sir.
Just to add, I think it is Ecclesiastes 3 that talks about this time for everything. This is the time for interrogating and censuring the candidates. We cannot keep quiet. This is the time. If we can avoid a few people from the ballot, we need to shout. Because ikifika wakati wa kura, I also go silently. Nitakuwa nimemaliza time yangu ya kucampaign, so I will go silently and vote. But such a time like this, I must shout that this is the candidates. These are the candidates on the ballots. So go and make the worst thing is to have a ballot without an informed choice. So we need, first of all, information before we go to the ballot, such that the decision I'm making is called an informed choice.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. There is Gaddafi TV. He's claiming that Fred should not speak. Fred, umefanya nini na Gaddafi? Hebu unmute utubu sahi.
Natubu aje bwana.
Gaddafi anasema usiongee. Gaddafi anasema, Gaddafi TV anasema usiongee.
Mna limit mtu kuongea ama acha tuongee? Unajua hakuna mahali hakuna opposition.
Mimi ni reporter tu. Gaddafi ndo amesema usipewe nafasi ya kuongea. So wewe tuambie
Gaddafi. Na Gaddafi na yeye hafai kuongea basi. Na yeye amecomment vibaya kwa text. Asisema asiveye nimecomment. So nipe chance niongee.
Sasa wewe unataka umeanza corruption. Hujatuambia umekosania na Gaddafi wapi?
Hakuna corruption. I'm a free man.
Basi ongea, lakini lazima ulipe deni ya Gaddafi.
Sawa. Sasa mimi siwezi pigia history kula. Nataka kupigia manifesto. Nini huyo mtu anaenda kunifanyia mbele? Sio historia. Historia itatusaidia kitu. Hiyo ni kitu imepita na ni kitu iwezi fanyika. Tunataka tujue manifesto nini itafanyika mbeleni. Naja yaliyopita sio ndoe. Sasa uwezi anza kutuambia yaliyopita eti kulikuwa hivi na hivi. Hiyo itatusaidia. We are a new generation, we are in a digital. Na hiyo vitu ilifanyika hata ikiwa analog. Sasa iwezi tutusaidia. Mimi historia sioni itatusaidia. Waje waseme watasaidia nini Kenya. Yeyote tu anakuja na good manifesto. Na atasaidia nini Kenya? Atasaidia uchumi yetu. Young generation itapata kazi. Au atajenga mashule yetu vizuri. Kuna maji huko watu Turkana wanakufa bwana. Lakini history itatusaidia. Eti Kenyatta kulikuwa na Kenyatta, Jaramogi. Hiyo history cannot help Kenya. Now we cannot compare Europe and the USA developed country. Na sisi waje tujidevelop, tuaje kukombea, tuaje kuchange constitution every 10 years. Hii constitution tunafaa tuchange hivi. Unajua like USA haijawahi change constitution for almost 50 years. Lakini sisi tuna change constitution, mtu akishindwa unaleta kitu yake ndani. Hii constitution ni mbaya. Tunafaa ikue Kenya ni free and credible election. Alafu
subiri kwanza.
Niulize swali bwana. Niulize.
Ulisikiliza mzee Kindube?
Kindube nilimsikiza vizuri. Alisema historia.
Akasema wewe ukienda kwa daktari unaumwa. Okay? Daktari huwa anaangalia in the future or in the past?
Hiyo ni ugonjwa unajua. Na hii ni mambo development. Unajua ugonjwa na development ni kitu different sana.
This development will be built in the air. It has no roots, it has no base, it has no foundation.
Histories umeisoma kwa books bwana. Umeisoma kwa books. Sasa tunaitaka kurudiwa.
Sikiliza, your problem is one. You want to see what you want to see, not what is there. Wewe ni mtoto wa nani? Babako anaitwa nani?
No wonder Gaddafi
talk. Baba yako anaitwa nani?
Baba ya babangu. Sinajua baba ya babangu ni jina moja ndio nimeitwa tu. Sasa hiyo.
Kumbe umeitwa history. Ndio unakataa.
Sasa hii story itatusaidia nini bwana? Hizo ni vitu za
Wewe
past
jina yako
bwana.
hiyo inakusaidia nini? Hiyo jina umepewa ya
Jina
babu
yangu,
yako. Inakusaidia
jina
nini?
yangu. Hii
Yes.
ni jina tu ya kupita tu.
Ya kupita tu.
Yeah.
So you are not related to your great grandfather.
Kitu tena na huyo mnamuita aje Black Sini Odongo wote huyo
Answer the
huyo
question.
alichangia na history.
You
Wacha
are
tena
not
nimkosoe.
related to your great grandfather.
Eti? Pardon?
Where is your family tree? Your family tree.
Family tree.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, Themba, go ahead.
Fred. Hebu mute kidogo. Okay, Fred, you don't just have to argue for the sake of arguing. In every profession and everywhere you go, the first thing you are taught is you're taught how whatever it is that you're studying came to be. If you're studying medicine, you are told who is the father of medicine, how it came up to where the evolution of medication. If right now you start talking about HIV response, we are talking about at what time ilikuja Kenya, how it has been, what are the responses, which will inform the next course of action. Right now we are in COVID. We have to study how COVID started, because whatever it is that COVID started 2 years ago, that is Wuhan, somewhere San Juan, wherever it started in China, we have to understand it. So if you don't understand the history, you cannot necessarily determine what you're going to do next. So you don't just have to come and sound different because you want to be different. You even understanding the reason why you are going to tell someone what's your name. My name is so and so. The first thing you tell someone, then you are telling them this has been my story. And let me tell you something. Even your people, the team that is the deputy president, they are talking about history. They say, one time I was selling chicken, then I moved, then I came here. That is historical moments, and it's coming to you with that history to sell to you hope that even if your history is this bad, it can be changed and you can be a better person. So even you, when you come here, that's why it's hard for you to even respond to certain questions ambazo unaulizwa sasa, kwa sababu you're trying to run away, just going against a concept for the sake of it. It doesn't help you as a young man. We are not saying that you need to dwell in history. We are saying you learn it for posterity. It informs where you have come from. Look at Nairobi, where Nairobi has come from, where it is now, and where it is going. If you just come in and say, me stuck history, then you are saying you need your parents, because they tell you nothing. They are not saying something about who you are and where you are going to be. So I think you need to be honest with yourself. Yes, add, because Fred is just being, I think he's just coming to try be different, which is not.
He's lost in semantics. He's saying that we need a manifesto, not history. Let me ask you, what manifesto constitutes of what? For example, when Uhuru came up with the Jubilee Manifesto, and one of the things he did is to appoint Charity Ngilu to be a minister of lands. The issue of land, he was to deal with the historical injustice of lands and then issue the title deeds. So when you're talking about manifesto, what goes into the manifesto? Sometimes let's not just be bound with semantics. I don't want history, I want a manifesto. And inside a manifesto are the things you're going to do. If there are issues, Kenyans are complaining about land, you're going to deal with that. In Kenya, we have had issues of challenges of food security. You learn from the history that we are a rich country that needs to be producing these bounds of food, whether we export them or you consume it. So if you don't learn what has been happening here, history tells us that we have been having droughts in Kenya every year, and we cannot harvest water. So how are you dealing with communities? Those are challenges that exist. So let's not talk about history as if it's going to the library and studying books. We are saying, can you learn from the events that have been happening and then make your manifesto to rectify, in simple terms?
And then maybe finally, before Fred responds, Fred, there's something about...
Nimongezee kidogo.
Okay, Jakindube.
Yeye huyo Fred ni Mkristo, si ndio? Kama ni Mkristo, kila siku akienda kanisani zile vitu anaambiwa ni history. Anafunzwa history, zile vitu zilifanyika. Hizo ni history, ndio anajifunza, anafunzwa kila siku. Anajifunza na zile makosa watu walifanya. Hiyo ni history. Kwa hiyo yake ambaye anasema hiyo ni gani? History ndio ina shape, ndio inatengeneza kila kitu.
Let me answer you by there. Like a developed country, for example, Europe, USA, like maybe Canada. When a candidate campaigning, there's no history. It's just a manifesto. Atafanyia nini wananchi wake? Sio history, anaambia eti babangu alikuwa nini, alitoka jela akakuja kanini akasema fulani atakuwa president. Hapana. Alafu another thing, let me finish.
Listen.
Let me finish.
Listen, what you are saying is not adding up. You umekuja kwa platform kwa sababu umetoka mahali fulani. There was a year you
are nimetoka mahali fulani, hata huko mahali mnafikiria niko, I'm not even around by then.
Can I ask Fred a question?
Huyo mwenye ananiambia eti ama classmate wa boss Kazudi, I'm sorry with him by then.
Fred, inaonekana wewe, you are not an honest person, you are not a truthful person. You are pretending.
I'm honest, man.
Your aim is to badmouth somebody. History is not about Raila Odinga and his family. History is about Kenya.
Nani amekuja na slogan ya history? Nani amekuja na slogan ya history? Ndio Raila.
So Raila ndio history according to you.
Alafu huyo mnasema saizi president mnamsifu, before mulikuwa mnamcriticize wakati wako wameungana na Raila. Hiyo Raila ana contradict the country bwana.
Kama inakuuma utazoea kwa sababu kama vile umetoka kwa
Bernard,
watu wanaongoza country vibaya, nini mnamsupport? Anaongoza country vibaya.
Bernard. Fred. Okay, you have 2 minutes. Can you say what you want to say? Tukusikize kama tumenyamaza, alafu umalize. Haya.
Sawa, wacha niongee. Saizi mna support the president na ndiye ana mislead the country. Amuoni yake mislead the country mpaka economy inaharibika, lakini sasa nyinyi mnaona akiwa na baba ana rule the country vizuri, na ndiye anaharibu economy ya nchi. Amepeleka pesa huko nje, huko Switzerland ameficha huko, nyinyi mnaendelea kumsupport kiwako na baba. Achana na hiyo kitu mnasema history. Tafuta mtu mwenye hata manifesto yake ni nini, economy, anafight economy ya Kenya. Na msiseme eti niko kwa fulani, mimi siko kwa mtu, lakini tafuta mtu mwenye anatetea economy, sio history. History ya Jaramogi Odinga ya Kenyatta haiwezi saidia nchi. Akina Matiba hiyo haiwezi saidia. Ni mtu mwenye anafight na economy, hizi na mambo na food, water, hizo vitu zingine, even like electricity. Kuna watu wengine huko wanateseka nje. Nyinyi mnaona tu history, eti baba amesema history. Hizo vitu ndio vinafanya nchi inaendelea kurudi nyuma. Ndio baada hata tunaendelea kupata kiongozi mbaya.
Fred, let me ask you a question. Fred.
Just ask.
Ukiwa na bibi na
Penny.
Yeah.
Ngoja. Fred umemaliza?
Nimemaliza, nataka swali.
Umemaliza sasa kabisa?
Ama unataka kunitoa nje?
No, I mean we just want to make sure that umeji-express kwa sababu hatutaki ukuja hapo useme ulifukuzwa. Maybe nia yako ilikuwa ukuje useme ulifukuzwa, so you want to come. So we want to make sure that you have
Sasa
exhausted.
mi hata ukinifukuza nothing, I will benefit because I'm using my pantry actually.
Okay,
sawa.
sawa. So okay, that's good enough.
Before
Penny,
maswali,
yeah,
it's good to put the facts straight. Asitudanganya at developed countries hawana history. Can you even just go and check the campaigns? Obama, he was referring to kina Abraham Lincoln, kina Jeffrey Kennedy, like that. Then come to the concession speech ya McCain. McCain conceded to Obama, he said, because he understood the historical implication of that election. So if you have not read, don't come to lie the public. Kindly,
I'm not ready.
nation,
I'm not ready, my friend.
no
You are
nation
in
does
which
it
country?
rely
You are
on
in
its
Kenya.
own
You
rich
say I'm
history.
not ready.
And then
Not
Fred, me,
ready.
I had a question for you.
Now,
Fred.
I am finishing
just
for
ask.
you, Fred. Fred, let me finish in 1 second. When you check the day Obama was elected, someone called Jesse Jackson was shedding tears. And he was asked, why were you shedding tears? And he said, he understood what it has happened for the black race for several years. Even when he was running for president, he was told he's a black, he was a Negro. And so he was discriminated. When you see what happened, the revolution that happened to take Trump away, Trump ignored the historical injustice of the black, and that sent him home. So you cannot ignore history. When you see there's people who are suffering because of a certain historical injustice, if you don't address it, then it will backfire on you. Kindly, Penny, now you can ask your question.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Fred, if you're married and you have a child and your wife needs to bring in a house help or a house manager for that matter, huyu house manager akikuja, kwa vile wewe hutaki kujua historia, utamwacha tu, utamwajiri, ama you'll ask this lady or a guy a few questions. See, you need to ask the person that you want to give a job a few questions, which is what Kenyans are doing now. We have people who are presenting themselves who are wanting to lead this nation. Na sisi ndio tunawapatia kazi. We are the electorate. So we are supposed to ask them who they are, where they have come from, what they have achieved, and that is you can only get that in history. So Fred, wewe kuja hapa kutuambia ati utaajiri tu msichana umeokota kwa barabara akuje alafu nini achukue mtoto wako ahepe nayo akivuka.
Ukiajiri mtu sio ni kazi umempea. That's an employment. Employment ni history
It is the
unatafuta
same
mtu ama
thing.
ni CV.
It
Sasa
is the
history
same thing,
unaenda
but
kwa
we are
kutafuta
doing.
history. Unaenda
It is
kwa
the
kutafuta
same
historia
thing.
hiyo
Fred, hold on, Penny.
There is always
Hold on.
CV and a
Fred,
certificate of good conduct.
Na
Certificate
ukienda
of good
kutafuta
conduct is
kazi, you'll be
history.
asked, tell us about yourself.
Okay.
Where have you
Okay.
worked before, you know?
Penny, Fred.
Ni CV unaangalia CV yake uone kama qualified nini.
Fred, you've talked about a CV. What is a CV?
Ni curriculum vitae.
What does it say?
Ufanye hiyo definition umalize.
Na ndio nakuuliza, umesema ni CV. Inasema
Mimi si
nini?
mwanafunzi.
That's why I'm asking. What does it talk about?
Ulitoka shule bana, is almost
Fred,
13 years ago.
Fred, wait, it's okay. Did you come to the forum to learn or just to talk? We need to understand each other.
Nianza kuniambia nifanye divination bana.
Okay, Fred, we are trying to understand you. Ngoja kidogo Bernard. Ngoja Bernard. Fred, we are here respectfully trying to understand your view, and you also need to just try to accommodate all of us. You know, we don't, like Blessed said, we are not here to hate each other. We are all Kenyans, all right? And this forum is for us to try and understand you. You also try and understand us. It doesn't help for you to be disrespectful of any of us and us to be disrespectful of you. So we are just trying to engage, all right? It doesn't help for you to be dismissive of what we are trying to say. We don't hate Ruto, right?
Ruto is a Kenyan, just
Even
like
me, I'm
anybody
not
else.
supporting Ruto, by the way.
So
But
what you're saying? So
something I hate.
hold on. The question you're trying to ask, you're trying to understand the significance of history. You just said a CV. A CV, you said you yourself, you're contradicting yourself. You're saying unaangalia CV and then you move on. A CV is giving us a history of what you have achieved in your lifetime, either career-wise or any other. You are the same one who has mentioned that. So help us get into your mind without just saying your history, Miss Taki, just help us, because we are not angels. We will not get into your mind if you don't help us get into your mind. So let us try and accommodate you as also you accommodate our views. If you don't agree with us, that's okay. But at least we need to educate each other. We are here to learn from you, as it is you are here to learn from us. I think this forum is helpful if we learn from each other. I don't know what you think, Fred. Okay, amehepa ama yuko?
Ndio hiyo nimerudi.
So what do you think? We are
Umesema
here to learn
vizuri,
from each other.
it's to
What do
learn
you
from
think
each
here?
other, but me something I hate. Ile mtu ameshindwa from another side, anarudi anaingia kwa government, anaanza kutuambia history. Na hii government sasa mnaisupport, na hii government inanyanyaza Mkenya bwana.
So do you hate Raila as a person?
As a person, because he's misreading Kenyans, so I hate him.
Okay, so it is your hate for Raila that is informing your lack of understanding what you're saying. That's okay. I mean,
not lack of understanding.
Blessed said that we don't need to hate each other. We don't hate Ruto.
Nilikuwa
Personally, I
nataka
don't hate
kusema
Ruto.
hivi hata
Yes.
kama mjanipea ruhusa. Nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi, kuna vitu zingine hatuwezi bishana nazo. Hata ukisema una hate Raila, nothing you can do. Huwezi mtoa pahali yako, huwezi mshusha, ata remain penye yako. Hata kama unamchukia, it is like me. Mimi kuna watu wengi unichukia, eti maybe because nasaidia, maybe mtu wanasema ni kujifanya. Lakini Mungu ameni maintain. Pale ndio niko. Nothing you can do to what God has chosen.
Bernard.
Lakini huyu mzee tunatetea hapa.
Ngoja Fred.
Saizi msejoin government privilege.
Hold on Fred.
Lakini
ngoja Fred, hold on. Bernard.
Yes. Yes, Themba.
You wanted to say something up here.
Yes, Fred. It's not that you don't know what you are doing. You know exactly what you're doing. And it's not because you want progress. What you're looking for is how to perpetuate hate and to recruit people to join you in your hate. And this platform will not help you to do that. That's for number one. Number two, if you have a personal difference with Odinga, sort it between the two of you. Don't make us part of it. If the history of Jaramogi family and Kenyatta family and the Moi family have rubbed you the wrong way, you have many options to seek redress of the same. But going to recruit people into joining you into your hate, and you call it misleading Kenyans, I don't remember when Kenyans appointed you to be the one to defend them when they are being misled. And if they are being misled, where do you have a capacity even to tell that they are being misled? Okay, you don't like the kind of leadership that is on. What is your alternative? What are you offering? Hate? You want all of us to hate Raila, hate Uhuru, and then at the end of the day, what will we profit? Tell me. Okay.
I think wacha tuendelee, wachana na Fred. Fred is here to preach hate. Wacha tuendelee. Yeah.
Acha niongee sasa ya mwisho na basi.
Good evening,
Sasa naona
gentlemen.
mnanijamia nyinyi wote bwana.
No. Fred, you are
Nawaambia
typing
ndio
up. What you are saying is
Fred,
not making sense.
Fred, you're out of order. Just
Let's
mute.
hear
Let's
from
have
Sam.
someone else.
Let's hear from Sam.
Mr. Temba, Mr. Bernard, and the rest, good evening, and I wish you happy Jamhuri Day first.
Good evening, Sam. We have missed you.
Yeah, I know that. Nimekuwa on the background kiwawachi vile mnapingana. Anyway, hebu tuachane mambo ya Fred kidogo. Hebu tuangalie, tuchambue ni nini tunataka in future. The past and the future goes concurrent together. So, tumesikia the past. It's part and parcel of us. And that's why we are living. The new generation, wale tunapata na wale wengine wajukuu na vitukuu, watakuwa ni sehemu yetu sisi na sisi tumekuwa sehemu ya wale wengine. Sasa mimi kwangu nimesikia maono mbalimbali for the last 2 months. Mimi nimekuwa tu on background nikisikia vile mnaongea mnafanya nini. I wish and I suppose that we must be a little bit cautious on whatever we are talking. Hebu tuongee vitu ambayo ni sensible, ambayo tunaweza pata jawabu ama suluhisho ambayo inaweza tusaidia, sio sisi sasa, inaweza saidia wale wako mbele yetu. Uongozi sio kitu ya kulazimishwa na sio kitu ya kujilazimisha. Uongozi ni wananchi wenyewe wanakuchambua kwa njia nyingi. Wengine wanaweza kuchambua kwa upande wa kimasomo, wengine wanaweza kuchambua kwa upande wa teknolojia, wengine wanaweza kuchambua kwa upande wa kiekonomi, na hiyo yote ni lazima inakuja at a place whereby the three part itawapatia wananchi suluhisho, waangalie hebu tuende mkono hii, hebu tuende ni. Ikiwa kama haitawezekana, tutaiangalia njia nyingine. Kwangu mimi najua wekeza Mr. Temba, wale wengine I'm sorry kusema sorry, sababu kwa zaidi ya miezi 4, 5, 6 sisi ndio tulikuwa wale watu wa kwanza. Kwa hiyo ni tusijaribu, kwa wale ambao wanakuja, tusijaribu tu kusukuma kitu fulani, tusukume fulani, hapana. Jaribu wewe mwenyewe, fikiria, chambua wewe mwenyewe kitu gani unaongea, ni kusaidia wenzako. Ukiuliza swali na wenzako unasema unajua mtu anauliza ili ajue, pengine hajui. So kwangu mimi Fred vile alikuwa anaongea I hate Raila personally, it makes no sense. Haisaidii. Kama ni policies yake ni hivyo, sababu mimi sijui kama Fred amewahi kukutana na Raila mpaka inafika mahali ambayo anaweza kuete personally. Hiyo I don't think. Na usifikiri kila mtu atakupenda, hapana. Hata mimi watoto wangu wengine wengi wao hawanipendi, hata mke wangu pengine tuko pamoja kuonyesha tu sura ndio hivyo, lakini pengine hanipendi kwa njia nyingine. Those are facts. So gentlemen, kulingana vile leo nimesikia mambo ya Jamhuri, historia ya kweli ni lazima watu waongee juu yake kulingana na ni mahali gani tulitoka, mahali gani tuko saizi, na ni wapi tunaelekea. Mimi nilijaribu kuangalia hii mambo ya Jamhuri leo, nilishangaa kwa upande nyingine, nilifurahia sana vile hiyo kitu imejengwa. Ilikuwa secretively, kumbe walikuwa wanajua ni kitu gani wanafanya, na kumbe ni historia ya Kenya walikuwa wanajaribu kuichambua ama kuifadhili ili watu wawe na hiyo kuwa whatever we are celebrating today must have not come just anyhow. It must have come with humility of those founding fathers, founding mothers who were there before us. Mambo mengine ya kushiriki ya mambo ya uchaguzi, ni nani atakuongoza sisi baadaye, hiyo mimi naweza sema vile the lady blessed ameongea, hii ni yako wewe mwenyewe binafsi, kama binadamu, kama mtu ambaye unajua ni kitu gani. Hakuna haja kukosana mwenzako sababu ya vitu ambaye inakuja leo, unafanya leo dakika 3 ama dakika 2, umeachana naye, hiyo unasahau. Ule na umemwekea hivyo, atakusahau, hata kujua ni nani, hata ukutana naye kesho ama dakika 5 baadaye hawezi kujua ni nani. So ni yako wewe mwenyewe, uachambue mni, uangalie ni nani atatosha kuongoza. Kama utaona haiwezekani huyo, pengine unaweka ile mtu unaimudu kuwa anaweza kwa upande wako mwenyewe kama binafsi. Anyway, Mr. Temba, Wekesa and the rest, I hand over to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Wekesa, you want to say something?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. I was saying thank you, Sam. Deba, unaweza endelesha program?
Okay. Thank you, Sam. Fred Amenda. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to learn from each other. Personally, I don't hate Ruto. I can't tell you I hate Ruto. And they say that love for one person does not mean hate to another. There are too many emotions between love and hate, so they are not opposites. So you don't have to hate someone to love someone. And when we are here, we only analyze the suitability of the said individual as far as leadership is concerned. Nothing more. It's nothing personal, because for all of us, the process of election is a way of getting our leaders. If we had another way of getting a president, then we will go for it. Like someone said, democracy is the worst form of government, save for others. So we just have to go through this, because our constitution stipulates that every 5 years we must go through this process to get our leaders. It's a process of getting the leaders. It's not a process for us to hate one another. So whenever that time comes, we are talking on the suitability of the said individual. We do not have control over whom you choose, but we would like you to persuade us, to convince us, to tell us that, okay, fine, this person that I'm choosing, these are the things that he stands for. And of course, we will criticize them, we will interrogate them, we'll analyze them. As someone said rightfully here, that at the end of the day, it is the ballot that is going to separate who is going to lead us. So as much as possible, if we can talk until the sun goes down, but we do not have a vote, and you're not going to vote, then you will not have been helpful to your candidate. So let's come here not with hate. We don't want to preach hate. Let's talk about suitability of a leader.
Demba, naweza kusema jambo?
His net is down.
Naweza kusema jambo?
I think Demba is hanging. Jackie, you can comment before arudi.
Nilikuwa nasema kwamba huyu Fred anasema anataka mtu ambaye atatutengenezea economy. Huyo mtu tutampata kwa njia gani? Tutamchambua kwa njia gani? Na tena alicomment akasema kwamba katika hizo nchi kama hizo nchi za sijui Amerika sijui wapi huko, eti kiongozi asemi anasema vitu atafanya. Hao katika hizi nchi za Uingereza, Amerika, wapi, hizo nchi ambazo anazungumza, kiongozi ukitaka kuwa kiongozi, kwanza unasema historia yako tangu we mtoto mdogo. Hata kama ulikuwa umekojoa, kama we mlevi, watu bado wanajua. Hizo ni vitu lazima useme. Obama alisema historia yake yote, vile alivuta hata bangi kidogo na nini, hizo zote alisema. Hizo lazima weka on the table, ndio watu wajue kiongozi gani wanataka kuchagua. Hizo ni history. Kwa hiyo hakuna hata huyo kiongozi ambaye anataka, tutamchuaje? Tutamchagua kwa njia gani? Atuelezee. Mimi nataka kujua huyo kiongozi ambaye anataka, tutamchagua kwa njia gani? Tutamchuja vipi tujue huyo kiongozi? Kwa sababu katika Amerika ama Canada ama Uingereza, kiongozi unaangaliwa tangu utotoni, unasema historia yako. Kama ulishika matako ya mwanamke kwa baa, inasemekana ulifanya hivyo, na hiyo inakufanya usisimame. Unaona? Sio usiseme mtu asije sema uongo kwamba hawa watu wanajali sana history. Hawa watu tena ukitaka kuandikwa kazi, ile recommendation yako ambayo unapewa na watu, ukionekana wewe ni mtu umepewa recommendation kwamba wewe ni mtu mwaminifu na mchapakazi, utapewa hiyo kazi hata kama yule mwingine ana qualification ya kukushinda. Utapewa hiyo kazi kwa sababu ya uaminifu. So hii mambo ya nani, tuache kusema uongo, tuseme ukweli. Asanteni.
Sawa. And I want to thank you.
And
Demba,
then,
you are back. I want to answer John Ndirangu. John Ndirangu is in comment section. He's talking about moderators who are impartial. We have repeated on this forum, we want UDA moderators. You're welcome. And we don't have a problem even if you give premium to your candidate. Kindly, you are welcome for moderation. We are not limited. This forum is for all of us, and everybody is allowed to speak their minds. I remember nobody's here and is being paid as a moderator. We are here just to participate. And I can participate based on how I see things. So appreciate that we are anchoring this session for you here. Okay, then by your back, continue. Ama bado amehang.
Bado amehang.
Yeah, I want unanisikia?
Yes. Okay. As Theba is sorting out his network, I wanted to say that when Moses was sent to the children of Israel, alikuwa anaambia God, someone is echoing.
Barak Odongo mute.
Kindly mute. Okay. Yes, I was saying when Moses was sent to go back and redeem the children of Israel, he asked God, "What will I tell them?" Then God akamwambia, "Go and tell them I've sent you to them." Then akamwambia what to say. Then he said, what if they don't believe me? So God gave him the second option. The second option was, go and tell them that I am the God of Abraham, I'm the God of Jacob, Isaac, I'm the God of Jacob. In other words, he was saying, if you can't tell this manifesto to them and they don't understand, kindly refer to the history, what I have done. I have a history with Abraham, I have a history with Isaac, I have a history with Jacob. So if they don't understand your manifesto, I sell the manifesto I did to Abraham, the manifesto I did to Isaac and Jacob. So sometimes people may not understand. You may come up, for example, right now, the reason why UDA are struggling with bottom up is because it's a new concept to most people. But when Raila is selling his manifesto, he says that this economic model has worked in Bangladesh, it has worked in Singapore, it has. When you give people a historical reflection, they understand what you're saying. But if you just sell ideas that people cannot grasp, then it becomes a problem. Then are you back?
Can you hear me?
Yes, proceed. I was just on a commercial break.
No, thank you for that. I don't know. There's a surge on my side, so if you see me hanging, mtanivumilia kidogo. Now, there's something Jakindu Bey said that I wanted to emphasize. You see, these people are saying they don't like history, but they are busy. You know, they are confusing themselves in the same manner. One time they say we want a leader who has a track record. Where are you getting that track record? You are getting that track record from history. So there's a way in which they're trying to play drama with our mind, and that it will be very easy for someone who is not willing to open their inner eyes. You don't need to open your inner eyes. We need to remember that the leaders we put in the office, it is this time we are conducting that interview. It's this time that we are able to interrogate. After that, when they're already in leadership, it will be so hard for us. Even recall, sometimes it's so hard. Look at how one, the nominated senator has tried to fight himself back to the Senate for a government that is already criticizing, that according to him has not achieved anything. So there's a way in which once they get there, their selfish interest comes over and above the public interest. So let us interrogate them right now before they get in there. And for those coming to the forum, kindly do not come here to expect maybe impartiality or partiality. Come here to come and interrogate your point, submit your point, submit what you think works, allow yourself to be asked questions, try to convince, because here we are saying everybody you are seeing here is a vote for your candidate. So try to convince that person to appreciate your side. I think that is the essence of this forum. We are not here to be biased or to look at one side. No, we are here to learn from each other. They say nobody has a monopoly of knowledge. So it is out there. Let us educate each other. Let us learn, interrogate. Bring your candidate, let us interrogate. This is the time we can do that very well. So, community ancestor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thempa, for the opportunity. In fact, I want to put some pressure on this issue about history ambayo Fred hataki kuisikiza. In fact, kama Fred alifuatilia president wetu mpendwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta vile alisema, nikimnukuu, president alisema namna hii, what I have learned, alisema vizuri kuwa many people have been in recent days rubbishing that history is meaningless, useless, irrelevant to the concerns of the present. Then he went ahead to say that history provides invaluable lessons to be learned and give context to the present by looking back. By looking back, we are better able to look forward, learning from past, which means that we can build on its good, avoid its mistakes, and most importantly, the history now will be a constant reminder of the ugly, so that even as we forgive, we must never forget. Sasa, in fact, to the present, the leaders we have presently, in 2022, they are submitting themselves to us so that we can be able to either re-elect them back to office or we send them back home. Now, for us, what are we supposed to look on these leaders? When we elected them in 2017, we want to see the achievement that so far, what have they so far achieved while in office? That is number one. Now, how are we going to avoid the mistakes? Like now, if in 2017, when these very leaders presented themselves to us, they told us that they are going to ensure that they are going to create jobs, they are going to ensure that Kenya is food sufficient, they are going to bring clean water, infrastructure, and what have you. So history now here comes that in 2022 we are supposed to look upon if these leaders, their agendas or their manifestos, which they laid for us in 2017, if they haven't achieved, my brothers and my sisters, history will tell us that we are not supposed to entertain these leaders. Reason being, all leaders who come on board, in fact, what they use in terms of ensuring that they give us services, it is not their money. That is our taxes. So if for the last 5 years, we gave them opportunity to serve us by the use of our taxes, and then they did the contrary. Now what we are supposed to do, we are supposed to send them home, because the history of these leaders is very ugly. That is why you've seen that the history, in fact, keeps reminding us about the ugly of these leaders for not ensuring that they have achieved their promises they gave us before coming into office. So hii ni ile jambo ambalo inafaa tuliangalie. So history, my brothers and my sisters, is very very important. So kama ndugu yangu Fred mwenye amekuja hapa akirabish about history, inafaa in fact akae chini aombe Mwenyezi Mungu kupitia kwa nguvu za Roho Mtakatifu, in fact amzungumzie, ajue kuwa history ni muhimu wakati tunapo angalia nini kimetendeka wakati huu na tukiganga of the future. Thank you, Mr. Themba.
Asante sana community. I can see Ogweno. Ogweno, karibu. You can say something. Gwen, are you there? Unmute and talk. You are muted. Gwen, you see your mute button.
Yeah, the unmute button just disappeared. Yeah. I've been kept with the cold for quite a while. I was back there following the discussion. I tried coming in, the studio was full. It always happened to me. So I'm going to talk for the next 20 minutes because people have talked really so much before I came in. Don't worry, don't worry. Jamhuri is a celebration of history. So that people who have a problem with the history should not even attempt to celebrate Jamhuri, because we are remembering what happened when Kenya got independence. There is no way you can clean out a society like you clean away history. Anybody who tells me that don't tell us about history is somebody that perhaps has a very a very dark history. It is just like a thief at night does not want light. There was a time we were walking out in the evening, in the night, enjoying the breeze, and we had a spotlight with us. And we were not, the spotlight was not on throughout. Once in a while, we would put it on and check around. And so we reached a point where we put it on and we didn't realize, we didn't know that there was somebody who, I don't know what that person was doing, but we got proper insult. Where I come from, if you want a fight, then you tell me something about my mother. This guy told us, did your mother lose her tail that you are looking for it? And so because we were not expecting that kind of response, we just laughed with my friend and switched off the light to allow that guy, whatever he was doing, I don't know. But anybody who hates light, you can tell that that person is not a good person. Anybody who hates history, you can tell that that person doesn't have a good past. And for us to give somebody position of leadership, we have to dig back and find out what kind of a person have you been. We were talking here about CV. CV is telling us who you are, where you have been, your education, your professions, your experience. It is history. And so anybody who wants to come and jump into an office that doesn't want us to know where have you come from, what have you done in the past. You see, I think this is not to antagonize supporters of UDA, but I realize that whenever you want to dig into history, then of course things like YK92 is going to come up. And that is something that some people don't want to remember. And if these people are printing money and spoiling the economy with inflation, you realize that those are people that we may not be very keen to give leadership to. They may want us to forget those things, but I think those are some of the historical things that people who want to run away from history don't want us to remember. I think history is so important that we just have to force it down the throats of people who don't want to listen. We'll tell them about the history, where we have come from, and where we are going to. Because if you don't know where you have come from, you may not tell where you are headed to. You don't even know the direction. You have to know the direction from where you are coming to know the direction of where you are going. So history is here to stay. And sorry for people who don't like history. We are still going to talk about history. Another thing that I want to say is that this platform is for everybody. There are people who actually need just to come and learn, because we are a mixture of different people. There are people who are economists, there are people who are historians, there are people who are, so many people are here. So if people are talking about something that you don't have so much understanding about, just relax and learn. Like me, there was a day here, I really learned so many things that I said, yes, this was good for me. I just sat back and learned. I don't bring arguments around something I don't understand and then I expose myself, that people will know that this guy is very low understanding this area. So if you don't understand history, please don't make it so obvious that you don't understand what history is. Just keep quiet and learn. But bringing arguments of that are not going to help us, please. We want a good country. We want to scrutinize every leader who is coming in, and we do that through digging their past. That one we are going to do. And you always hear people talk about where did the rain start beating us? That means there is something that is not working well, and when we go back, we are trying to retrace our paths. Where did we start going, missing the path? That is history. Those things you can't avoid them. They are there to stay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel Obueno, for that. Penny, yes, blessed. Penny, you've been blessed. Go ahead.
Nashukuru kwa nafasi, nataka kuondoka, ndio maana nimeomba ruhusa niongee pointi ya mwisho nitoke. So pointi ya mwisho nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi, mimi niko pande za Qatar, na wakati niko pande za Qatar nilipigiwa simu nikiwa nyumbani, nikaulizwa, wewe umewahi fanya kazi popote? Kwa sababu hapa wanatakanga wale watu wanaitwa X. X ni ule mtu ameshakuwa na experience. Nikaulizwa, uko na experience? Nikamwambia mimi ni mtu nimequalify. Umequalify kutoka wapi? Nikamwambia nishaenda Jordan, nishaenda Saudi. Yani walini processia between yani wiki moja peke yake. Kwa nini wakani processia? Kwa sababu ya kukuwa na hiyo history. Unaona? Haya, tukirudi kwa wale watu wa understand history, hizo vitu mnaita aje? Hiyo fomu mnaitaje hiyo ya kwenda kutafuta kazi? Hiyo karatasi unaandika ndio uende kutafuta kazi. Hiyo karatasi, hiyo CV ndio history. Mimi wakati nilikuwa nafanya kazi ya umakanga route zote za Nairobi, kila pale nilikuwa napeleka CV inaonyesha umewahi fanya route gani, na hiyo route unajulikana ama unataja tu route ya uongo. Unaona? So CV ndio history kwa wale hawaelewi. Kwa hivyo usiseme ati CV ni CV. CV ni history. I think kuna mtu ameni understand. Usiku mwema nyote.
Asante, blessed. Come back again tomorrow. We are here every day around the same time. So ukituona click live, unaingia tu. Penny, are you still there? Sika Penny ameenda kulala.
Changie nilale bwana.
Huyu ni nani?
Si mimi ni Fred bwana.
Fred, you if you are not preaching hate, we don't want you. If you have hate for any politician, we will not allow. We will not entertain that here.
Can I say something?
No, wait, Fred. Austin Otieno, karibu.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity to contribute. I think we've heard the approach Fred was bringing, and I think the way to see this is a narrative that the UDA people selling. Is it really working? And if you can find, as in the strategy they were using, initially, if you saw the Nyeri governor, the narrative that he had when the deputy president, Raila can tell you about the history, and Ruto can tell you about the future. So there's a narrative they're trying to sell now. And that narrative is to block any weakness that the URP candidate might cannot sell or rather pinpoint at any weakness that Ruto has. So they've been selling the narrative of hate. They've been selling the narrative of Mganga. They've been selling the narrative of division. So is it really the question is the narrative that they are selling, are they working in Mashinani? And yes, true, to the kind of contributions we are getting from Fred, it's working in some other areas. It's working. 1 week ago, they mentioned about history. Today, somebody is talking about history and they hate history. So I think anybody who is supporting Raila and pro Raila team should now be looking at it critically. What is Ruto doing? Is Ruto following? Are they working on the weakness so that they block the view towards people concentrating on the weaknesses that they've been having? And that is working to them. So we should not be ignoring Chenye Ruto and his team are saying, and we should not be ignoring as in the strategies that they are using. And what they want to put to other Kenyans is now they want to sell sympathy. Ruto wants to be sympathized, and that is the narrative that they used to win 2013 election, when they were selling sympathy about the Hague. They've already won the hearts of some by referring to Raila as Mganga, which is working towards them. Sai, they are now concentrating on selling the future and trying to tarnish what Raila has been putting to us about history. So mine is just the team. Rather than concentrating the contribution, can we now start critical discussions on where is Ruto heading with the talking bad about anybody who is talking about history? Okay, thank you. That was my contribution.
And let me contribute.
Thank you for your contribution, Buzz. Oh, Fred, if you're preaching it, we don't allow you to speak here. We don't do that. So can you just mute?
Allow me bana to speak bana.
Can you mute?
Hi Themba.
Allow me.
Can you mute Fred?
So you have a specific people to speak.
Can you mute?
You illuminate me. Hey.
Hi. Hi Themba and the team. Hi Themba and the team. Hello.
Hi, Baz.
Continue, Baz.
Hi.
How are you? How have you been?
I'm good, and
Now
I've been good at Jamhuri, and it has been a good holiday. I think we have heard little about the history of the arena. We didn't know that arena was a detention camp. If that is the history people are talking about, that is good history, because it is an educative history. The history that I think the UDA camp has an issue with is the personality history. That is what the problem is, because each person has his own history. And if you look at great leaders in the world, nobody changed their country based on history. Look at Xi Jinping in China, what he has done for Chinese today. He did not look back at the past when China was so poor and started telling them about that. He focused on the future. Those are the two differentials of history. Somebody can just come and tell us about Harethuku. Somebody can sit and tell us about Ronald Ngala. Of what help is it to the Kenyan of today. Maybe today, William Ruto is creating the history of tomorrow, the history of the common mwananchi, the history of hustlers. That is the history of tomorrow. We are living it today. So it is good. I think I admired what the Honorable Right Prime Minister said. It was very good. Actually, I didn't know some of the things. He seems to be reading very good books. Actually, I was amazed. The only place that I think he went off is when he started something of a lined up propaganda of Weston and the arena. I think that was off. It cannot be for a day like today. You cannot now start associating the property of a person to the history of yesterday. You would have just stayed to the history of the arena, which was very good, and I listened to him, and it was very good actually. But the other guy has just talked about the strategy of UDA and history, and what Nyeri governor said the other day about people who keep on talking about personality history. There is history that we want to hear, and I think that is very clear. Nobody hates history. But there are things surely you will not keep on telling us. You cannot keep on telling us about personality. Even he himself has a history. If we are to talk about what he did in the previous years, he is part of it. There is nothing, we have very few things we can single out in Kenya that we are happy about historically. In history, in the beginning of this nation, they were fighting about hunger, house, and education. 58 down the line, 58 years down the line, it's still the same things that they are speaking about. When will these things become history? If that was the history of Jomo Kenyatta, the history of 4 successive post-colonial governments, is that the history we want to keep on telling us? No, that we don't want to hear. We want to see a solution. So I think Themba, as I wind up, I think it's good to have history of some of the arenas, some of the monuments, some of the days, but personality history, no, it is taking us nowhere. Thank you, Themba.
Buzz.
I have a question.
That's very good contribution, and I like your reasoning. I just want to ask you a question. Then I know some of our guys here will ask you questions. At least allow 2 or 3.
Yes,
now,
go ahead.
Why is Ruto saying that he's a chief hustler?
He is a chief hustler. It is no more about personality.
No, wait.
It is,
just tell me, why is he saying that he's a chief hustler? I just want to tell me that.
Because he himself has gotten out of poverty to where he is today. Not
so he got it. Wait, twende pole pole. He got himself from poverty.
Yes.
And he was able to put himself to where he is.
Yes, that's one reason. The other reason is
so wait, twende pole pole. Twende pole pole. How is that history of him getting himself from poverty helpful to you right now?
It is an inspirational. It shows that yes, it's very inspirational to say that what you are doing today as a young man in Kibra, if you are selling mandazi, that is not, you can change yourself tomorrow. You can be the MP for Kibra, even by selling mandazi today.
Wait. You're using Ruto's history of him selling whatever he sold to getting himself there to help someone to believe that they can be able to get somewhere.
Themba, you cannot inspire somebody if you yourself, it has not happened to you.
Good. Now, I'm just taking you slowly so that you can appreciate. Now, Ruto has told you guys that he was able to. Did Ruto assist Raila become the president in 2007?
No, the prime minister, sorry, not the president.
Or did he assist him to become the prime minister then?
It will be naive for somebody to say he did not play a part. He played a very big part because he did a lot of
fair
campaigns.
Fair enough. Did he
Yes.
assist Ruto to become the president in 2013?
He did assist Uhuru to become the president. He played a big part.
Good. Was he promised
Yes.
yangu kumi na yako kumi?
It was a political declaration on the road.
In 2017, did he assist Uhuru to become president?
Yes, he did.
Is that
He
significant? Right? Is that significant right now?
In what context is it significant? Because
in him becoming the president for in 2022.
He is not becoming president because he assisted anybody to become anything. He is becoming president because he has a solution to a problem that he has identified.
Oh, good. He has a track record.
He personally, he has transformed himself. That is an enough track record. He is not preaching water. He is preaching what he has done to himself.
Good. Now, you see, now you are actually quoting history that he has actually done things to himself. And because of that, therefore, he can assure you that he'll do something come 2022, right?
He is assuring us it can also happen to you.
Good.
Not only me.
That's what I wanted.
You.
So you see, it nullifies your assertion that history. We don't want to hear history. And all you have talked about right now, you have talked about him being a chicken seller and being now better person. That is history that now you are using to determine if we can do it next time. You're using history. You're not. He's not. He has not lived in 2022. Nobody has. You're using the previous. Now let me leave it there because I know there are people who want to ask you questions too. I know I'll start with the. Hold on, Baz. Maybe
before you leave it there.
Hold on, Baz.
Okay.
You'll realize probably all this when you respond to all this, you'll have responded to them all together at once. I know there's Kasudi. Anybody else who has a question to Baz? There's Kasuri, there's Jakindu Bay, there's Community Ancestor. So let me just write somewhere, Baz. So Fred Kasuri.
Okay.
Good evening, Themba. Even although we are latecomers, but I think we are in. I just want to ask my brother, where is he speaking from in the part of Kenya?
Do I answer or I wait for the next question?
Kasuri, I don't think
tell me so that I can drive my question.
No, he doesn't.
I can drive. I can frame my question because my
no,
question
he doesn't have to answer that unless. Do you feel comfortable answering that,
Nairobi?
Baz?
Actually, I wonder what is the context of the question.
No, you don't have to answer that. So Kasudi, just go ahead with your question.
Let me ask you a question. In the year 1989, 1990, 91, 92, 93, 94, the Langata or the Nairobi you are seeing, it's not the same Nairobi, my friend. So when Raila talks about the history of Langata as all, he understands that place more than I do. Because I personally, in the year 1990, I was living in Rongai. So that road, I have used that road for almost 25 years. So when he said that in where the Weston Hotel is seated, there is, he didn't say that the whole place. He said that there is a small place, there is chamber, tortured chamber. And those tortured chambers are being preserved and under the Kenya Museum. He didn't say that he's personalizing the property, somebody's property. No, he was just mentioning that in that place, when you study that place, if you have walked that place quite closely, you will understand that there is some designated area that nobody even have ever dared to enter. So there is those chambers that he was referring to. And if you answer me that question, I will understand you, where you are speaking from and how you understand the Langata at all. Only that the question I wanted to ask you, bro.
Which question did you ask, please? I just heard you say about Weston and the Langata issue. I had no question specifically.
I ask you, where are you speaking from in Kenya?
And I think that question has been overruled by the moderator. I don't have to answer it.
Not
Yeah,
necessary.
he doesn't have, no, Kasudi, he doesn't have to answer that. You just ask your question. I mean, unless he feels comfortable to answer, but if he doesn't, just proceed on to ask your question. I think one thing we are saying is your contribution to the channel does not necessarily mean you have to be anywhere that we know. So you have an understanding of Kenya. So Baz is here because he understands something about Kenya. We have had people from Uganda here. So just ask your question. He doesn't have to, and he has said that he's not comfortable. So just ask the question.
I'll be so naive. I'll be so naive if I don't ask him that question, because he's the one who brought the issue of Weston. So I'm trying to give my own history, not somebody's history. So he brought that issue so that we have the people who have been there and who knows that place more than the way we do. So my question was very simple, and I just want to know. Do you know we are the people? I was not born in Nairobi. That's one. I moved from somewhere. I came to Nairobi. So the way I understand Nairobi.
Hold on, Kasudi. Let me ask you a question. You see, even you can be in Nairobi, but you are not in Bungoma, okay? And you can understand Nairobi, and you don't know Bungoma that much. It doesn't mean you can't talk about Bungoma, all right? So not all of us have been to every place everywhere. In this world, you can only be at a certain place at a certain time, but it doesn't reduce your ability to understand what is going on there, okay? I've never been to London myself, but I've never met even Abraham Lincoln, but I've read about him. So just ask your question so that Baz can respond. If you don't have a question, then we can move to someone else.
Okay, I just wanted now to remind to add to contradict a little bit what he said, but now necessary, because he doesn't want to answer that one, let us leave it on that way, because I believe strongly in my heart that when Honorable Raila speaks about Langata, he knows Langata more than I do. Only that.
Okay, so I think there's no question there. Jakindube, there was a question? You are muted, Jakindube.
Ni history gani ambayo iko na maana kuliko ile ambayo walikuwa ambayo anapinga kwamba history ya individual, kwa sababu nashindwa history ya individual, si kwa history ya individual. Kama Hari Dhuku, historia yake ilimfanya walianza kupigania Kenya tuwe huru, tuko sasa huru. Hiyo ni individual, hiyo ni kitu ambayo inatufaidi sisi wote. So hii ambayo utaki ya mtu individual ni gani? Sikuelewi hapo. Unaweza kutuelezea vizuri? Sijakuelewa vizuri.
Okay, thank you. Finally, community ancestor.
Yeah, to Mr. Baz, if I didn't got him wrong, he said that 58 years since independence, we are talking of things like lack of job, maybe food and sustainability and what have you. Now my question to Mr. Baz, since 2013 up to now, Uhuru took over power. Now, this issue of lack of jobs and what have you, have they addressed those problems into totality so that maybe Baz, you can convince to vote for Ruto come 2022? That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much, community nurse and Jackie Dumbey and Fred. First of all, Fred, I did not have any problem with the mapping. I think you're asking a question based on the map and the map of that arena. I don't have a problem with it. What I had a problem with is when somebody tries to spin. It's like a spin doctor trying to spin something of an opponent within a history of the country and of an arena. That is out of order. I think that's where he messed it up. The rest of the history was very good. He said some of the things that I never knew about. And to Jack Kendu Bay about which history I don't like and which one I prefer. History about personality. If we are to dwell on history about personality, it is not going to take this country anywhere. History is not the CV. The CV is your achievements. Your CV is not about your low moments. Nobody mentions history correctly why Raila was detained. Raila was detained for participating in a coup. That was not fighting for democracy. It was overthrowing a government. That is why he was detained. He later came to fight for democracy later after his detention. That is history he never speaks about. He speaks about the history from 1990 when he was doing very well in fighting for democracy, which we commend him for. And we will forever be grateful for him for that. He is a person who participated in the history of this country, but we cannot dwell there. The current problems this country is facing cannot be solved by such history. This country needs to be reprogrammed. And I think the problem some of these personalities have with William Ruto is the narrative he has come up with, because it touches to the core of what this country is suffering from. This country is suffering from micro-enterprise. And that is what William Ruto is talking about. The small hustlers of those selling machungwas with wheelbarrow. The lowest level of micro-enterprise, that's what he's talking about. The other guys are talking about the biggest enterprise, which are already big. Community nurse, when you speak about jobs, I did not mention jobs. I said we have three things that this country has been preached about since independence. It is illiteracy, food security. Those two things are the same ones that were fought for by during independence, and they are the same ones that are being fought for even today. We must now move on to the next level of industrialization to solve those two problems together. Otherwise, we can do all we are doing today. We will never solve the two problems. Not history, not anything.
Okay, thank you, Baz. I think we will let Baz rest for now for just a
Demba,
minute.
tafadhali, nataka kumwelezea huyu jamaa kitu. Nataka kumwambia kwamba hizi mambo ambayo unasema economy, tunataka economy. wakati Kibaki hizi mambo ya economy ilianza kuharibika right from the beginning, kwa sababu hatukujenga msingi wa umoja. Wakati Kibaki alipoingia 20, wacha niweke tu hiyo karibu 2002, kila mtu anasema economy ilitengenezwa vizuri na nini. Kwa nini economy imesambaratika? Economy imesambaratika kwa sababu Kibaki hakujenga kitu inaitwa political stability. Hiyo kitu ninyi mnakosa hii kitu. Kitu inaitwa political stability ndio mama ya kila kitu. Yaani kuunganisha Wakenya wote wawe kitu kimoja, wasigombane. Ukishapata kitu kama hiyo, ndio maana Uhuru na Raila wameangalia ni mahali gani. Ndio maana historia ni nzuri, kuangalia ni mahali gani tuliharibikiwa wapi. Where did we go wrong? You must get kule tulienda wrong is when you can build. Huwezi kujenga nyumba juu ya mchanga, lazima ujenge msingi mzuri ndio hiyo nyumba ikae safi. So bila kupata hiyo suluhu, nchi zote Afghanistan, Waamerika wameenda huko wati wanapeleka demokrasia na bunduki na mabomu, wamefaulu. Hawajafaulu kwa sababu wameshindwa kufanya political stability. Political stability ni kitu, ni namna ya watu wanakubaliana wanataka waongozwe namna gani. Kama sehemu nyingine wamekataa na sehemu nyingine wamekubali, haiwezekani. Lazima wote mkubaliane. Na hizi nchi ambazo mnaona zinafanya vizuri ni kwa sababu hawa watu ni wamoja, wanafanya, wamekubali, wamesikilizana kufuata mtindo fulani. Hiyo ndio maana hizo nchi zimeendelea. Kenya, hata tukisema saa hii mtu alete economy namna gani, Sudan ama Ethiopia tulikuwa tunasema inaendelea vizuri, political stability wamesambaratika. So mjaribuni, mimi nawasihi mjaribuni kuangalia historia. Ni kitu ya muhimu sana kwa binadamu. Hata ukienda kwa daktari, nilikuwa nimemwambia mtu, lazima akitaka kukutibu lazima kuulize ulianza kuwa mgonjwa lini, kitu gani na kufanya. Hawezi kufika tu hivi anakupatia dawa, hawezi, kwa sababu hata jua unaumia wapi. Na kwa hiyo hata sisi historia hiyo ambayo wewe unaitukia kwamba ya mtu binafsi, hiyo inatufanya hata tukitaka kuchagua kiongozi tujue ni kiongozi wa namna gani, kwa sababu hatuwezi tu kuchagua mtu tu hapo barabarani ati basi huyu ndio mtu anatuletea. Lazima tuwe na historia yake, amefanya nini. Vile unasema hiyo, hata hiyo CV unasema ni historia, kwa sababu shule umeshasoma 10 years ago. Sasa ukiwaambia ulisoma shule ulifanya nini, hiyo ni historia. Sio kitu unategemea kufanya. Kama unasema nitapita mtihani next year, hawata kuandika kazi. Kwa hiyo tafadhali tujue maana historia ni nini, na hata kama ni historia ya mtu mmoja, hiyo historia itatufanya tupate kiongozi ambaye anaweza kuelekeza Kenya sehemu tunataka. Kwa hiyo tafadhali, kama unaona hiyo historia haikufai, tengeneza historia yako ikufae. Watu wa Amerika ama Uingereza ama Canada, hizi nchi ukitaka kuwa kiongozi wanakupekua hata wakati ulikuwa miaka 15 ulifanya nini. Hata kama ulikojoa njiani eti kwa sababu wewe mlevi, bado hizo wanasema, wanataka useme we mwenyewe, mimi nilipokuwa miaka 20 nilivuta bangi lakini nilijirekebisha. Usiposema wakigundua huwezi kusimama. Na hiyo kitu ni kwa sababu ya historia. Ndio maana wanachagua kiongozi mzuri, kwa sababu wanaangalia historia yako. Asanteni.
Let me just
asante sana, asante Jakindube. Hold on, Daniel. Penny wanted to say something. Then I'll bring on Daniel. Penny.
Yeah, what I wanted to tell Baz is that I wish to disagree with the fact that he's saying that we should not look at history, that history of personalities is not necessary. And we are talking about people who are aspiring to be the CEOs of these nations. So there is no way you can talk about someone who is aspiring to be a president of Kenya, and then you fail to look at their personality. You have to look at the historical events vis-a-vis their personalities. Their personalities are of the greatest importance to us more than any other thing, because when you look at their historical personalities, we can be able to predict what they are capable of doing. We are capable of assessing their promises vis-a-vis the achievements that they have made. We are also able to look at their track record, what they have done in the past. Yeah, if these are people who have a history of looting and plundering our economy, we have to address that. So there is no way you can tell us that history is not necessary, because it is the same thing when you're going to look for a job. Your employer will always ask you, where have you worked before? What have you achieved? Why do you think you're the suitable candidate for this position? And it is the same analogy that you're using here. It's not anything different. So for us to start throwing history into space is I think, hypocrisy of the biggest order. We need to assess their personalities. We need to assess these people, where they were born, what they have achieved, what are their weaknesses, what are their strengths, in order for us to be able to make a decision who is the best candidate to lead us. So history is of great importance.
Thank you. Daniel?
Yeah, part of what I wanted to say, Penny has said, but the important thing is that if maybe some people think that we should talk about events, historical events, then even with that, you cannot talk about historical events without personalities behind them. Those things don't happen in the vacuum of people. There are people who are driving some events, unless maybe somebody's thinking about natural catastrophic things, maybe that catch the attention of history writers. But once somebody throws himself into the national limelight, anything he does, whether now you call it personality history, it affects the nation. Like when you are trying to interview Baz, asking him questions about where Ruto has been, what he has been doing, like selling chicken. This is somebody who is going to step into an office so that his history, his personal history, is going to affect this nation. Like when you asked him if he participated in making Raila be prime minister, if he helped Uhuru become president, he's a person, he's a personality who influenced the person, I mean, the people who got into power. And those people in power, they affect the way the country develops. So trying to disqualify personality history is just maybe, I want to say that some people don't understand what history is. Because the history of a person affects the nation. Those important people, their history affect the nation. So we have to look into their history and find out what they are doing. Somebody said here that Raila is telling us about the past, Ruto is telling us about the future. That is a lie. That is a very big lie. I don't know why you people didn't pick it, but the lie is like this. You don't know what the future is about. It is only God who knows what is going to happen in the future. About 10 years ago, when Ruto was being chosen to power, they knew the future. They kind of like they knew the future. They were telling us about the things they were going to do, how the economy was going to develop. Now the same people who chose the two are now coming back to tell us how the economy is bad. Now they want to give us a new person who happens to have been part of that to now rectify things. That is a lie. The person who knows the future is God. Unless maybe somebody is a prophet and God has given him the gifting to see something in the future, somebody cannot tell us that there's a politician here who is telling us about our future. He doesn't know what the future is going to be like. For us, we have to look at what they have done in the past to try to guess what is going to happen if we give him the power. Now, saying that Raila telling us about the past, Raila is also telling people what he's going to do if he gets into power. So that reflects negatively on the other party, because then they are not telling us what they have done and why things have gone wrong. They are just telling us that things are wrong. We are going to rectify everything without going back. Where did the rain start beating us? Why are things going wrong? And what are you going to do to rectify them? Then you have to tell us about what has happened and how you are going to rectify it. Just jumping into the future, it is like somebody building a skyscraper without digging the foundation. So we want to look at whatever is going to happen in the future is what we built in the past. If we go to the past and realize that the past cannot hold, we don't have unity, we are tribalistic, we are supporting people because they are from our tribes, then of course that whatever you're going to build, it is not going to bring political stability. It's still going to collapse. And we'll come back again to say that, okay, now we start again, tell us about the future, after having made the mistakes that were already made in the past, because you didn't want to go back and check what happened in the past so that you can rectify them.
Thank you, Daniel. I think what we can note is that the people of Baz and the DP side, they do not have a problem with history. Their problem is that if you go back to history, it is not going to favor their candidate. Look at Raila Odinga. If you look at him, early 80s, he was fighting, they were fighting against multi-party democracy. He came, he fought for the new constitution. He came, he fought for 2010 constitution. Now, 2007, he shook hands with Kibaki. There was a peace. 2017, shook hands with Uhuru. There was peace. Now look at Ruto. His history, Youth for KANU 92. You know, bad history. The economy was spoiled. Ruto was always with the KANU regime that went for the one-party political system. Ruto was part of that. Ruto was part of in 2002. Ruto did not want, the new regime to come in. He was still with the KANU. So his history is tainted. So that if you start talking about history, and 2010, he went against the 2010 constitution. So what they do not want to talk about in history is that when you open that book and that journey, their candidate does not have a very rosy history to talk about. So they do not, it's not history that they don't like. Is that when you start talking about history, their candidate will not have anything to sell. And because when you are talking to Baz right now, I asked him about the history of Ruto. He says he was a chicken seller. He moved from chicken seller. He became someone. So we want to inspire people using chicken selling. But what will you be inspiring people with when you start talking about constitution? Because Ruto went against it. He's never supported any constitutional change. 1992, Youth for KANU 92, when they printed money, it spoiled our economy. That's a history they don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk about the way the KANU regime was the one that was muzzling the opposition. Ruto was in that part. He was actually at some point the Secretary General of KANU. Kabogo has said that it is Ruto who rigged him out when they were in KANU. And they went for Stephen Dishu. It was Ruto who was, I think, the Director of Elections then. So when they talk about history, if you're supposed to bring that up, they are going to lose badly. So I think they don't have a problem of history. And that's why, for some reason, when Baz is talking, he's trying to say we don't want personality history. Yet,
When he comes here, he's talking about the history of a person being a chicken seller. Ruto is a person. They are not talking about a country when they are talking about a chicken seller. That's a person. So they are saying we do not want any person history. But when you start talking about Ruto, they are talking about a person. You see the way you talk with one and you take with another. So what they don't want is not that they don't want a person history. They want the history of Ruto, which is okay. You have a right to listen to him alone. That's okay. It's your right. You want to change the history as long as Ruto is not mentioned, you want to change it. It's not only Ruto who sold chicken. There are so many people who sold chicken. So the only story we can use. There's also others who sold chicken, they never made it rich, you know? So we need to be categorical. Like here, we are not arguing with history. It is not history we are arguing it. They like history. It's only that if it is not favoring Ruto, it's a history they don't want, which is okay. I mean, they have a right to push for their candidate, and definitely they will not like a history that does not favor their candidate. Their candidate has never fought for any constitution change. Their candidate was in the Y for KANU 92. That spoiled the economy. Their candidate has been mentioned in many, many issues that go with corruption. When Weston was mentioned, they became jittery. Raila didn't mention anyone. It is the courts that mentioned. It is actually Ruto who said that they bought the Weston Hotel from the government. How can you be in government and then buy Weston Hotel from government and you're in KANU without due diligence? So those particular moments, I'm sure, will work badly for their candidate, and they're trying to change that. But history must be unedited, just like the president and Raila said. So they're not having a problem with history. I think that is what we are coming up into agreement. History is shaping them. They are shaping it to favor what they want, which is okay. It is a competition. Push for the history that you guys want to hear. Push for what you think. It's just like when we were growing up, we were told that Livingstone came and discovered Lake Victoria. This Lake Victoria was there, and there were people, and they chose to teach us that. So I think we will leave that at that. I want to bring in Kasuti. Kasuti has not given his views. I think I'll give him time, and then we bring in Patriot. Kasuti.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demba. And it has been a while since I saw Penny. Welcome back. Let me go straight to the point of to the discussion of the day. Actually, nothing happens in political arena without very well scripted, very well planned, and executed at the right time. Do you know why maybe President decided to break another protocol again? Because he wanted to deliver something. He wanted to make sure that the message is driven at home. Do you know when they took the government 2013, surely for heaven's sake, and it is truth, the land was scrapped. Then after handshake, Raila told Uhuru, look here, this, in fact, it's in public domain, that when they took powers in 2013, very senior people in the government, they grabbed that land. And then when it comes to 2018, now it is the time Raila told Uhuru, listen, this is not the land that you should allow it to go like that. The history is going to lost. So let us do something on this land because it was abandoned. Then from that perspective, or from that point of view, it is the time now Uhuru take it as an agenda. And in other words, Uhuru just wanted to remind somebody who was arguing that since handshake, nothing has been happening. Nothing has been going on. But so many people have been surprised because the people who have been who used to see the Uhuru Garden, they are not believing how it is, how it's been transformed, how it's being looked like now. So many people have been surprised because it came up as a surprise. And in another perspective, because Uhuru Kenyatta wanted a message to be driven, and he wanted Raila to speak about corruption and land grabbing. He didn't want to speak that one himself. So that's why he break that protocol and he invited him to speak on that. And without wasting time, Baba just went and decided to hit nail on the on the head. He didn't waste any time. Why? Because as Uhuru said that if I'll be so naive or I'll be so I look bad if I don't appreciate one of us, somebody who is in our midst, a person who has helped me so much to develop this place, a person who has given me all advices. The way you see this place is beautiful the way it is today because somebody has advised me. So it was in order, President intended that Raila Amolo Odinga speaks about land grabbing and corruption. And that 2 point was made very clearly. And let me go back to Abbas a little bit. I will ask about Jakintube. I think you were here those early at 1982. Is it military wanted to plant the coup, or is it because as the history says, I don't see anywhere Raila was in a military. I don't think if he has ever been a military man. So is it the military plant the coup and failed, or because Raila was fighting for a different cause, now he was just being vindicated or accused for something that, because I think the coup was planned by the military. In fact, Air Force. It was not Raila Amolo Odinga. So we need to understand that one. So when you come here and tell us that he was detained because of the coup attempt, we'll be spreading wrong rumors and something which is not correct. So I think, Jakindube, you can help me to understand that one. Was it military, or it was the other side of the people who are fighting for the democracy and other things? Thank you.
Actually, I wanted nilitaka kumwambia huyo mtu, nilisahau tu. Nilitaka kumwambia aliposema hivyo, ndio maana nilinyosha mkono. Nilitaka kumwambia Raila hakuhusika na mambo ya mapinduzi hata kidogo. Mapinduzi ambayo yalikuwa attempt ilifanywa na Air Force. Na mimi mmoja wa kazini yangu moja alikuwa kwa Army, kwa Air Force. Hata wakati wa hizo kesi nilikuweko. Raila hakuwa na kesi, na walikuweko wengi tu, hata walimu wengine. Kuna mmoja mwalimu namjua alikuwa anafundisha Canada, akaja Kenya, walikuwa wanatetea mambo ya mishahara, hata wao walishikwa. Mmoja alikimbia kaenda South Africa. Ilikuwa ni Air Force. Raila walijaribu wakashindwa. So ukishindwa hiyo kesi eti anapindua, hakukuwa na kesi, hakuwa na makosa kwa sababu yeye si mwanajeshi. So wakati mwingine ukikosa mtu akikosa akishindwa, anatafuta njia ya kujifunika macho, sasa kukuonea. Unaona? So Raila, mtu ambaye anasema jina la Raila aliwekwa detention kwa sababu ya kutaka multi party. Ni hivyo, sio mambo ya ku
Themba.
Thank you, sir. Let my submission end there.
Themba.
Yes, Buzz. Sama.
Allow me to refer Jake Dube to the book of Enigma of Kenyan Politics, Raila Odinga. Read that book properly and you'll find the confession that he says actually he participated. He assisted in the attempted coup in 1982. Go read that book.
Raila hakuwekwa detention kwa sababu alikuwa hakuwekwa kwa hiyo.
That was the charges that led him to being detained.
Na wale walikuwa charged walifungwa. Wale walikuwa charged, wale walipatikana na makosa walifungwa. Kwa hiyo kama mtu wale walipatikana na makosa walifungwa, wengine walinyongwa.
Ochuka.
Wengine walinyongwa. Na Otar. Ochuka na Otar Ochuka anatoka Nyakach, Otar anatoka Kochia. Wao walinyongwa. Hawa wengine walifungwa, including hata huyo Bonga alinyongwa. Alifungwa na walishatolewa. Hawakuwekwa detention.
The military guys.
Detention, huna case.
Have you read the book about the enigma of politics?
But some of us were born slightly before the coup, and we know the history of Kenya very well. So it's not something that we're even supposed to read in books. Some of us were born before the 82 coup, and we know our Kenyan history very, very well.
That is
so
his
we don't
own
need to
book.
go into books because we don't need to go into books because we were born before the coup, and we know what happened. And some of those people who are involved, are closely related to some of us. People like Ochuka, So when you ask us to go to books, Baz, some of us were born before the coup, please.
Fanny, whether you were born before the coup or even before the nation itself, ignoring books is ignorance. That book is written by himself. Just go through it.
Alifungwa.
Okay, Baz.
November.
Yeah, you're making a point. We're getting you. I think the question is not whether it happened or not, is which history we want to pick to favor us or not. I think that's where we are at.
Absolutely. But it is very bad, Themba, for people to ignore books and say that we don't have to read because we were there. Yes, you were there, but you could have been in Nyakach. This thing was happening in Nairobi.
I was in Nairobi, my friend.
Whether you are in Nairobi, how they were happening, when a person says,
I will not divulge so much information because of my safety, but some of us, we know these things, they are so dear to us. They even touch on our family members, so I will not talk much. Let's leave it at that.
Thank you. But read books.
Buzz, your point is clear. Yeah, it's good to read. It's good for us to read, and I think you've made a point. We need to read, and reading makes us good people and good analysts. I think I agree with you to that extent.
Good history.
And no, there's no good history or bad history. History is history. For example, you see, Buzz, the fact you are born does not change. You might not.
Excuse me, Themba.
Yes, Patriot. You have something you want to say? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have a concern the way you're running today's show, and if you may allow me, may I make my point as I go away, please?
Patriot, I take exception because you are just interrogating the point that Baz is having. But you also have your right to have a concern. I mean, all of us don't always agree with everybody else, but you will have your point in a while. If you don't mind muting, thank you. So Baz, the good thing that you're bringing is well, Mutua, sorry, Ndeto, I didn't notice you are in the background. Sorry. You're bringing a very important point about reading. Sorry, Ndeto, welcome. The idea of reading is good, and history, whether it is made good or bad depending with the person appraising it, but history is history. History is history. You see, when the white man came, like I said, he came and he said that he has discovered Lake Victoria. You see, that's according to the white man's history. But there were people around Lake Victoria at that time, you know. So whether we interpret it, history is history. You know, it is history, and we cannot change history. And that's why today they said unedited history. It's very important. But Baz, you're right. We need to read. We need to read as documentation is being given. History has people, places, and events. Those are three things: the people, the places, and the events. That's what is making DP use the places. He says he has sold chicken. We choose that. He is not telling us that he did work for KANU 92. He has never spoken about it anywhere in his giving his history. He only talks from how he helped the Right Honorable, on how he helped Uhuru, on how he has they have made dams and all that. He doesn't talk about not giving us the stadiums and all. So whoever is reading history can decide to interpret it, but we need not change history. Yes, Baz, you want to say something before I bring on Patrick?
Yes. I want to say something to Penny and Jakedube. I want to refer them to a book called Flame of Freedom. And in that book, we are going to read the 11 charges according to Raila that he was slapped with during the 1982 coup. One of them was assisting Hezekiah Ochuka with his vehicle, K registration number. Just a minute, KCV something. That was one charge he was charged with, giving his vehicle to Ochuka. So read that book, Flame of Freedom, so that when you come here, you do not just also lack facts about history. Thank you, Themba.
Okay, thank you. Now I want to bring on Patriot. Patriot.
Okay. Thank you, my fellow panelists. I want to dive straight to today's topic. But before I do that, because we are at a very democratic space and we always respect everybody's opinion, I want to, give credit to the submission Themba you gave at some point and Daniel Ogweno in the clarification of history. Actually, that formed a part of what I wanted to say, and I think I felt like you read my mind. The history does not favor the UDA candidates. That's why deliberately they have avoided history. And that's what history. And this, when we talk about the CV, whether in the academia or your lifetime from your childhood as you grow up, that is what we call history. And it will stand by that. But before I dive deeper to what I wanted to contribute, I also feel obliged to say the following. I stand to be corrected, but I want to remain so. I tried to enter the show at around 11 or so. This is the time I've managed to go in. So I take exceptional, observation in as far as moderation is concerned, and I think I should be allowed to say what I want to say. Whoever does the moderation should be very considerate for people who are the background when the show is not full. Because when you keep somebody for about 20 minutes and he's there, I don't know the technology that is used in the TV, but probably I'll be able to know that. I stuck there for about 20 minutes. I tried even to communicate. And as far as I'm concerned, there were 2 moderators. That was not seen. I think that is something the moderation office should be able to look into, because that can be a discouragement to somebody, because I saw the panel was not full, and I still made even, you know, trying to make text that was never seen. So I don't know the explanation, but however, I want to believe there is one. So can that be an improvement, please? Because I think keeping somebody behind the show that long can be energy draining. Anyway, so to what I wanted to mention in as far as today's issue, President Uhuru, Raila Odinga, and Ruto, for a keen observer, there is what you learn from the today's event. One, the president was very clear that he is a man who is a product of history the way it is. And I agree with you, Theba, just to emphasize the same, history can never be changed. In fact, the hardest thing to do in life is to change history. We can only try to shape the future by putting foundation that will give us the future close to where we are predicting it. You know, the things we're enjoying today in terms of freedom, the enterprise that we want to talk about, whether you're looking at it from a personalized history or an institutional history, you will always realize that history forms the basis of today's, you know, infrastructure, whether it's institutional or individual. The other thing that I want to take a bit of exceptional, you know, rebuttal to is what Baz said. And as I said, Themba, you put it very clearly that what our friends are actually bringing on board is not the question of whether history is good or not. They are playing semanticism, and they're trying to play selective justice here, because you can't look at history. You only pick a grain that talks about the positive part of your history. But because the rest does not say anything about you, whatever you pick, you don't call it history. Then you now say the rest is history, including your bad history. I want to tell Buzz what history means in this country. History means land grabbing. History means forming a legal youth group that ends up taking the country the wrong direction by campaigning for a regime that was not populist, that was not voted by people, that was a dictatorial regime that lasted for years until when Raila Odinga said, Kibaki Tosha. And I want to tell you what history is. History is, Raila said, Kibaki Tosha, to remove a regime that was not only interested in propagating tribalism, but nepotism at the expense of the democratic economic growth of a country. That's what history means. History means there was a country at some time that was in the hands of the colonial rulers. And when land was given back to the leaders, at some point, there was unfairness of giving this land to its people. That is what we call history. The upsurge of the Mungiki group from Mount Kenya was as a result of wrongfully, you know, giving land to people probably who didn't deserve and forgetting others. That is what we know about history. So we look at history in a manner that will help us to improve the future. We want to see that the mistakes that have been committed so far by the historical events where personality has been key, it is something that we must look with a lot of keenness to see that in the future, we don't go back to where we've gone to. History tells us that at some point, somebody must sacrifice his political, you know, ambitions, you know, go out to make sure that forests, you know, we plant trees, we preserve the environment for us to have the rains we have today. Somebody sacrificed his political career. That is the history that you don't want to know. That is the history you don't want to be reminded. In fact, if I may say, it's not that you don't want to know it. You know the history. It's only that you don't want to be reminded.
why would you want to tell us, and like the way Themba put it, why would you want to tell us that somebody knew how to keep chicken when he was a young man? And you don't want to tell us whether the very person taught other young men to rear chicken. Why would you want to be so selfish on your enterprise to the extent that yours is good history when those who want to follow you blindly look at that as history? But when you talk about other people, it becomes personalized history. It is true, the way Daniel Ogweno said, there is no history without personality. The historians are persons, the writers are persons, the events, whoever captures that event must be a person. So there's no way you can run out to say that history is not good, unless you are, applying selective amnesia in collecting what you think is history and the other. Lastly, as I want to conclude, the most important thing that I've learned from our brothers as a trait, and I don't want to mince words on this, they lie on the face without, without winking an eye. They do it with impunity. They tell us things today when we ask them tomorrow. They give different explanations. They have their own dictionaries. They don't want us to read the dictionaries. But I'm happy Baz has gone as far as giving us a book quotation. That is the way facts are supposed to be going to. I know in one or the other, Baba said there was something that, he was involved in the coup, but in as far as looking at that event as a criminal thing, I'm yet to speak. I don't speak for Baba on that. I have not read much on that. I don't want to rebuttal on that. But what I want to say is history is part of us. The scientific data that we look at for us to study and implement protocols, whether in diagnosis or other areas in terms of interventions in the medical area, history plays a key role. And this is not news to our brothers in UDA. I am sure they know. That's why they quickly tell us, oh, in 2007, 2008, I made him the PM. I also made Uhuru Kenyatta to become the president. 2013, 2017. Hata wakati Maraga alileta kisirani, bado nikamsaidia akawa president. That is history. An American will tell you that is fucking history. Of course, somebody will think that is an insult. That is to emphasize that what we are saying is blank and the truth. So I want to believe that today's topic has been extensively and conclusively discussed with my able panelists. However, the last statement I want to say, perhaps the best thing we will need to do when we have a topic is to know that our brothers will come with sideshows. You've ended up discussing about history so much that one will think that was the topic of today. It's good to summarize some of these things early enough so that the whatever you pick as a topic remains central in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patriot, for that addition right there. I mean, I think we are making progress. Now, just to let Baz know, the Mau Mau were taken to detention because if you go to read the charges, in fact, there's an interesting bit that they said that I think the president is the one who put it that way. He said that they were being told that they had a psychological problem. So they had to be put into that detention camp so that they can be gotten out of that psychological problem. So if you read the charges, the Mau Mau was also a terrorist. It was a proscribed group. Does it mean they were bad people? You see, if you are to go by the charges, then anybody, even the opposition, by the time they were fighting for multi-party democracy, there were charges brought against them. There was detention without trial. Does it mean they were guilty for that? You see, if you read with a skewed way of thinking, then you are likely to believe what you want to believe. And I think, as Patrick has said, we really don't want to. The fight here is not that history is bad. Actually, what is coming out is that we are not contesting history. We are contesting what Baz, in your own words, you said, what we want to hear, what you guys want to hear is what suits you, is not what doesn't suit you, which I think is an interesting way of thinking. But we respect you for that. And as I'll keep saying, as Patriot has said, your candidate, if we were to look at history as unedited, he will not have anything to sell come next year. But edited history, of course, what you guys want to hear is what you are picking, and you are going to hear that from the next speaker, who is Ndeto. Ndeto, welcome.
Now, Themba, before Ndeto speaks,
Yes,
because
Buzz, go ahead. Yeah,
because
go ahead.
you have mentioned me, and Patriot has mentioned me too.
Go ahead,
I
Buzz.
think the key word is unedited history. And if I may go with the words of the Nyeri governor Kahiga, he said, don't keep on telling us about the history of the good things you did. Tell us even about the bad things that you did. I think that's what we should be talking about, unedited history, including the things that you have done that are bad. Tell us more.
Wait, Buzz, which forum has Ruto talks about him being a member of Youth for CAN 92?
And he has never talked about such history also.
He has never talked about. So do you want to hear that from him?
We are not saying he is a saint, or
no. I'm going with your words. You said he talks about chicken selling, but he's not talking about him being a member for Youth for CAN 92. Is that a history you want to hear?
Yes, we should be told, so that he absorbs himself from that.
Also, we are going on record that you want to hear him talk about. So you talk
in
about
your in your own words, you have said unedited history. And unedited history means good and
yes,
bad.
Patriot. Okay, wait, Buzz. Yes, Patriot. What is
Thank you. On this one, let me agree with Buzz. That is right. We are going to give both good and bad history. And let me start by giving the bad history, which you don't want to hear so far. But since you've given us that, let me do a quick one, which will take about 30 seconds. The bad history that you've never gone to is the history where all the bosses the DPR has worked under cannot recommend him for any job. And I'll start telling you who was his first boss. The first boss was Jirongo. Ask Jirongo today whether he'll recommend the DP for any job. He will never give you that recommendation. The second person was the late President Daniel Arap Moi. Arap Moi never recommended the DP for any job after falling apart from him. The third person was Raila Odinga. When he was the prime minister, the DP was under him. He can never give you that recommendation. The other person is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. William Ruto left Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in Kanu and joined Baba without consent with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He will never give a recommendation for DP to be given employment by any other person. The last one, today as we are speaking, is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So the history that we have, the bad history that you don't want us to tell you, which I'm happy you've told us to tell you as I finalize, and I'm willing we go that direction. No one, if you're to ask the DP to provide a CV or recommendation in relation to duty and the contract performance, none of his previous bosses will give you that document. Take that to any bank. If you produce that, I will be grateful to know. And then about Baba, it's up to you to provide the negatives. Thank you so much.
Themba, let me rebut that fully, as has been said by Themba in 30 seconds also.
Okay.
I think with the first one, Jirongo cannot produce anything for anybody. He himself has been nothing other than being an MP. For Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, the late, he did recommend Ruto to the assistant minister. That shows enough credentials that he know this guy has the potential to work in that department. There were so many people who could have given that job. For him leaving Uhuru to join Raila in 2007, Uhuru himself validated and said, this is the leader I want to work with, by nominating him to be his deputy president in 2013. He was not coerced. He looked for him. Raila, when they worked with Ruto, he is the one who made him the Minister of Agriculture. That is a recommendation, unless he was mad when he made him the Minister for Agriculture. So whatever patriot you're talking about, kindly speak on record.
No. Buzz, sorry, I don't like interfering, but that is the skewed mentality that is not fair. Themba, let me put this clear, please. I said the ex-bosses, meaning they gave him a job. You know, you are trying to play semantics. I said, when you work for somebody and you have ended the contract of working with the person, you can go back for a recommendation for a job. If you understand what I'm saying, none of these people who gave the DP work at some time can recommend him for the work of the CEO of this country. That is a different thing. You're not saying what I'm saying, my brother.
I think, Patriot, if we went to the late Wamalo and asked him whether he could recommend Raila Odinga for any job, on what he did on Thika and Ford Kenya elections, Mr. Wamalo would surely not recommend him. Would you want to speak for the dead?
I rest my case.
Okay.
Can I jump
Thank
in?
you.
I think this thing is going out of the
It's
rail.
okay.
It's not like
It's
that.
okay. It's okay, Daniel. It's okay. Let's have. It's okay, Daniel. Daniel, let's let it rest for that. Neto, it's your time.
Yes, Demba, how are you?
I'm good, my brother. How have you been? Umetoka ground inasemaje?
Ground, by the way, things are really going well. And let me take this
Ground
chance to...
when are you launching the next? You know, you have 160 MPs to launch. You have only launched 2. I think there are only 2, or you are supposed to be launching several of them. What has happened?
The last time I had, they are not 160. We are heading now to 190. So, and by February...
When are you finishing to launch them?
Very soon. Wait until February next year, because that's when we are also waiting the...
Are you launching any this week? Are you launching any this week?
Actually, they are joining the masses. So I think it's all about interest in the party, not about even going for anyone. So
okay,
let me
go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. And I can see Penny umelosti sana. I can also see Fred, Jackie Dube, then there is Ogweno and Booz. Actually, I've listened to the submissions, and I like the thread of thought that Booz is following. You know, if we ask ourselves why history, you'll find some of our leaders are using it for wrong reasons. I think the reason why this narrative of history came to be is because there was an outcry that it is only UDA which has manifestos, and other parties in a way until on the 10th that we had Baba producing something. At least he can tell Kenyans he is going to implement as the vision of ODM. So I think that's where the history thing emanated from. And, you know, also on the side of Baba, he has been clinging so much on the good things he did. And also we are asking, was he the only person maybe who did good as far as the profile of history is concerned? And that's why we are provoking his followers, because he has never told us of any wrong thing that he did. And if you see, history is also used wrongly to bring William Samoei Ruto down. And every time I listen to the Baba supporters, they are all over talking about how much land is grabbed in this country, how much even public coffers have been misappropriated. And the wrong part is they attribute all these evils to one man. And you know, today let me come to the context of what was happening today, being the celebration of 58th Jamhuri Day. I listened to the speech of William Samoei Ruto, and he was very objective. And you could hear he is appreciating what the Jubilee government has done. And what I understood is whoever will become the president come 2022 has a big role to play as far as stability of our nation is concerned. This includes economically, security-wise, a lot of things. So I could see a person who is really willing to bring all Kenyans together. I could see a leader who is really from deep in his heart, he has love for this country. And I also listened while he quoted some parts of the national anthem. You know, the reason why all of us, we should try to gather our efforts is to ensure that Kenya is a good place for every one of us. I also listened to the speech of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the president of our republic, Kenya. And to some extent, I could see that he appreciated, and you know, even myself, I'm happy to realize how the far we have come from as a country, Kenya. But to some extent, you know, as far as we are considering the past, the current, and the future, I think Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta today, he sounded so defensive. And I think it is because of what Mutahi Kahiga, governor of Nyeri, talked about. Well, he told Raila Odinga in Nyeri that, you know, there is something bigger than analyzing history among the youth. We need a person who will tell us how we shall get money into our pockets, how we shall get industries, you know. So I think he articulated that so well. As well, I don't know why this BBI thing agitated him. And at one moment, he even said that, you know, it's like BBI is posing, and soon or later, it will come back. In fact, I could see how painful he was feeling. And he said it was meant to help Kenyans, you know. But when you also scan through the document, you'll discover a lot of selfishness among the proponents of the same document. Because when we talk about what BBI will bring to Kenyans, there is another sweeteners. Those were the sweeteners, but there were evils in the document, which the leaders did not want Kenyans to know. And for me, I would say, let them divide that BBI, the 76 petitions or proposals which they were proposing to amend the constitution. Let them do a referendum in each of those items or articles. Then that way it will go through. And I don't think we need resources from the taxpayer. We have the national parliament or the Senate, and also even the county parliament. So also, I noted something so weird. I don't know if it is if it is only myself. When the president finished his speech, he invited Raila Odinga. You know, I think you should guide me if I'm wrong. You know, I've never seen that in the past. So I don't know what it means, but what I understood is this, that, you know, we have someone big than the president, and that is the president of the people. You know, one thing we should appreciate Baba about is he is still the president. You remember he was endorsed at Uhuru Park. We recognize him, and we are also asking if he can be given a second term, being the president of the people. You know, the way he was welcomed, he felt good. And I think to the president, it was so intentional, because the message that the former prime minister delivered, it was so provocative. And you know, it was designed to come after the speech by the deputy president, because there is no way he can even speak out on the same. So I found them like, actually, it was so exploitative, and in a way, it did not bring a very good image to the caliber of the leader we know Baba is, because we have the DCI, or institutions for investigation. So far, they have not found whoever who was mentioned culpable of the offense. You know, we have the judiciary. So I did not know if by pointing fingers to everyone, it will ever bring any solution to this country. You know, we the taxpayers, the peasants, the daughters and sons of the Mau Mau, Demba you are talking about, you know, we do not know who will fight for us. And if the moment you are given an opportunity to speak is only to provoke and also to show us how evil the other person is, that's why we are also clinging to we are also refuting the stories of history. Because if everywhere, I was waiting Baba to talk about the Azimio la Umoja in Kasarani, what happened, and even to emphasize on his 10-point manifesto or vision. But nothing came out of that. He only said that there are land grabbers, and I think that is a narrative which has been overtaken by time. Finally, where we are heading is a very imbalanced kind of a state, because, you know, if we start seeing the president has already taken sides, and this is the deputy president, you know, and you can hear even if it is through some kind of parables, or you know, those who are deep enough can tell that even the reason why the president is giving privileges maybe to someone like Raila Odinga after he delivered his speech is to show Kenyans and the world that he already has a choice come 2022. But what if, you know, when you are coming up with any regulation or any kind of a plan or a strategy, place yourself a loser, you know? Like, you remember what happened in 2010? You know, the Baba team was so sure that they are going to win in the next government. But unfortunately, it never materialized. So that taught me that whatever you are setting up, place yourself a loser so that you may be able to feel the other person. That way, you will set regulations which are so inclusive, regulations which are so helpful to everyone, But when you start threatening, then you lose the point, because you never know the will of God, and every one of us, we are hoping for a better tomorrow. So let us be in peace. Let us come together, regardless of which party you are supporting. Let us remain together as Kenyans, because we have one common denominator, which is poverty, which is this crisis in the economy. And we need a person who will direct us to find some solutions to the same. And that is one William Samoei Ruto, through his bottom-up economic model. Thank you, Demba.
Yeah,
Thank you so much,
Deto.
I know Deto is not going anywhere. Deto will be here up to the end, so don't worry, Fred.
Let me add something.
Just a second, Fred.
Let me clarify.
Deto, you are so hold on, Fred. Deto, you are so conciliatory today. What has happened? You are so like, let us move together. I like your conciliatory speech. You need to be always like that. I think there's something that is dawning on you right now, that it is very clear that the chicken is coming home to roost, and things are beginning to show clearly. Bivu na mbichi imeanza kuonekana. You are so conciliatory. I like your tone today, and I want to invite Wekesa, and then I bring in Fred.
Hi, Ndeba. Nani Ndeto.
Hi, Wekesa.
How was your Jamhuri Day, my friend Ndeto?
It was fine, Wekesa.
Oh, I just like the way you are telling us that Uhuru is appeared to be defensive in his speech, while you have spent like 5-7 minutes just defending what happened. You see, for you to accuse another person, you need to be above that. But you have instead, I don't know why you and your team, actually, I can confidently say, and if anybody can dispute that, we can play back the clips. Your team has spent the whole night here defending. It's like game imewalemea leo. So you didn't see anything positive that happened in Jamhuri Day? Because you guys, you have just come here to defend, and something that has enraged you is that the remarks of one Raila Odinga, which happened actually when I look at the watch, it was 4 minutes and 34, around that 9 seconds. While there were many things that happened today at Jamhuri Day. So does it mean that you guys just react to a few things that happened on the ground? So kindly tell us. This was a Jamhuri Day. It was not what happened. What Raila said.
You see, Wekesa. You know, I wondered how Raila was brought in by the president at the end of speech. I've never seen that in the past, you know. And despite that, he explained that Raila is one among other heroes. I mean, there are other people who have contributed even more than Raila Amolo Odinga, who are present there, but they were never given that privilege. And even the president tried to tell the congregation that ni wazee wanataka waongereshe kidogo. So I mean that kind of discrimination, because the reason why I think Raila was brought in is to provoke and also to show people that for sure there is a rad grabber somewhere. And he even mentioned the Weston Hotel. I did not know that Weston is part of Uhuru Gardens, you know. So let us also maintain sanity.
That on that, let's say that it was not by coincidence the understandings there, what happened. We have even been seeing the messages circulating on social media. What Ali said, was it on 2018, about the president driving to the home of Nick, this MP of Langata, with in a company of 2 armies. So the idea is the discussion has been there, is even these issues to do with the land. So it's not just about the speech. There is an in-depth discussion of how that land was acquired. In fact, it is because of Raila's revelation that Uhuru went into that direction, even coming up to build that historical ground. Remember, it's Raila who said that there's a public land which has been grabbed. But that time, they could not talk about it. Ngilu came up and confessed that I defended Ruto. Ngilu actually confessed that I defended Ruto that time, but the way he acquired land was not right. But that time, because she was the Minister of Lands, she didn't want the government to have trouble, so she tried to defend when this revelation came up about that land. So what we are saying, and we need to keep saying, is that when NAC came to power, they were able to repossess KICC, which had been grabbed by KANU. And that time, Kenyans were happy because that was a public property. Why is it possessed by one party? So if Weston is seated on the historical land, my friend, whether he's your candidate, we don't care. It will be repossessed. So maybe that was just a tips of the iceberg of the things to come. So instead of defending, you need to know what is going on. You need to know that is it true that that Western land is sitting on an historical site? If that is the case, then we need that land regardless of who is owning it.
Fred, you had a point.
Okay. Yeah, I had a concern about what Ndeto, my brother. Let me tell you something. Waja nisungumze kwanza hata Kiswahili ndio pengine itasikika vizuri. Of late tumeona kuna watu, you are trying to enter in a political arena, right? Na zile enzi ya kwamba ati ulikuwa unafanyika chamba ama champion to speak negative of Baba, those time is over, my friend. So if you want to be on the safe side, and I'm telling you, on a winning side, avoid speaking negative about Baba and you will win. But if that one is the narrative you are going with on the ground, I'm telling you, you will lose terribly. Because the same people who print that Raila phobia in Mount Kenya are the same people, including your own governor. He's saying he's on the ground working very hard to unlock that dark. So it will be so naive if at all you will continue going on the ground and starting saying what. Kuna watu walipikiwa kura kwa sababu yetu ya kusimama na kusema Raila ni muganga, Raila sijui nini. Na kwanza nashangaa, by the way, mkisema Raila ni muganga, mnamaanishanga nini? Na kama mtu anaweza simama tu aseme Raila ni muganga, alafu mtu anionyeshe there is a video of ceremony when took place somewhere, I don't know where, because I'm not in country to know very well exactly the place. And then there is another ceremony took on, a ritual ceremony. In fact, walikuwa wanasema a ritual ceremony. Na sisi watu ambao tunasema Bwana asifiwe, we are not allowed to go that dimension. How can you go to attend a ceremony at 4 a.m.? Alafu munachinja mifuko, alafu at the end of the day wewe ndio unatoka ukisimama pale ukiambia watu wewe ni watu wengine ni waganga. Watu wa yellow fever, my friend, Mr. Ndeto, my friend, I'm telling you the truth. If you know very well that this thing is what you are good in to do it, don't put it in public. Because vile mmezoea kusema wajinga waliisha Kenya. Wacha nikwambie sasa ukweli why Raila was brought before in fact at the end of the speech of president. In politics, and you are entering into, everything is very well planned, very well scripted, and very well executed. There are things ambazo Uhuru hakutaka kuongea, na alijua tu the person who has courage and who can speak on this is none than people's president. Indeed, he is a people president, or you are forgetting that. And you have to tell your leader to accept the truth. If he could recognize Raila earlier, this issue could not be there. But he didn't. He just white path him. He forget like he's existing. That's why, by the way, states government, states function is very well, very stricted function. It's not easy. It's not easy to break a protocol in such kind of an event. But do you know what President did? He did that because he knew very well there is a message he wanted to pass across that himself, he could not speak it on it, but he wanted Raila to speak, to talk about. And what he wanted to be passed out through across the board, exactly it's what Raila spoke about. So,
Fred,
my friend,
Fred,
turudi tusome vitabu tena.
Fred.
Okay. Ngoja kidogo Ndeto. As you comment on what Wekesa and Fred have said, I also wish to ask you: is protocol constitutional?
Vemba also I want Ndeto to comment about it.
Is it constitutional? Maybe I just want to as Baz is saying, is protocol constitutional? Like, is there a place in the constitution where it says that this is what should follow this? Penny, you have an answer. Baz, what do you want to say?
I just want to comment.
Okay, I had a comment I also wanted to make. Maybe Baz should make his comment, then maybe I'll do that briefly. It's okay.
Okay, I just want to comment on what Kasuti has said, and I think today there was a protocol mix-up because I have seen in the social media, which is unusual for the Nairobi governor to be omitted from the speech today. It has been the norm that the governor has to speak in such an event. So today I can say I think there were some issues with the protocol, and it was choreographed to be that way.
But Baz, you didn't respond to me. Is protocol constitutional?
Okay, what I wanted to say, I don't think the issue of protocols should be such a serious issue, because in the celebrations in June in Kisumu, whatever in Kisumu, when there were celebrations there, Raila was given an opportunity to speak, and there was no issue. And also during the celebrations in the Mashujaa Day in Kirinyaga, the Honorable Waiguru gave Raila a slot to speak, and Raila in turn also gave one candidate for Oka, Musalia Mudavadi, an opportunity to speak. So if these protocols have always been broken and it was not an issue at that time, why is it such an issue today when the president, this is the president of the Republic of Kenya, decides to give a slot out of his time, he decides to give a slot to the Honorable Prime Minister? Why is it a big deal? While it wasn't a big deal when Waiguru, even after she had defected to UDA, recognized Raila? I mean, why is it such a big deal today? Is it the messaging, What has changed?
Okay, okay. Let me answer the three
Ndeto,
questions.
you want to? Are you still there?
Yes. Would you give me just a minute so that I can
Ndeto, are you
clarify
there?
some? Yes, yes. Yes, Demba. Okay, let me move on. And one, let me start with the protocol thing. And the reason why I think it's a form of like a disorder. You know, a president, you cannot compare a president and a governor. And when you see, he is the commander in chief, you know, he is the final. And when you see him getting to a certain like direction, maybe he is guilty that, you know, in 2017, maybe I was not even legitimately brought into the process. We don't know. You know, sometimes guilty conscious. Maybe Baba is the big man in the land. You know, being a president of the people is not a small thing, you know? And that's why I'm even seeking for a second term for Baba to be a president of the people, because we need a national president and also a president of the people, you know? And to me, I do not see any complications. And there is one thing that I've never understood. All these things that happened in 2017 at Uhuru Park, I don't know even why that case was not followed up. It was just left hanging like that. And that's why even today, Baba is a president. But for today, as even Bose has pointed out, that even the governor was not even given a chance to like welcome the deputy president. You know, that's the norm. And we know maybe there could be a reason, because these people have been tagging Sonko with the deputy president, you know, and the Kanana, the process on how she became a governor. In fact, if you ask me, I do not know. So, and that's why maybe they evaded from the same.
So,
And
Ndeto, are you asking a question and answering yourself? Because you seem to suggest that there was Anna Kananu would have been given a chance, but you go ahead and explaining why she was not given a chance. So, are you asking a question and answering it yourself?
You know, I'm trying to bring a balance, Wekesa, to show why Raila even was given
No, there is no
without
balance
following any
because,
protocol.
wait. There's no balance because you seem to suggest that even it's only Raila that the president has given a chance after he has stopped. Yeah, president gave a chance to Gideon Moy. If you followed the speech at Nakuru barracks, president gave a speech a chance to Matiang'i when he was doing the introducing and the governor of Central Bank when they were introducing the new notes. So when the situation prompts, the president has that veto power to give whoever he wants if there is need for somebody to talk something that he himself feels that needs to be communicated to the public. So don't overplay it out of proportion and make it look like it's only Raila who has been given chance by president. Several people have been given chance by the president after he has spoken.
Wekesa, you are missing the point.
Including
this is the reason. This is the reason.
Oparanya. There's a day he gave Oparanya, and the Oparanya said, I cannot speak after you have spoken. President said, go ahead.
Wekesa, you are missing the point. The days you are mentioning, they are not iconic in the calendar of events or the country.
Protocol,
you know, when you are talking about launching of notes, those are very minor occasions. You know, today being a Jamhuri Day,
it was in a public event. It was in a public
no,
event.
you see, Ndeto. Ndeto.
Yes.
Ndeto.
Yes.
Ndeto.
Yes, I can hear you, Demba.
If you answered my question, one question I asked you, you would have been safe right now. Is protocol constitutional?
to me, I would say it shows orderly, and our constitution, that is what it endorses.
No, is
that we should do things in order.
Is it constitutional?
It is. It is because it stipulates so
which
well
part of the
that,
constitution? Which part of the constitution says that this is the protocol?
listen, where the president is the head of state,
It's
you
the
know,
role. It's
that,
the role. It is
that's
being
the point.
found in the role of deputy president.
You know,
The roles that
I
deputy
wish
president is supposed to perform in national function.
What if? Let
No,
me ask you.
You see, Ndeto, the constitution does not set protocol. Protocol is the way the government decides that this is how we are going to do our things for orderliness. It doesn't. It is not written anywhere. Protocol. Now, the president is the most senior at a function, but how he uses his time cannot be budgeted by someone. All right. He has the prerogative at the point at which he's speaking to allow. There was a time, even in the US, the protocol was that the president was to move, walk straight, go after the swearing in. Obama was to walk without holding people. That's the protocol. That's the arrangement according to them. But he broke that protocol. He would break those protocols many times. You know, like you'd find that he has gone against the script and does something. According to him, of course, according to them, this is why they insist on that protocol thing. The idea is the much more is to seniority. And then they say, like, when you even say anything, you have to say something before so and so. That's seniority. And that's why normally when they speak, they say all protocols observed. But now for the president at that time is normally more about security, you know. Now, who invites you? In those places, you realize maybe Waiguru invited Baba. Then when Ruto finished, he invited the president. Now, the president, how he uses his time is up to him. It's not up to you to decide that now you shouldn't give to someone. It doesn't follow that way.
But you know, the problem I have with the president taking that chances this December, if Baba did not came like to bring down or decampaign anyone, I would say it was nice. But the way I saw it was a calculated move.
No, but wait,
that was
he didn't decampaign anyone. He didn't mention anyone. Are you saying that there's someone there that he mentioned that we don't know?
I thought you are wise. I thought you are wise and you can crack down in between lines. Why should you try to show us that you are such a flat?
Temba, let me help Ndeto.
Ancestor.
Yes, I want to help Ndeto. Ndeto, thank you, Mr. Temba, for the information here. I want to help Ndeto. Ndeto, you know, Ruto, in fact, today he used what we call, he used the law of Nicolo Machiavelli, which say, don't allow your enemy an opportunity to respond. Okay? Why did Ruto not give Raila an opportunity to speak? Okay? Because after Raila finishes, even if Raila is not the deputy president, so which means after Raila, if Ruto could have given Raila 1 minute or two, one or 2 of his minutes, he could have given Raila could have given him back so that he welcomed the president. But now, because Ruto knew that maybe Raila will outsmart him, okay, he did not give him that opportunity to speak. But nevertheless, the issue of protocols are created to serve men, not men to serve protocols. That is one point. So let us not allow protocols to enslave us. Okay, so the president did a very nice thing because Raila Odinga and his stature in the society, he needs what we call a recognition. So that is why president gave Raila 1 or 2 of his minutes. So from today, I want you to get it clear that it is we men who create all these protocols, and we can, as circumstances allows, you can be able to break it, because even in the constitution, there is nowhere that the president is restrained from breaking the protocols. As simple as that.
Yeah, thank you. Demba, you are back. Yes, so as Demba comes back, I just wanted to clarify to Ndeto that the currency was launched on the 1st, that is, was Madaraka Day 2019. So that day cannot be different from Jamhuri Day. It's a public holiday like this day. And he preached the protocol like he did today. So kindly get your facts right. It was just a public holiday like today. But you are back.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, people?
Uko sawa.
Wekesa, only 1 minute, Wekesa.
Okay, Ndeto.
You know, yes, you know, okay, it's good to break protocols. You know, I do not refute that. But you see, in various scenarios, we have seen the president endorsing Baba, like in Nakuru. Today also, if you listen to his speech, you know, and also he is transferring this to the cabinet secretaries, you know, all the ministers. And that's what is paining. A person who should serve people independently. Matiang'i the other day, when he was asked in Kisii, he is a public servant and he is supporting Baba. He said, because my boss has taken side, I should also follow my boss. I think that's where Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is losing.
No, let's ask a question. Let's ask a question. Uhuru is a president. Ruto is a deputy. So the question is, if the president is not supposed to take side, does the deputy have to take side? Because all of them are on official duty. They are serving under the same office. If the president is not supposed to take sides, does the deputy need to take sides? If that is, if you answer that question, then we can agree with you. If both of them are not supposed to take side, wait. If both of them are not supposed to take side, it means a deputy should serve his term and the mambo ya campaign itakuja baadaye. Otherwise, he was the first person to take side. In fact, he took side against the government. So he should not be blaming that the president is taking side.
Wekesa, you are too unfair. You are too unfair. You are too unfair in your thoughts, because
no, I was
we have never had. We have never had. We have never had Ruto like opposing his boss. You know,
no,
we never know where all this.
When he becomes a candidate,
it is when
taken side.
It is when Baba came to Jubilee camp that this issue of every person working independently came to be, and that's where the ODM followers they are not ready even to listen to that point, because whoever caused this kind of broken relationship between the president and the deputy, if we can say, it is one Raila Odinga,
that is
because
immaterial.
that he never came.
That is immaterial.
Yeah, and I know that's the direction of those.
Wait,
I know you are. I know what you support.
Wait. You see, you guys have said that for the last 3 years, since 2 years, 2018, 2019,
even you people,
2020,
even Baba supporters have been Baba supporters have been supporting.
Let me ask you, Ndeto. Let me ask you, Ndeto. Where is it in that country called Kenya that is written that this is, once someone becomes a president, he is a president for only these particular people? Which constitution says that?
There is nowhere in the constitution that people should separate.
Once
or
the president,
it is serving.
wait. Once the president became the president, he was the president of only those who voted for him or a country called Kenya?
You know, the president discovered he has no power, and the opposition
No,
was
just
a bit
wait.
powerful.
Let's go slowly. Let's go slowly, Ndeto, so that we disabuse you guys from this notion that Raila came and entered. Where the president, was he the president of Kenya or he was the president of Jubilee?
I would seek through the interrogation thread. You also give me like a few seconds to explain, not to bully me the way
was he the president of Kenya? Was he the president of Kenya or president of Jubilee?
He was the president of Kenya. And
good. Are there people that the
Odinga,
president of Kenya, are there people that the president of Kenya should not be meeting, and there are people that the president should be meeting?
You know, the way you are asking me question, you should be a bit courteous, Themba, so that I can also share my thoughts.
But you see, peddling a rumor,
No, it is not. It is not. It is not.
Wait,
Let me explain. Let me explain why it is not a rumor.
There's a difference between progressing truth and progressing misinformation. When Uhuru Kenyatta had been elected as the president of Kenya, he is no longer the president of Jubilee. He's the president of Kenya. And he can reach out to any citizen of Kenya, including and up to Raila Odinga. This thing that has been ingrained in your mind, that because the president was the president in Jubilee, he is like walienda wakachukua mkate, sasa hii mkate ni yetu, mtu yeyote asikuje kuongea na mimi. That's what we don't want in the country called Kenya. So if we continuously remain in the idea that if Raila gets into power, he should never even say hi to Ruto. He should not be seen anywhere with Ruto. He should not be seen anywhere with anybody. That's not the Kenya we want.
Let me ask you this question so that we can neutralize this, because we might take the whole night discussing on the same. Take this scenario, Themba. You are married to one wife.
No, there's nothing like marriage. No, don't talk about marriage. Uhuru Kenyatta was not. No, that is why you get it wrong.
It is my way of thinking.
Uhuru Kenyatta was not. Wait, Uhuru Kenyatta was not married.
Another person.
No.
I can use another person. If you are not ready for that example, let me use another person.
Never wait. Even if it was marriage, have you ever done maths where you are told open the brackets and solve the equation?
You know, even you do not know. You do not know what example I was about to give. You don't know the example I was about to give. Then you have already started rushing to conclusions, and that's the problem why I collide with the Baba supporters.
You cannot choose.
You are so defensive. You are so defensive.
Uhuru, listen, the Kenyan government and choosing leaders is not about marriage. Uhuru was not married to Ruto. The process of choosing, process of choosing a leader, we chose. Listen, Deto. That's why you get it wrong.
If you have not listened to my point, you better not.
That's why you get it wrong. Listen.
You are getting it wrong because you are talking too much, and you are not giving me the time to explain my point. I think you should also listen as I also tell you what I am about to tell you. Because the example I am giving about this marriage thing, it is very important. When you have one wife, then you have a best friend, and this best friend comes and goes away with your wife, then you start talking about, tuseme huyu best friend akuje aanze kutamani akuje kwa boma yako, mkosane na bibi yako kwa sababu ya yeye. Will you remain, are you a gay? Or what are you?
That analogy
Bibi yako
cannot
akiepa
work.
wachwa na your best friend.
Now you
The
have a
analogy you're
problem. That's
using
where
for
you guys of
marriage,
UDA have a problem. The president, the
Yes.
choice of a president is a constitutional office.
Marriage is
We were
something of the heart. Politics
No,
is of the head.
Themba iniwekesa.
Don't put
Themba
politics
iniwekesa.
in the heart. It is
the
Themba
analogy of
iniwekesa.
marriage does not come in this particular
Themba iniwekesa.
Yes.
Let me help my brother Ndeto. I
Okay.
think all these matters of protocol confusion are coming from the president. The president is at a corner to explain he is not doing it like Moi did it. Moi lifted his hand and said it is this one. The president is not courageous enough to say it is this one that I am going to back. Now he is speaking through science. That's why he is breaching protocol.
You
It
want
is
him
like,
to make
wait,
the
I finish.
mistake of Moi because
Wait,
Moi
I
was
finish, Wekesa.
courageous. Moi was
Wait, I
courageous
finish.
and he failed.
Wait, I finish. Now, it is what Ndeto is saying. It is like a married person trying to marry the second wife, but he is afraid of introducing to the father. Now he is posting on WhatsApp. Tomorrow he is sending pictures through mail. Let him just come out and lift his hand.
You now it's good you have given analogy, but you have given us analogy of a wrong person because you are telling us of Moi who introduced somebody who failed. So that Uhuru has to learn from Moi that if Moi introduced Uhuru in a wrong way, he can't introduce Raila in the same way. He has to learn a different strategy of doing it. So you cannot
Now
borrow an example of a failure. You cannot
that is why
borrow an
there is a
example of a
protocol
fail.
mix-up.
For
That
example,
is why there
even
is a
now,
protocol
we talk
mix-up.
about the data and marriage thing. You don't give an example of a failed marriage to advise a youth. You talk about a
Can I come in?
successful marriage.
I've been quiet for a while. Can I come in?
Who is that? PK.
This is Daniel.
Daniel. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. I think when we use analogies, they should be relevant because if you are talking about a marriage concept in a president and now you consider that president to be a husband,
you're right.
Then you are going to close out everybody because if he's going to talk to Kalonzo, talk to Mudavadi, you are almost saying that he's being adulterous. But I think a president of the country should be able to talk to everybody. Actually, it is only in Kenya where when they are politicking, they like to call the opponents names. Very childish thing, actually. That they call them names, they divide them, because like me, even if I was not supporting somebody, I wouldn't like that you call that person some very useless name. They behave like children, like Form 1s in a secondary school that are being bullied by Form 2s. So bringing that kind of analogy is not helping this matter because then you are closing the president out that he should not talk to other people because if he talks, then he's being unfaithful to the wife. Like somebody was trying to say that Uhuru was not married to Ruto, like political marriage. It was a political convenience. It was like, come, we stay. But now when the staying became difficult, then of course they are going their ways. I hear the UDA people, whenever they are campaigning, they like to accuse somebody came into the bedroom. As if that bedroom, whatever they were doing in the bedroom, you don't lock the door in the bedroom. Somebody can walk into your bedroom when you are with your wife there. You see, so that they are looking for opportunities to blame somebody, that somebody walked into the bedroom. That is why that marriage has a problem. Now, who allowed that person into the bedroom? You can't break into somebody's bedroom unless you are a thief. And a thief cannot seduce your wife or seduce your husband and take him away. So I think that analogy was not in order. It was irrelevant. Having said that, having said that, I think when it comes to the question of protocol, the Constitution does not say anything about the that if you breach the protocol, then there is something that is extremely dangerous. The president can call somebody, come and greet the people. It is just that this jealousy that if you do that one, it looks like you are giving that person an edge. And well, if he has chosen to do that, then even the other party would have loved to be endorsed or to be given advantage. It is just that human beings, we don't like when our opponent is being given advantage. If it is unfair advantage, of course, we can question, but if it is just these small things, it is people who are going to vote. That is why I even say that this idea of kumi was something that was not important, because it is people who are supposed to choose. And somebody promising you kumi, is he the one who is going to vote? You see? And those are the things that some people are hanging on, that they were promised kumi, so they have to vote for that person because of the kumi thing. Yeah.
And when I think we need to, this issue to do with protocol, it needs to be understood. The protocol, the highest person in the country is the president. If it's a school, is the principal or whatever. So whoever is at the highest cannot preach the protocol. In fact, we are normally told that president is never late in a meeting, because the time he comes, that is the time the meeting should start. So you should not say the president was late, because it is the time he comes, that is the time the function begins. So when it comes to protocol, the middle person can preach the protocol, but for him, after it has reached to him, he has the audacity to choose whoever he wants to talk when it is his time. And then the issue of Neto, you cannot bring Christian marriage to a political. We have Islams who are following here, and they marry up to 4. There are those who are married under traditional whatever, and maybe those sanctions you are introducing don't apply. So when you are using an analogy, don't assume it is universal. People receive it from different perspectives. There are those who are married to 1 wife, there are those who are married to 4 wives, and it applies differently. Okay, let's have PK, and you have just come in.
Wekesa, just 10 seconds. I have a point to make, because you know, the reason why people will misunderstand my point is because the moderator, you know, it is so bad when I'm trying to make a point, you draw conclusion through at my introduction level. Is it fear that I will spill the whole thing about Baba, or why do you people keep interjecting through my presentation? And that's why even you are drawing very long kind of conclusions out of what I was about to say, because I did not finish. Then everyone has contributed about the example Deto has given. Then I wonder, are you here to sacrifice me, or why should I take part in a discussion where I'm not given enough time to finish my point? I would say this, Penny. I would say this, Penny, that moving forward, let us give every person enough time so that we can make our point clear. Then after that, you can ask questions, or you draw a compliment, or even you oppose.
Yeah, I thought
But you are just being unfair, Ndeto. Ndeto, you are just being unfair, because for the last 35 minutes we have been listening to you, my brother.
If I am asked questions, I am here to answer questions. Because
Ndeto, you didn't
I don't
answer
see
my
another
issue
UDA. I don't see another UDA supporter in the room. So I mean, there are a lot of questions, and I can address them even in 2 hours if given time.
You didn't answer my question.
Ndeto, you are alone here, so we have to use we have to use your time very properly, my brother. So don't get worried. You are here as a UDA,
So we have to interject every now and then because you are a part of us, my brother.
But
Okay,
when I am
later I
giving
use-
examples, let me finish about the examples, then you interrogate. Not to curtail me at my introduction point. I think that's the point I'm trying to make here.
And then you did not address my question of Waiguru giving.
Understood.
You didn't address my question of Honorable Waiguru giving Raila whatever chance to speak in Kirinyaga, and Raila also delegating his part of the time that he was given to Mudavadi. And also in relation to today's incident, you know, you didn't answer that. Why was it a big deal today and not a big deal in Kirinyaga, you know? Why is
Then I was interjected.
I want him to do it in 1 minute so that we bring in PK. And you also need to tell us why Ruto shared his time with the Mutito and these commercial sex workers. Was he, in terms of protocol, who is the highest, Ruto or the commercial sex worker?
Wekesa, you should be able to differentiate an official meeting and a rally or a campaign. So don't tell us that there is someone in hierarchy at Mutito and Day. Let me get to Kirinyaga. Today, Penny, you have a very strong point. And, you know, as a governor can be able to like identify the key guest speakers and allocate them some little time at any of the points. But for the president, you know, you are the final, like you have a point of entry, who is the governor, and you have to follow the protocol. And that's why even the president reads his speech or her speech at the end. Because after the president, you know, someone can be given a chance, then he or she waters the speech of the president. And that is not the intention of patriotism in Kenya. That's why we follow that hierarchy. Because if like today, Raila was given that chance, then he waters what the president said. You can see the mess the president could have made himself. And that's why presidents are always speak the last, so that to ensure that he concentrate and consider every person's opinion and that his points are final.
Okay, let's have PK talk. PK, how was your Jamhuri?
Thank you for this opportunity. In summary, what I can say about the holiday, I think I enjoyed everything I saw. I liked what the president said, and I also followed the breach of protocol, as Ndeto is putting it. And what I am wondering is if what Baba said was true, what is wrong with telling the truth? Why are people so angered with the truth? That is my only problem. If Baba lied about the land issue and the connection with Western Hotel, then there could be a problem. But if he was telling the truth about the whole connection and the background of that land, why are people so angered? Or is it a case of whereby Waswahili husema mkuki kwa nguruwe ni mtamu lakini kwa binadamu ni uchungu? I think I'll donate the rest of my time to Ndeto to answer that Swahili saying.
Ndeto, questions are directed to you.
Sorry, Wekesa. PK. Yes, will you mind to pardon on the question, please?
Yeah, I'm saying the Swahili have a saying, that mkuki kwa nguruwe ni mtamu, lakini kwa binadamu ni uchungu. If what Raila said was true, why are people so angered if he told the truth?
Okay, it is because this narrative Raila Amolo Odinga has been preaching it across the world since 2017. There is nowhere he has gone and he fails to tell us how Ruto grabs lands, how Ruto is corrupt, how Ruto is... You mean, in such a big ceremony, we were waiting for him like to even tell us about the previous event he had at Kasarani with this Azimio la Umoja. You know, that could have been a bit different. And that's why I'm saying, also, those who are advising him, in a way, they could be missing the point. If it was not planned by the duo, that is a strategy also to bring down Raila Amolo, William Samoei Ruto. So I think that narrative is all over in the street. Let us have something about Azimio. Tutaisahau next week, hatutakuwa tunakumbuka kuhusu Azimio la Umoja ya Kasarani, and a lot of resources we are invested there.
My question is very simple.
Who owns Weston? Who owns Weston?
No,
if Raila did not
what Raila
put names.
said true or wrong?
It depends with the school of thought. To me, I would say it is wrong because we have the various institutions in the government na hawajatuambia Weston inasimama kwa land yenye iko na shida, right? But if someone is so sure and he is even threatening when he becomes the president,
wacha kuamua kutokuelewa.
Ngoja kidogo.
Hii kitu iko kwa public domain.
Neto, you have not listened to Ruto admitting that actually he owns Weston, and go to BBC. I mean, let's stop this issue of every time we come here, we are trying to cry foul, or it has not been written. Ruto himself has talked about it on BBC. He was asked that question. So Raila didn't mention anyone, he said Weston. So the people like you who are so agitated and irritated when he mentioned it, now you come here to cry, why did he not say that? So please,
no,
Neto, give us a break. Give us a, yeah.
PK has asked if Baba mentioned names, and I've said we know the owner of Weston.
Who are we?
It's William. The whole, even yourself, you have just said he was asked in the BBC. So you already know, and you are asking me the question.
So you know that, and why are you having a problem with that?
I have a problem because whatever the allegations are, are not proved in the court of law. You are just speculating.
Listen,
you told us here that everybody should tell us what they are planning to do. Ruto is campaigning on a strategy, kazi ni kazi. Raila is has been campaigning on a strategy of dealing with corruption. What is wrong with him mentioning a few corruptions that he knows? And what is wrong with Ruto mentioning kazi ni kazi? You are very able to applaud Ruto what he said, because that is what he believes in. As we believe that we need to deal with corruption for us to prosper. What is wrong with that?
And why is that? Why are you changing? Why are you changing history? It is the same. You're saying that nobody has come out. Neto, please, can you be honest? That it is the same. Let me finish. It is the same Ruto who admitted that indeed he did not know that that land was sitting on a public land. It is the National Land Commission that suggested that Ruto refunds the money. I mean, go to the National Land Commission, they have said he has admitted. So when you come here and you start saying that it is not known, they need to go to court, you are lying to Kenyans, Neto.
Ruto to refund the money for what, Themba?
Yeah, for the land.
For what?
National Land Commission, together with it is civil aviation land. It is,
who was to return money to who?
Wait. It is civil aviation land. And because Ruto bought it from someone else,
All right. National Land Commission said, since he's owning the land right now, he needs to pay the civil aviation. Okay.
500 million.
So that is in record. Go and read that, Neto. Don't come and start saying things that you probably haven't read about. We know the background, we have read about it. But having said that, even having said that, that notwithstanding, when the Right Honorable said that where Weston stands, I mean that's where Weston is. Did you want him to say which hotel Hilton stands? You see, they say where I come from that a witch, whatever, a night runner runs even when there's nobody chasing him. You see, there's nobody chasing the Western owner. Raila just said where Western stands. Now, Wekesa said here, if you read, there's a place that he said LE63. It is the same general, whatever, from Langata MP, who had grabbed that land and has actually started a hotel there. The president went and took it back from him forcefully, and they reclaimed it. Now you want us not to talk about that?
I have a question for
you.
you.
That one. You guys.
Are you saying that if someone says that your premise is standing on a stolen land or a grabbed land, you should not raise any blows? Should you just remain like that?
No, we don't have a problem you raising, but it doesn't change the fact that that land was a civil aviation land. It doesn't change.
Let me ask you, Demba.
It was illegally acquired.
Why do you think? Let me ask you. Why do you think that William Samoei Ruto, he should pay the commission on the aviation?
That is his problem.
Money.
He hasn't contested. Listen, he hasn't contested that.
Money that he already paid.
He hasn't.
The previous
Listen,
owner of the land.
He hasn't.
Double. Why?
Deto, you're asking questions that he hasn't contested. Ruto doesn't have a problem with that. So you go ask him. Go ask him if he doesn't want to pay. Go ask him. But that is what the National Land Commission said.
Do you know if he paid? Do you know then if he paid?
Mr. Themba, let me help
he admitted and he's still in court. They are actually sorting that out. You go sort that out with him. The Western is standing on a land that was acquired illegally. That is where we stand. Whether he's going to pay the money or not, that is National Land Commission to follow. And if you have a problem with him paying, go and ask him. Yes, community answer, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Ndeto, in fact hii kitu iko namna hii. Kenya Civil Aviation Authority walitaka kuangusha hiyo hoteli ya Weston, lakini Ruto akasema kuwa in fact msiangushe, what is wacha nilipe kitu tunaita land rates. Ruto akalipa 500 million. Go and check, nilifuatilianga because mimi nimefanya kazi airport as a screener. Ninajua Kenya Civil Aviation Authority they operate, so nilifuatilia kwa sababu those are my is part of my job because KCA ndio in fact wana audit screeners alafu wana certify, so I followed it. Hiyo hoteli ingeangushwa, lakini Ruto alilidia NLC kuwa wacha nilipe hizo rates zenye zilikuwa accumulated, ndio akaachiliwa. It is on record. Alafu kitu kingine, Ruto leo in fact wakati alikambenia slogan yake kazi ni kazi, president naye akaambia Raila, mzee, eti inasemekana hao wazee wanataka uwapongeshe. Mlikuwa mnahitaji Raila aongee namna gani? Because Raila yeye anapambana na mambo nini yake ni kudili na corruption, so he had to speak about it. And sasa ndio nichangamshe Fred kidogo. Kuna kitu kinasemanga kuwa there is no way the fly can eat lunch inside the lion's mouth when the lion is alive, and then keep boosting to tell her story. No way at all.
Which where is that from?
Unasikia sasa?
Which country?
It is like that.
Which country? Community hazard. Which country applies that proverb?
No, Ndeto, it is not community. It's not community. Ndeto
nilitaka kuchangamsha.
Ndeto is not community hazard. Is community ancestor.
Ni community ancestor ya. Nilitaka kuchangamsha panel kidogo, angalau watu wachangamke.
Hiyo proverb ni gani wewe?
In fact,
Ndeto
unasikia hiyo msemo vile inasema, uwezi ona inzi, ya uwezi ona yani simba hawezi akamuona inzi akicheza ndani ya mdomo yake, ilari huyo simba akiwa hai atamnyanyua. So
community, I know.
That is your proverb. That is your proverb.
Okay. Fred, Ndeto community. At least Ndeto amekubali ya kwamba Western is sitting on a grab land, and NLC is following it up. There's already some things that are in court, as community has said. So Raila mentioning Western, ule mtu ambaye ako na shida wanga nakimbia hata kabla hajafukuzwa. So you have a problem with Raila mentioning Western, but you don't have a problem with the deputy president saying kazi ni kazi towards the end of his speech. You have no problem with him the last time in the other time saying we'll continue your work with the bottom-up approach, which the president has not talked about. But when Raila comes and says Western, you have a problem. So we know what is happening. It's okay. You just have to differ for the sake of differing, but to realize it is becoming hollow as the days go by. So I want to hold you here just for a minute so that we can hear PK, because PK has been waiting here for a while. Then we will hear inawezekana. So PK.
No, actually, I'm the one who posed the question to Ndeto and donated my time to Ndeto.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to hear from him. Maybe you can pass me and go to somebody else.
Okay, fine. Inawezekana, wacha tukupatie nafasi alafu tuanze sasa kufanya raundi. Wait a second, inawezekana. Daniel, you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something briefly about this Western thing. What Western Hotel tells us is that a whole deputy president ought to have done a due diligence so that he doesn't take a land that belongs to the public. So the fact that he took that land, it tells you what kind of a person he is. So that the Western thing, anytime that Western Hotel comes up, I think people should be careful to give that person a power, because if he becomes president, then he is going to be terrible. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Inawezekana?
Yes, thank you, Themba. Okay, I've been busy. I've not been following up what you guys have talked about, but just, Leo, is it today or yesterday when the president, najua the deputy tried to, alijaribu kulenga sana, like kumfanya anaitwa the prime minister akaya ni kama mtu mdogo sana, like in that protocol. Of course he was not hakukuwa ndani ya among the speakers to speak, but venye tu yani venye aliintroduce akasema Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, First Lady, and then sasa Raila anakuwa huko mtu wa mwisho, like this is a big person and you try to kumfanya mdogo because he is your competitor. That was but it backfired. When the president now was speaking, it was his turn. It was like karma, so it backfired, and Raila brought the bombshell on him, saying that these land grabbers, walijaribu kuiba and it did not haikuzaa matunda. So I did not have anything to say today, but you know, it backfired on him today. So thank you guys. I finished.
Inawezekana umemaliza hivyo haraka hivyo.
Deba, can we begin
Yeah,
to end up?
Yeah, now we want to start winding up, and I will want to start by Penny. We go around. Penny, you wanna finish or you wanna start? I don't know. You know, you are the lady in the house, so you can tell us. We give you the freedom. You wanna start or you wanna finish?
Let me start. Let me be
Okay,
the
fine.
one to start.
You can
so that I
start
can
and
give
finish.
You can start and finish.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good enough. You can start and finish.
Okay. One thing that I wanted to say in my parting shot is that today's Uhuru's address to the nation during the celebration, the Jamhuri Day celebrations, it demystified the narrative that has been used by Honorable William Samoei Ruto, where he has always alleged that because of the handshake, the big four agenda was stalled because of the handshake. But I think in his address today, the president was able to take credit for the road networks. You know, he was able to take credit for the where the COVID pandemic has been successfully managed, amongst other things. So today we saw clearly that despite the fact that the DP walked away and began early campaigns, President Uhuru has actually focused on his work, and he has actually delivered to the Kenyans. And it was a surprise to the nation that Uhuru Gardens has also been converted into something that is historical. And we can actually see that there has been a lot that has been going behind the scenes, contrary to the propaganda that has been spread that, you know, nothing has been happening, everything's stalled, you know. Ule mganga alikuja, you know, akaharibu kila kitu. All was not lost. The president has actually worked, and he has some achievements that he can to show. Then the other thing that I would also like to talk about is the leaders who are aspiring for political positions. You know, anyone that is aspiring for a political seat, be it starting from the MCA to the government to the president, you know, these people should know that the electorate, we are the employers, and we have the right to call them to order, to interrogate them. We have the right to you know, we have the right to evaluate their achievements, the promises, and the vis-a-vis the achievements that they have made. And then also we have the right to interrogate them, what they will do in case they are elected. Because, you know, currently we are not short of an economic model. And therefore, for me, I still do not believe in this economic model of bottom up. Kenya, as it stands, our main problem is corruption. If we can eradicate corruption, then we'll be left with enough money to be able to attend to our farming problems, to our industry, and our youth will be able to get jobs. So for us as a nation, we need a leader who will critically, you know, address the issue of corruption. We need a leader who will also address the current problems that have things to do with the farming, you know, sugarcane farming in Western, sugarcane farming in Nyanza. You know, we need the Mumias sugar and the other sugar companies to be, you know, to be revamped. Then we also need a leader who will address things like maize farming in Rift Valley, Trans Nzoia. We need things like fertilizer, you know, the issues of farm inputs to be addressed. We also need a leader who is going to look for the market for our already existing products, not leaders who are going to import, you know, not leaders who are going to gag our farmers and import things like maize and sugar, while we are things that we domestically, you know, can produce. then yeah, I think that is the kind of a leader that we need, one who will give priority to fighting corruption. So for me, I do not think that we are ready for yet another economic model. It is not about an economic model, but it's all about corruption, because the amount of money that we lose in corruption is enough to address some of the big four agendas that the DP has been speaking about. Because without corruption, we wouldn't need to even go into a bigger debt. But you find that currently we are having a very big debt because the amount of money that is brought into the country is looted. And then at the end of the day, you find that the developments that were supposed to be achieved are not achievable, and then we are left, we are left exposed. So we want a leader who will fight for corruption. We want a leader who will address issues to do with the farming industry and stuff like that. So let us choose wisely. And for me, I think today was an eye opener to us. And even looking at the comments, I've been reading some of the comments that the public have been posting, and you can actually see that people are actually beginning to whatever, people's eyes are beginning to open, and they are actually coming to realize that it is important to listen to history, because history has some truths. Is able to open our eyes and to show us where we are from and where we are going to. So I'll leave it at that for my other panelists to be able to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Daniel?
Yeah, thank you. I think this discussion is very good. The times that I've been on, I've gained quite a bit, because it is providing us with the opportunity to straighten up certain things that might be extremely dangerous, especially for people who may not want to analyze things. Penny was talking about checking the comments. I also checked the comments, and I see some of the comments there are very depressing. I don't know how we can make the discussion to open up some of these people so that they just be serious. There are certain things that you read and you are just sorry that you are sharing a country with some people who take things so casually, and yet the things that are at stake are very important. And I usually tell people that don't make a mistake when something important is at stake. The running of the country is something that is so important that we shouldn't just play around with them. Some people like calling others like ODM losers. You see, if somebody doesn't lose, how will you win? The person that you are excited calling a loser is the person that made you win, because if there is nobody competing with you, you can't call yourself a winner. You need that person. But you see, the way they call it is like losers, losers, losers. And I usually tell people that sometimes you can lose something because somebody has stolen it. So when you tell me I'm a loser, yes, I can lose because you have stolen my thing. But you see, when you keep on telling me that I'm a loser and you stole my thing, you are working me up. We don't want those kind of statements, because they annoy people. If it's like just thumping where somebody has breached the rules and telling you utadu, and that is where people get mad. We should try to help ourselves understand issues, discuss through them. I know we human beings, we have this subjective perception where we only want to see what pleases us, and this like subjective gratification, we like to see something that is playing into our side. But really, there are things that are so open that we can open our eyes and see. We were talking about land grabbing and corruption, things like that. We can't be careless with the country that we give the leadership to people that we can see there is a trace. There is a trace of something that is not adding up. Must we give the country to people that are not going to help us, and then we start crying later on? You see, so I pray that we shall all try to look at things objectively, even if it is my brother, but he's not a good person. I shouldn't support him. I know in Kenya, when people see your name, then like me, I usually write all my names. The names you see there, that is me. You can search me out. That is me by picture, everything. I don't hide because I can stand with what I say. Now, I may be taken that because I'm an Ogwen or Owin, or you see, then I'm a Luo, then I have to support Raila. I'm telling you the truth, that if I didn't have a good reason to support Raila, I wouldn't support him just because he's a Luo. I remember there was a time when there was this Groove Awards music, and the Kisses and the people from Nyanza were grouped together so that they would pick somebody like Nyanza music, or I mean song of the year or something like that. So one time I looked and I realized that most Luos were voting for the Luo people. Then I said, this is not right. I just decided that from now on I will be voting these Kisses. When I hear a song from Kisii, whether I didn't understand what they were saying, but I just wanted them to be encouraged. It's not that because now we have the majority, then we have to dominate. I don't think that is right. And that is why, for me as a believer, I know that God can give you advantage. And that advantage is not for you to sit on others. And even these communities who are boasting of numbers, if you use your numbers to sit on others, I think God will one day ask you that the advantage that I gave you, did you use it to sit on people, or did you use to lift people up? It is like somebody who is a weightlifter. You are very strong. Do you use your strength to sit on other people, or do you use your strength to lift them up? So when God gives you the advantage of numbers, it is not meant for you to dominate others. You look for leaders where they are, whether there's a leader from, for me, if I notice a leader from Turkana or from whichever place, I would want to recognize a leader for who he is. I think I would say that for now, but I pray. Sometimes we don't see things, but when they are pointed out, please let us see, even if it is painful, let us accept. Like when the history was being told and we are told that this land was going, that garden was going, we should look at it. Is it true? Is it true that somebody wanted to take this land, and who is that person? And of course, if you want to know, you will know the people who are, even before they are taken to court, people know who is stealing what and who is doing what. I would leave it at that for now. God bless you.
Thank you, Daniel. Fred.
Okay, Bernard, thank you for this evening. This morning, actually, I will start by saying that a leader is somebody who has a pen and a paper ready to write his own story, the story that will affect the thoughts of other people. And you cannot go around pushing people or telling people, respect me, or even in the village, you cannot tell people to respect you. And that is not the way you can, that can force that people or that person to respect you. Whether they like it or not, they will respect you because you have done something. And let me address this nakupenda sana Ndeto, but wacha niseme hivi. Kuna msemo inasema hivi, andũ arĩa mataramenya ũrĩa kũrĩa maumĩte kũrĩa marĩ mekwagwo atĩa marigwagwo ndandũĩ njũkũ memwe. Rĩu rĩ ndĩrenda wĩcirie ũhoro ũcio sana mũno 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 mũno, tondũ rĩu wĩcirie ũrĩa ũtiramenya ũrĩa umĩte rĩ na kũrĩa ũrĩ rĩ, my friend, ndingĩhota. Na kwena karwimbo kainä atä rä rä ndingähoteka tondå rä rä ndä mwena wa Ngai, so kama mwena wa Ngai hiyo ingine utajijasia hapo. Nimemaliza. Community and Wekesa amesema kuhusu inzi na simba. Kuna msemo inasema sisi ilima siakira lisiriri lyabira engoho amunwa. What community said, the proverb, it means in our language, in French, it means the darkness forced the cockroach to pass very close, near to the mouth of the chicken. And you know the chicken and cockroach does not even seeing eye to eye. Otherwise, I'm so grateful to be in this, to be part of this. Inawezekana, nimekuona sisi huku Mall of Qatar tuna enjoy tu kabreeze kwa sababu kabaridi kako kabaridi kana tupeleka. So I can see you and I can see the location. At least you need to drop me your location and then tutaongea offline. Thank you. Wacha nimalizie hapo Mr. Themba.
You would have been kind to interpret a bit because I saw that really smiling. You must have been saying something very nice.
That understood. That understood. So thank you. That is your time.
That will explain when it comes to his time.
Okay.
You know, I'm happy to see, friend, you have taken your time for sure to get some orientation in the language. So today it was good, and surely I like your contributions. You know, after all, even if you see myself amplifying my voice, it is only that some people ignore my earphones. So I tend to go the microphone way. So sorry if I challenge you. Sorry if I have collided with you. You know, we are only discussing ideas. You know, we don't know tomorrow. And you may find maybe after 2022, there will be no election. People will be choosing their presidential candidates like that. Who knows? But because we are in a democratic nation, guided by the Constitution, we are so sure that next year there will be elections. I will say this, Penny, I've listened to you, and for sure, I'm also very much against corruption. If there is something that is even pushing me to become a member of parliament from Kinangop constituency, it is because of the way I've seen our people suffering, just because they were not placed somewhere where they could maybe have good education, where they are like they can be able to interpret law and understand what is within the provision of the law. Some people tend to take advantage, you know. And being a son, I would say a son of soil, because, you know, I also have the roots from the very same people we are talking about, the Mau Mau. You know, I feel so bad when I see people like taking public resources into granted. But you forgot, you know, you have articulated so well about the Western stuff, but you forgot to tell us about KEMSA. You know, and that's why I feel sometimes so bad, because when you become partisan, then justice, it will always be denied. And you know, justice delayed is justice denied. And if you are so keen the president even out of the committee that included even Akina CS Matiangi, the one that was led by the Minister of Health, and other key cabinet secretaries, including even the Matiangi, including even others, you know, and also he added a special board where there was a Safaricom CEO, there was also the Equity CEO, there was also the KCB CEO. These are people that we know who they are in this nation. And you know, the outcome was that still, even after the president tried this hard, even to bring the private sector in the committee that was really trying to ensure that the money for COVID was well implemented, still, the Auditor General indicated that there was still money in question, 6.3 billion. And after doing some, let me finish. Let me finish, please.
Let me cut you kidogo.
Let me.
Ngoja kidogo. You see, we are doing a summary. You are opening a new area of debate. Just give a summary on what you have already presented.
I'm summarizing.
Thank you.
I'm summarizing because someone has majored on corruption, and you know, it is so bad to show us that the only corrupt person is one. I'm giving you a case scenario where even the so-called MKF, in a way, they are attached in the same scandal, you know? And the president said within 21 days, his task force, that committee will produce a report, and anyone who will be found culpable will be taken through the law. And since 2020,
I spoke about corruption generally. I spoke about it generally. I did not say. I said that we need a leader who will be able
you are
to
now
address
interrupting.
corruption.
You are now interrupting, Penny.
But
You know,
I
listened
to you. You are making my 2 minutes to get to 5.
You see, it's unfair for you. We are summarizing. You're opening areas where there will be no time for rebuttals. You kindly, just do this. Do this. Address what you've already talked about, and then you already made your point on that issue. So just move on to the next one. You summarize, then we move on, because we just want to. You've already made your point. Issue of KEMSA. Now you have said that the MKF people are guilty. You know, they have been mentioned. Okay, let's go to the next thing. Kindly just summarize so that we wind up. Don't open another debate, and yet we don't have that time again for rebuttals. Please. I ask of you.
Thank you. I can now understand. You also know now the protocol. You know, sometimes I do some things intentionally so that when I tell you when Uhuru is accrediting Raila some chance, what it leaves people feeling. What you are feeling now is what someone was feeling at Uhuru Gardens. So, in conclusion, I am saying this. Corruption is something that all of us, we should join hands and ensure that every person who is corrupt should be brought into books. And in this case, let us not be one-sided. Just because there is a narrative, you cling on the same and no, let us try to get into those corridors and hang around the corridors of justice to ensure that these cases are the people who involved have achieved the justice part. Finally, I will say that today it was good, and we saw even Raila greeting one William Samoei Ruto. To me, that was so good because I've been waiting for that handshake, you know, and they spent like 10 seconds. I don't know what they were talking about. Maybe Kenyans, we are the one in the darkness. We don't know. So, and also we saw how Uhuru also could have pics with his deputy. So in a way, it was iconic. And both Raila and William Samoei Ruto, they have equal chances to become the president. And if there is one thing I'm waiting, it is the presidential debate. because all these things we are discussing here, someone will be seated somewhere with no emotions. You know, not what happened in 2013, with no emotions. You know, that's how Raila lost, and Uhuru was able to counter, because whatever he was saying, it was historical. But Uhuru remained on facts that he inherited a lot of wealth. So I'm really waiting for that presidential debate, so that whatever we have been spending up to this hour every day, we see who will have taken his or her notes well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dato. PK, your time.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. I'd just like to summarize and say that in politics, what I have observed, when you give politicians an opportunity, especially in any political arena or political field, you should know that some of these things do not happen by mistake. They are either calculated, and if you noted, when the president was talking about the venue where the ceremony was being held, he heaped a lot of praise on Rao. And it is on that note that he invited Raila. He actually was not inviting him. He just wanted him to stand up, but the people, it is the people who demand kind of the applause that came from the people made the president feel obliged to invite Raila to talk to the people and greet them. He actually said to greet the people, because he said, hawa watu inaonekana unataka uwasalimie, njoo uwasalimie. I followed it very well. And Raila did not go off script. In fact, I can say he did not disappoint, because there has been this narrative of him being a historian, giving history about anything. And because he was picked to greet people on a point of which he was being praised for his contribution on that venue, he decided to give a historical background of that venue. He did not go off script completely. He just gave a historical background of that venue. And he told us how that land had already been grabbed. And he brought us from the history to the present, and even the future of that particular land. And to give him some more credit, very few people and politicians would actually throw a jab at someone in their presence. A lot of these politicians will go out there and call Baba funny names. Watamuita mchawi, watamuita kitendawili, but they cannot dare call Baba mchawi to his face. Today, Baba showed us that he's bold enough to pick on someone on an issue matters corruption in their presence and put the story right. Whether it is history, whether it is corruption, he just put everything on the table with the least opportunity that he was given. And that is what politicians do. You give him 1 minute, he scores a point, he creates a buzz, and he did well. And I give him kudos to what he did with the little minutes that he was given on such an occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, PK, community ancestor.
Yes. Leo Freddy itabidi acheke tena akienda nyumbani. Nampatia tena kicheko kingine. In fact, Mr. Ndeto ndio ni vizuri sana. By the way, the law of Nicolo Machiavelli ambayo inasema kuwa don't allow your enemy an opportunity to respond. Vile umeleta kaishu fulani, ni vizuri Themba amekutuliza cause hatungeweza kuwa na opportunity ya kuchangia hilo jambo. Having finished saying that, ningependa kusema namna hii. If the lion could have been allowed to give her story of what he has been undergoing in the hands of a hunter, ungemhurumia sana, because the hunter in fact anawacha nyama ya mbuzi, nyama ya kondoo na kuku pale nyumbani, anaenda msituni kuwinda swara ambaye ni chakula ya simba. So the lion hapa ni nani? The President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. The hunter ni nani? William Samoei Ruto. Ruto has been going all around call the president maneno mingi sana, tapeli, nani performer, etc. Now you have seen how the president is slowly coming out to stamp his authority, making Ruto and his allies to start crying fool. Because mmeona kama leo the likes of Murkomen akisema kuwa last dance. Eti sasa vile rais alivunja ile protocol, eti sasa hiyo ni last chance. Alafu nikaona mama wetu kutoka pale Kisii Misomanga akirusha maneno pale. So huyo ndio president ambaye mumeona yeye tu, in fact hawezi akapiga William Samoei Ruto vita, hawezi akafanya nini, yeye tu ni kajambo kamoja tu namna hii, mnaona watu wanalia. So mimi any president of any given country, kwa sababu uongozi inapeanwa na Mungu, usije in fact ukamchezee, mpe heshima zake na yeye atafanya nini, atakuheshimu. Luckily tuko na president mzuri ambaye in fact hata ukimtusi namna hiyo still mtacheka na yeye, still mtasalimiana na yeye. What a president ambaye in fact Kenya tuko naye. Yani in fact anaenda nyumbani kama 2022 shoulders zake zikiwa very high. As I finish 2022, we as Kenyans, we are supposed to vote for leaders who are ready to serve by use of our taxes. Wacha hao viongozi wenye in fact wanarukaruka hapa hivi hawajatufanyia chochote in terms of alleviating poverty from us. Now time has come. We are remaining with maybe 8 months to elections. Let us use the power of our vote from the deputy president mwenye anaulizia uongozi kama 2022, governor, senator, women rep, member of parliament, mpaka pale chini MCA. Yule kiongozi mwenye ameperform as per zile promises alipeana, let us vote him, arudi tumpatie term zingine. But yule mwenye hajafanya chochote, kindly usimuonyeshe meno, just enda pale, vote him or her out, aende nyumbani, tupate viongozi wazuri wenye watatupatia services kulingana na sisi waajiri, kwa sisi ndio tunawaajiri. I thank you Mr. Wekesa Tempa Penny Ndeto as chairs wa hii panel, na ndugu zangu my fellow panelist na wote wenye wako kwa comment section. Leo imekuwa ni siku ya furaha. May God bless you and may God bless Kenya.
Thank you so much, Wekesa.
Okay, me, I want to wind up by asking a question. When Uhuru was had left the country and he was in Tanzania, the guys who call themselves Celenrations intelligence said that Uhuru has skipped Raila's function. So they were happy. So today Uhuru decides to give Raila an opportunity, they complain. So you wonder exactly what is their political script. Because in one hand, they thought Uhuru anacheza Raila. Now Uhuru has decided to show them that actually I did not sikuwa na mcheza, I can still give him a chance. I can still make a public proclamation by appearing even to endorse him before the public. They have a problem. Now, I was reading social media on Twitter, some comment which is interesting. Someone has said that William Ruto could have easily converted part of Uhuru Gardens into parking lot of Weston Hotel. But tomorrow in rallies, he will be taking the credit for museum being built at Uhuru Gardens as part of his track record. The contradiction part of it. The guy wants to hail the track record of Jubilee, but the part that he feels they are interfering with his campaigns, they want to expunge it. I want to say that Raila stated 3 things, but these guys only picked the tail end of it. He said that the first historical site was the Princess Elizabeth Highway, Princess Elizabeth Park, which is now Jamhuri Park, and then it's the SK grounds where we normally do the Nairobi show. He went ahead and stated about the Michel Park and Michel Highway, which was Uhuru Highway and then Uhuru Park. Then he came to the open ground and talked about that Uhuru Gardens. But since we only have to pick the things that affect Ruto, we truncated the whole history he talked about, and we zeroed onto Weston Hotel, and that is what is trending. I want to say that William Ruto is good at history, and he has been lecturing us about history. When they won the election with Uhuru, the first thing he did was he went to the church of Wairimo in Karen and cried. He cried the tears, and the tears showed that historically God has lifted him from nothing to up to the deputy president. And so it was something that God has done, and he felt marveled. We wowed at that history. But today we don't want to talk about history. But even as we don't want to talk about history, we hear lectures every day. Si mimi ndio nilifanya Raila kuwa prime minister. That is history. Si mimi ndio nilifanya rafiki yangu Uhuru kakuwa president. That is history. Kwa hivyo nikitaka kufanya mama mboka kuwe mtu kuna ubaya gani? Yes. Si mimi ndio nilisema reke kitakwama. That is history. Simimi, so there are a lot of simimis of history that they lecture us every day, but they deliberately want to deny us from talking about rich history that benefits people. Now, let me say that this nation, whatever is happening today, we normally say, even in our own constitution, we do the constitution for posterity. Now, when you talk about posterity, it means it will run from the past, the present, and the future. So the reason why we maintain history is because everything done in this nation is for posterity. The reason why Uhuru is building the highways, he will not be there as president, but he is building them for posterity. These things will happen, even subsequent generations will come and know that there lived once a leader called Uhuru Kenyatta, who was able to build the infrastructure. When they were coming up with the economic model, before they went and plagiarized the bottom up in NASA manifesto, they were scouting and they came across and they said that Kibaki economic model was the best. So that is history. They are looking at the history of the performance of the NAC coalition, and they realized they said out of the presidents, Kibaki did the best. That is a rich history. They normally tell us that Nani is the Matiba. This guy called Ndini Nyoro. Ndini Nyoro is the Matiba of today. I don't know what makes him to be the Matiba. Unless we look back in the history and understand who Matiba was, we may not understand who Ndini Nyoro is. Unless we look back and understand why there are hustlers in Mount Kenya and only a few families are benefiting, unless we look back historically and see why are only few families in Central benefiting and the rest are wallowing in poverty, unless we look back and know why is your coffee not working well, we may not understand how to help the Central economy. So largely we are saying the history they are neglecting is very important, not only to us whom they think we are on Azimio la Umoja, but even unto them, because without it they cannot. A doctor will take history to understand when the disease comes. Archaeologists will take history to understand even the formation of rocks and whatever. We will also take history to understand why if Mount Kenya is a volcanic, is there a possibility that it will erupt and people who are settling around Mount Kenya will one day be covered with lava? If we don't know the history of Mount Kenya, we may allow people to settle on the mountain only one day to be covered with a hot lava when the mountain is erupting. So kindly understand the history of where you stay. And I know, Ndeto, if Mugumo tree falls today, you will say, according to the history of Kikuyus, it has denied me not to be MP of Kinangop, so I will not run, because the history of our culture is that when Mugumo tree falls, maybe it's a bad omen. So you largely depend on that. And finally, you guys love the Bible. We, from Genesis to Revelation, the only book that talks about future is Revelation. The rest is history. Ask your chairman of Mamamboka to read history intensively and extensively and elaborate it to you in your rallies. Otherwise, have a good night. But never chase away Maina Njenga in your rallies, because Maina Njenga today is born again. What you are talking about, Mungiki, is the past history. Is the past history.
Thank you so much, Wekesa, for bringing that out. And I think it is home. And Ndeto and his fellow supporters in the UDA are pretty much informed that, and I noticed that what we need to agree is that the problem is not history. The problem is what kind of history that we want to read. So their candidate is short of any good history. When his history books are to be opened, his name appears in so many unsavory situations, corruption areas, land grabbing, single party system. So that's the kind of history that he comes with, which I think is not favoring their candidate, and they really want to run away from that. And you realize in the Ruto side, Ruto talks about him helping the president, the deputy, the prime minister and the president. But Raila talks about individuals and people. When he talks about this, he talks about a multitude of people who led us to where we are. He mentions other names. There's no time, and I can bet you, where the deputy president has woken up and said, I, together with so and so, You know, he has not mentioned even the voters who voted. He has never mentioned even the people who campaigned for the president. He's only mentioned himself as single-handedly helping the president. He's never mentioned that even in 2007, they were with other people. In 2013, there were other people. He has never mentioned them. So he wants to be the star of the script that he's himself writing. And that is becoming a really big problem. They say that, I think even is it the president who mentioned that today, that a group of lions led by a sheep can defeat a group of sheep led by a lion. It's not about the leader. It's about the people that you work with. Are you inspiring them to action? So we have to look at who is it that is wants to work with other people, but who is it that is going alone and projecting himself to be the best, and he doesn't deserve any other person to go with him. And you'll find that that person is none other than the deputy president. So from today, we notice it was okay for the deputy president to finish by saying, kazi ni kazi, but it was wrong for the president to allow the Raila to come in and speak. So they wanted him to be the star of the moment. There was no shouting or clapping as happened in Kirinyaga. So that was a low moment for them. When Raila was given an opportunity to speak, there was a lot of clapping and shouting from the crowd. That for sure did not go down well with the people on the other side. But we want to suggest to them, and I want to repeat here, that Raila has said, and I think I want us to have that as a moving forward. Raila is not running against Ruto. He said he's not running to oppose anyone. He's running to propose a better agenda for Kenya. So as the other side is busy running against Raila, that even if he wakes up to talk, we get so irritable. We are coming to say, why was he allowed to talk? If he talked about history, simply because it's Raila who has talked about history, we should not visit history. I think we need to be positive. Let's get to a positive vote. If you're getting out there to vote for the deputy president, vote for him, not against Raila. A vote that is negative is not good. It's not going to make you interrogate the leader you're going to vote for. Finally, I want to suggest, as someone has said here, we can talk all that we want about the high people, but if you not have elected the local leaders that are good for you, you will not experience the development that you're looking for. So who is your MCA? Look at the MCA, look at the MP, look at the governor that you're going to be having. Those are the people that will affect you directly. Those who have performed, as we have repeatedly said here, give them another chance. Now, those who haven't performed, if you have an MP, an MCA, an MP, and your place where you stay, you still have problems with the road network, you still have problems with access to even schools, basic amenities, you cannot afford that because of the MP having not lobbied and worked for that, then it's time for you to interrogate that and send them home. You need to have leaders who can work and do when they get to the office, they work for you. And number two, do not allow any leader to buy your vote. Your vote is the only thing you have for you. Right now, you are actually employing them. So if they buy you, they will have no way, you'll have no way of holding them accountable when they get to the office, because they'll say that they bought you and therefore they paid for it. But if you stay put and say, if someone is going to give you an agenda and is an agenda you can believe in, then you can vote for that person. Thank you so much, everyone. Before I know I'd said I'll bring Penny. Penny, one word. Let me bring you on so that you say one word and then you pray as you finish. Let me first give shout out to people, then you'll say one word, then you pray. Give a shout out to Nyanango, Remo. Thank you so much. Alumin Junior, Destiny, hey, Alan Onyando, thank you. Pen Nyagaka, Thank you. Ben Agak, I wish one day you come up here, you tell us why Ruto Tosha. You need to have the courage like Ndeto and join this forum so that you don't just shout Ruto Tosha on the comment. But thank you for always coming on. Junior Sampler, thank you. Martins Wilson. Yakure, you say, remember you're against deep in everything. What if Ruto supports Baba? Would change perception on Ruto? Yeah, politics is about interest. So if your interest will be served best and your William Samuel Arap Ruto turns up today and supports Baba, that will mean that he has started seeing the light. So we'll be on the same side. But those people who are not supporting Baba, it is your responsibility to criticize Baba. It is my responsibility to criticize the deputy president. I don't hate him. He is a Kenyan, but his leadership, I have to interrogate it. So I've never met Ruto personally. I have no personal relationship with him. I don't hate him as a person, but his leadership will have to interrogate. But if he wakes up today and he joins Baba, definitely, like someone said, politics is about interest. So if his interests are served better this side, we'll be on. Why fight the same person? You're on the same side. Like right now, as soon as Baba joined hands and shook Uhuru's hand, Uhuru became a friend. And right now we are liking every move he makes. We are saying yes. So if if Ruto does that, it's just like right now, and Neto is here. I mean, they are hitting Uhuru like everything. But if Uhuru wakes up tomorrow and takes a very nice photo with the Ruto that they were meeting at a Harambe house, you will see the way Neto will come here defending Uhuru. So that's how politics goes, and we appreciate every move that Uhuru makes right now is bad, as long as it is not favoring Ruto. So that's how it is. I know Neto doesn't hate Raila. And Neto, do you hate Raila?
Hey, you are really making it like you are refreshing. By the way, I like Raila Odinga so much, but where I differ with him is only his policies.
Thank
But
you.
anything else, tuko pamoja.
Thank you. That's a fair answer to our people who are commenting. Neto doesn't hate Raila. He's just questioning his leadership style, which he has a right to. So, but if Raila joined Ruto today, Raila will be a darling to Neto, and Neto will be the first one to defend Raila here. So, George Gakure, thank you. Roger Sumuga, thank you. Samuel Makatai. Dennis Ondieki, thank you. And many others that joined us in our discussion. Kindly keep your comments always coming when we have a discussion. Try to keep it civil. Try to just come and exchange your views. If you have something, our aim and goal is that at the end of the day, the voter will make an informed choice. Now, when you look at everybody here, these are voters. So when you're coming on, try and convince, persuade, and make your point. If someone is convinced, they'll follow your way. If they are not, we still have a freedom to differ, but we still remain as Kenyans. Kenya is our business. Thank you so much, everyone. Kindly remember to subscribe to Mutembei TV. Opinions expressed here are not necessarily those of Mutembei TV or the owner. So kindly feel free to subscribe, share widely. Let's meet again in a show like this. But before we go, Penny, you'll say something and then you give us the last prayer.
Okay. Actually, mine is just to give a vote of thanks to Mutembei TV channel. We are actually very grateful. It's been quite informative. It also gives us the opportunity to learn, and we really thank God for this channel. Yeah, that's all that I have to say for tonight. So we'll pray, and then we'll call it a day. Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you, Lord Almighty, for the opportunity that you have given us, Father, to have this debate, Lord. And Lord Almighty, we just want to remember the proprietor of this channel, that you may bless him, Lord. Lord Almighty, we want to pray that you may continue to protect all the employees of this channel, Father. And Lord Almighty, we commit all the panelists that have contributed in this channel. Father, that you may continue to give us the wisdom that we need, Lord, to continue contributing, Father. And Lord Almighty, we just want to commit even our elections unto the able hands, Father, that the elections are going to be free, fair, to the glory of your name. And that, Lord God Almighty, you're going to give us the wisdom to elect leaders who shall be development-minded. And that, Father, Lord God Almighty, all those that are aspiring, you're also going to give them the wisdom to articulate their manifestos and their policies to the electorate in a manner that is acceptable, Father. Lord Almighty, I pray that you may bless each one of us, Father. Bless the work of our hands, Father. For those that are looking for jobs, may you give them jobs. Lord Almighty, for those that have various programs tomorrow, for those that shall be traveling, Father, we ask you for your journey mercies. And even as we approach Christmas, Lord, we pray that there shall be peace. We pray that there shall be safety in our roads, that there shall be safety in our nation, Father. And we thank you, for it is in Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very
Amen.
much,
Good night.
everyone. Good night and see you.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
see you again. Yeah.
Ndeto
Ndeto, good night.
6 until
Ndeto, good
5.
Good
night.
night.
Good night.
Good night,
Just
everyone.